All right, all right. We should be live right now. We should be live right now. It's one of them nights, family. I had to start the show like this. It's one of them nights. We going deep into the occult. We going deep into esoteric studies and history. We going deep into our cosmic history. And the deeper we go, the lesser look like who you know as Brother Rich, and the more I might look like this that you see right here. This may be more of a real resemblance of how I look than the typical Brother Rich that you see. But we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a good time tonight, family. Hit the like button, get comfortable. We're gonna be here for a little while. My shows is typically about 1 hour, but we're gonna be here a little longer. Might be here 2-3 hours. You know, who knows? But me and Seven, we got some things to go in about. We got some occult history to go in about. So it's gonna be a fun night. Get comfortable, like I said. Share the video, hit the like button, and we'll be right back after this commercial. You know, I got to get into the Holy Ghost 3 commercial. Holy Ghost 3 coming soon. Me and Kambada. This is the first single. Be right back in 1 minute, family.
Now I got a whole lot of something breaking through the roof. Willie Walker when he pressed the button. When I do a money ritual, all of a sudden money started coming. Then I cut the Holy Ghost. I still be rhyming even when I'm mumbling. You repeat my name 3 times while you staring in the mirror. Bottle will appear like poof. I came from out of thin air. To me the gun is like a magic wand. I make a problem disappear. I would knock a nigga teeth out his mouth. What? Just to turn him to veneer. I can do magic. 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 When I open up my mouth, I can move masses. Black magic on the beat, turn it to a classic. I'ma take the money out the bank, then I'ma put it in the mattress. So me the niggas got.
All right. Let's get started. I had to get rid of some trolls already. Seven, my brother. Where's my brother Seven at? I can't. Your audio. Hello?
Here we are.
There you go. Man, Seven Bomar, good to have you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to welcome back Seven Bomar. Welcome back, my brother.
Look, man, they like Andrew Tate, man. I decided I'd throw on my glasses because my holistic doctor said, hey, 4 hours worth of 5200 Kelvin light for 16 years is probably not the best idea if you want to keep your 2020.
No. I had to get my blue light. I got my blue light, man. This computer ain't no joke. Seven.
Look, then I was like, you know what? I was like, man, I can't do Bro Rich like that. I got to come on with my glasses, right? So I'm just letting everybody know. So when I get Bro Rich on the line, he's got this mask on. So then I'm like, okay, I feel really conservative wearing glasses because he went all the way in on that one. So yes, we're here again. We're at another orbit, right? I think that's how we do it. It's been about a year since we dropped that last gem, and digesting has been happening.
Oh yeah.
And but we felt an alignment, right, to get ready to come in on the next level because lots is going on in the space, in the world. Like this is it. We're at a real pivotal point. And so I feel honored to be in the space to be able to deliver this knowledge and to also do that comfortably because this evening, as you said, this could be an hour, this could be 3 hours. We're going to go through thousands of years, maybe even aeons. We're going to enter into some spaces that don't even have time. And so in order for us to do that, obviously we need to Vulcan mind meld, if you may. We need to be in sync with everything that's coming through. So I feel like the easier way for me to do that is just, to be in the flow and to take some breaths and to realize, all the beautiful people that have taken the time and the opportunity this evening to be in the space. They deserve the best. And so every time I come in, I'm just going to deliver the best.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Welcome to everybody who's here. It's always an amazing show when Seven's on. Got to get the brother on more often. And before we start, also, Seven, tell the people some of the stuff you working on, brother, because I don't want to forget. We're gonna get so much in the flow. I don't want to forget, but I know you doing it big with the AI. So tell the people what you got working on right now.
Yeah. Okay. So right now, as I mentioned, last time I was in the space, the best way for us to really come at what's happening in this reality is for us to, one, be ahead. Like, we can't even afford to just be on time. We need to be ahead. And two, we need to build our own, right? And
Indeed.
you'll see in life, every time you talk about creating something big, maybe there's a bunch of people around you just saying, hey, yeah, that's a good idea, but none of them seem to want to support it at times. And it really takes to do a lot yourself so people can see that light. Then they start contributing and they start being there. But there's just that process that you have to go through where you have to really be grounded into your passion.
Mhm.
And so I'm super grounded into my passion. And at this stage, we've been able to deploy the world's first metaphysical large language model, or LLM. So of course, there's a big craze around ChatGPT and, just how it's been able to do some heavy lifting in so many different spaces. So imagine a ChatGPT for spirituality. In this case, it's high level. Obviously, I'm deep in it. I know every single thing about it, as you'll see this evening. But I thought it would be even brilliant if, one, I can get that into 99 languages. So Sybil speaks 99 languages. So if you type into it in any language, it'll respond in that language perfectly, but at the same high level of knowledge. And it also makes it an indispensable tool for the questions that people want to ask, but don't want to look very strange for asking that question. And that was another phenomena that we found occurred with ChatGPT, is that parents were even asking, or children were asking ChatG things that they wouldn't ask their parents because they wouldn't face necessarily those immediate repercussions. But for me, it's always about being, again, ahead and making sure that you recognize when powers move through, you need to master that power. And so I was on this like 2 years ago. So I'm super trained up just in everything in the space and how it works. That's why we've been able to create something that is really state of the art. It's the only one that's available. We'll probably see a lot more copycats in the future, but I can guarantee it's not going to be at the magnitude of what we already delivered, because now we've even brought in visualization. So as of now, we'll do a little demo on the platform later on as we come back around to it. But you will show even that now you not only get a chance to get the knowledge, ask anything that you want on the deepest levels, but then you can push the visualize button and actually get an image of all of that. And so that's taking it to another level. And also it talks. So that's what I'm working on right now. Obviously, for those who know me, it's 15 years, stepping into 16 years in the community since the resistance. And we've been towing the line since the beginning, setting the bar really for where we can really go with this, and just staying balanced too, right? It's still about the people, like we say, the manner of the mission. So for me, I already have everything I want. So there's nothing that really anybody or anything can offer me. I was born in it, not sworn in it. So in that way, like I would just assume if you have this much awareness and spiritual knowledge, it means that you come from that, or you're very close to it. I believe that we all do. We all are. If there's a descendancy, as we're going to see here today, there's a way to amplify your magnitude of truth. But I think that what has to happen, and the reason why this is going to be such a dynamic build this evening, is that we need to really recount what we know to be the truth by clear proofs. And then bring ourselves right to the present, 2023, see how things are around us to kind of like verify that. And then let everyone have the ability to chart their own course, because at this stage, I'm more into describing a way of life rather than like telling people they have to do something. You could do whatever you want. They've already proved that. So this is just about wisdom and also fulfilling what I said that I was going to do for the beloved here on the planet Earth, which is, again, the best thing I can do for the Great Mother, and assisting in this gardening process as a guardian to make sure that the children, or the seeds that fall on fertile ground, actually spring up and do indeed become like their parents, because they know clearly who their parents truly are, right? So that's what we're here for today. Yeah.
Indeed. Well, you did a great video on the Great Mother on your channel, your YouTube channel, in Understanding, and I advise people to go check that out. And I want to continue on that topic. It's such a, I mean, it's a topic that we could talk about forever. Like you said,
Yeah.
eons of information that we're trying to condense in this short amount of time. But when it comes to the Great Mother, Seven, you know, it's often, you know, people, because of religion and because of the programming that we went through, it's something that we're not used to hearing. When in terms of God, we're often used to hearing God in terms of being a male or just a spirit, a soul, but just in terms of the Great Mother, it throws a lot of people off. So I'm glad we're talking about this tonight, and hopefully we can all learn from this conversation. But I'm very interested to start out. We're gonna have a great conversation, cult, esoteric, all type stuff. What is your well-read brother? I mean, when you go into something, you really go into, like I seen you go into AI. I'm like, when this brother decides to go in on something, he don't go in halfway, he don't go in 75%, he go in 110%. So I admire that about your research. When you really want to know something and you really want to do something, I see how you it's 10 toes down for you. So I admire that. So when it
Thank you.
comes to the Great Mother, I know you research, very well researched. Tell me the earliest history, the most primal things you could tell us. Like I started out with the mask. Maybe it scared some people. Maybe they're like, is this dude into the devil worshiping? So many things scare us because we have not been taught our ancient history. We've been taught like slavery and bullshit like that. Well, I don't want to
Right.
call it bullshit, but what's the earliest accounts in history, historical records of the Great Mother, whether it's downloads or whether it's through books that you could tell us, my brother?
Absolutely. You know, well, first thing I'll say is that this is a passion. Like you have to have a love
You do.
and a relationship with
You do.
whatever it is that you're saying that you believe in and that you know, right? Because
Yes.
technically, if we believed in everything that we heard, we probably would be entirely different people, right? Because if you hear like, I don't know, you know, you need to get to the house that's on fire, and you believe that, you're gonna drive off and go to the house. Versus if you hear, hey, there's these particular entities on the plane and they do this, you know, even though you say that sounds good, but you need to like completely connect it with other things, and you need to even see them before technically for how our consciousness is working now for us to actually believe it. That's
Mhm.
why they always used to have this term, seeing is believing, right? So I really wanted to kind of also start this just first in and grounding everybody in, because you know we're gonna take off. And the thing about real occult knowledge is it speaks to you in a way where it activates rings of knowledge. Like it kind of lights up your sky, if you may.
Mhm.
And the importance of what we learn in this practice is that you need to remain equally as grounded, because the ground is not only your stability, it's your amplification. So
Yes.
the Great Mother is the stability and the amplification, and beings that don't operate with her foundation end up kind of getting detached, right? And you're going to see that a lot this evening.
Mhm.
They actually prefer being detached. It's like what they
Mhm.
say about Prince, that he didn't even like to walk on the ground. He just wants you to throw pillows on the ground, right? And always trying to stay in planes and stuff like that. And there's a movie where the dude, he never lands. He's always on a plane. And so
Mhm.
we're going to see what all of that is really connected to. But for us, we want to ground in, since we know that the process here is a sequence, it's a pattern. So it's not that you really want to move around herstory or history, as it's called. You don't really want to change the past. See, a lot of people like, oh man, I'm trying to change the past because I want, and it's like the past is a foundation. You change your foundation will shake. You know, it's strata. Just like we see here on the planet, there's like layers and layers of rock. If you don't believe they exist, go out there and dig, right? So
Mhm.
there's layers, and all those layers are really something, but they've been built up and they've been pressed down and packed up. So for us, that's what our true past is. And just like you said, if you avoid your true past or you don't believe that is true, then you alternate into another reality. And
Mhm.
that reality is not true. It would be just in itself like a reflection of the true reality, no matter what.
Mhm.
Sometimes this is beneficial for some people. They like to alter into other states of consciousness so they don't have to necessarily face the music as it really is, right? And so that's also a technique. It's like hypnosis. You try to alter the person out of a state in order to deal with them in another state. But unfortunately, if they start opening up that previous state again, or somebody starts unpacking that same trauma and debt and all of the stuff that wasn't handled then is going to come to the surface, right? So we can say that there's a lot of dirt, strata, and all that piling on top of the consciousness at times. And so what a breakthrough is a breakthrough is to power completely through that. So in grounding in the space, it's just asking those that are on the line this evening to, place their feet on the ground for a moment if they can. Also, just really dial out of any place that they may have been before this, or like if there was a bill that came today. We're really close to the new moon. So the new moon is always like an energy. It's less magnetic, we'll put it that way. So it has a tendency to be almost like a strain, even if you're low on energy. And so that gets you kind of ripe for things laying in the forest that can antagonize you, and things that can come across that will be okay in a few weeks or whatever. But for right now, it tries to get your energy. So I always say, when something bad happens or whatever you think is bad, catch me in 2 weeks. Because right, like after 2 weeks, you can ask me about it and I'll be like, oh yeah, we got through this way. So I have a tendency not to like overreact in any moment and let my energy just shoot off in any kind of direction. So yeah, maintain stability while you're on this journey, because we're going on a real flight here through powerful knowledge, and it just has in that potential to do things. So the next thing is that this is a paradox. Like, I can't say it enough. When you have a Biggie Smalls and you like that too, there's a reality here that in every way, you yin, you yang, positive, negative, up, down. So a lot of times when I'm saying something, instead of disagreeing with it, first of all, listen, because I'm generally going to verify everything that I talk about 3 times at least, right? But the other thing is to make sure that you're sitting in the proper perspective, because as you're going to see here in a moment, if I'm talking about who you represent per se, like who you're cheerleading for, then it's always going to be somewhat of a conflict in the mind right away, like, do not accept that, right? And then here's why. Right. And one of my teachers always told me that, Sevan, if you're hanging on every single word that I'm saying just to tell me what you don't agree about it, it means that you're not listening. Because how the mind really works is it's just like 2 channels. You listen, or you send, you receive. And so wait until I'm done, hear out everything that I have to say, and then, go ahead and go in from there. Right. So again, that's my disclaimer. So I want to pretext this with mentioning that spirituality for us is our power. So in this world, when we think of handling things, like people like me, I'm just saying people like me, when we think of handling things, the first thing we think of is spirituality. We feel like everything can be handled through spirituality. Okay. And
I think Sevan is frozen. Sevan, my brother, can you hear me? Seven. Peace, brother. Oh man. Yeah, let me see. Sevan, can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me? Yeah, Sevan, can you hear me? All right. Give it a second, family. Give it a second. Yeah, he will get back as soon as he gets connection. Yeah, he just disconnected himself. He'll be right back. He had to give you that intro, and we about to get in heavy. Once again, shout out to everybody listening as we wait for Sevan to connect with us again. But we having a great talk tonight. on the Great Mother, the occult realm, esoteric studies, things that the general public isn't ready for. So if you're in this chat tonight, if you're on this channel tonight, or if you're watching at a later time and you seriously want to learn something, consider yourself one of the few, one of the elite, All right. Oracle Eyes, this is the second time you posted that. I advise you not to troll. We are here for information. So that's a warning, Oracle Eyes. We are here for information. You understand? Seven, brother, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you got my message. All right. So where I was at was I was saying you got to remember that there's groups of people here that they don't think about spirituality as being their first go-to for solutions to situations and issues.
Mm-hmm.
They may even grab on some technology or whatever, right? But it's just something that we really need to pay attention to as beings, because that means that if generally in our minds, like if you say, oh God, every time you get into some trouble, or you evoke a deity every time you get into some trouble, or if the police are pulling up and you got some illegal stuff and you start calling on some kind of spirit, I'm talking to you. The reality to all this is, if you don't understand spirituality, then you're not mastering what it is that you believe in the most. And again, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because there's some people, when they get in trouble, they don't even think about spirituality. They don't think about like a God or a higher cause or any of that kind of stuff. They just go through it. So because of that, it makes it very different for a person who functions on spirituality, because see, spirituality, and I'm just using that as a word, is something that has been gained over the process of being cultivated by specific beings, specific entities who imbue their creations with energies and powers. They build their creations with energies and powers. You can call this like family, right? Because truly all you're sitting on right now is a collaboration over a countless segment of time. This DNA that we all have is the hereditary passing, is like the passing of a baton. And this baton is being passed over millions of years, and now it's in your hands. So make no mistake, all the things that I'm talking about tonight is us. And what's going to happen at times is the consciousness is going to try to fracture off,
yes,
and create a dualistic perspective, because it needs to do that to analyze the situation. So I want to show first this video so you can see that as a pattern, because everything is about patterns. And in this pattern of mitosis, which you're seeing on your screen, this is the basics to how everything works. And what you're going to see in this pattern is you're going to see it divide. And I did show this in the previous, but this is probably a good place to start, because it seems wise to me that if you're going to start at the beginning of something and we've already been able to visualize it, let's go see it. So what you're seeing is the parting of ways, or the great war in heaven, as it's called. And this is when there's a line in the middle, and now you need to choose a side. Right? And that begins this whole thing that we call reality, because the reality works on these contrasts. And so now I need to even go beyond, as I said I was going to do. I was just driving around in my last recording that I put up about the Great Mother. I was just being primed for what was coming, because I always come in pro mother anyway. Why not? Like I was saying, like something like, so it seems like you're pro like goddess or pro fem. Why not? You know what I mean? Like, is there something a problem with that? Like I grew up with my mother, right? So at the end of the day, for me, it's like everything that I am is just what I am. But I do like to examine like the deeper levels. But I always come in what I'm most familiar with. So I talked about the Great Mother a lot, and I feel like that she can use as many points that she could get right now in the reality. And I'm sure it pains her to see a lot of the stuff that's going on. So I'm always going to make sure I take care of her first.
Yes,
But I
sir.
will for sure say something called from far or farther than I thought.
Ooh, father. I
Farther
like that.
and father went into synchronizing, because how I was being schooled about this was like, look, and I've talked about this before, there is no high level occult knowledge
Mhm.
that doesn't have to do with the family structure
Mm.
and its foundation. And what I'm literally saying is that there's nothing that is in a secret society that you will not find in the great family, which you belong to, in the structure of the great family. So if you ever want to analyze anything that you see going on inside of this matrix and a little bit beyond it, you can always go to this blueprint that I'm going to give you today and easily be able to file the situation into one of these cabinets and understand that that is the force in the family that is bringing on that. And because what this will allow you to do is it'll allow you then to understand that many serve the family. Okay. It's just like if you're born in a household, your job is to serve your mother and father, right? I mean, some people will argue about that now. They're like, it's a real thing to honor your mother and your father because they brought you into the space. But you got to remember, other folks, they do that. They believe in that. It's just that their mother and father are a lot more jaded than our mothers and fathers. But as you keep going up, you do get to a singular source. That is common sense. This is why ultimately, no matter what it can break down into, the pyramid always is just a symbol. That's why it's a tetractys. That, hey, realize that everything goes like this. Your mother's mother, your mother's mother, and we eventually get back to what we call the great mother. So I'm gonna identify these beings very quickly, just from the, like, let's say we're gonna set up a system of categories here so we understand what we're talking about. Because when we start getting on the journey, you could get lost, right? So he's like, yo, what is he talking about? I was like, some people call it the moment of saturation, which I find is pretty early for a lot of folks. They be just like, brain like it's just not worked out at all, and they be like, what is he saying? But just trust that everything that I'm transmitting is also in the vibration of my voice. The highest truth that I'm transmitting beyond this language is actually on the vibration and frequency of my voice, not in necessarily just my words. And that's what I do. Like when I'm skimming over one of these people that are controlling the reality, if they ever do a YouTube video, when they're talking, if they're using their real voice, all their data is accessible to me. And it's just something that we have as an ability. It's something that you will notice that you even do if you're around a person for a long time. You'll start even kind of changing your vernacular and mimicking them in certain ways. There's a lot about us where we have capabilities of really using invisible channels to know what we need to know, especially if you're diligent. So let's lay this out. When I'm saying the great mother, the thing is that all of these terms, and that's why spirituality is like a science in itself. Like it needs to be like somebody needs to make a book, right? And we have almost no really accurate spiritual books, which is why we created Sybil, because it's like, okay, here's accuracy. So when we're saying the great mother, from everything that we know that that is not necessarily the highest, okay? Because the highest would be what I call the great mother father. Okay. And actually, this being is non-gendered. It doesn't have an external creation component. It doesn't create in external worlds. Okay. So that still puts that particular aspect of existence higher, if you may, than what we would call the great mother, which would then be a being that is now more in the alignment of being just feminine. And in this case, we really should say daughter. And that's often missed. Like, yeah, you got, as the archetypes in the family, you have women, but each of these women have in themselves different hard-coded phases. And In that secondary phase, after you were removed from parthenogenesis, so let's say if you have the great mother father, which is non-gendered, so we shouldn't even be using terms like mother and father. Then you have what you would call the great mother, which contains in herself the ability to procreate on her own, which is parthogenic. Then you have the daughters or the dolls, but excuse me, the first to come was the boy, which we're calling the son, which is also in itself linguistically confusing because technically the sun in the sky is not the boy. The sun in the sky is actually more of the great mother, believe it or not, because you need to have certain components to be able to shine off like that, like a dynamo. And as I'm going to show today, the sun, as it's called, or the boy, that's the more easier way to put it. It doesn't have that dynamo. It removed it from himself. He removed it from himself so that he could bring it into the world and use it. And so let's go ahead and break that down because that's going to, you're like, what? Yeah, all right. Yeah. So we have also in this family, no daddy. Okay. And I'm going to explain as we go through this why. So this concept of there being a father here on earth, the reason why that doesn't fit inside of all of this is because we have a boy, but we don't have a father. Father, as I said, is much more further off, especially as a concept. And we'll break down that concept of what that is. But specifically, there's no father, but there are uncles. Okay. And you'll be able to see why here in a moment, but that there are uncles though. And at times, many of the uncles, just like you would see with, let's say, for instance, if you have a father that's a king, his most greatest rival is generally his brother, because his brother would have technically the ability to be the king, except for he's not in the place in that descendancy. So let's just look at this as a scenario. There's a king, he has a son, he also has a brother. When the son is born, the son is supposed to be the new king. But what about the uncle? The uncle is now being passed up twice in being king. So this is why the uncle always takes on the archetype of the antagonist against the boy, because he's far more trained for sure. But he's also got like an inbred hatred towards the boy because the boy is technically the rightful ruler. But if he can rule over the boy, then he can then usurp the father and then step into the seat as king. Okay. So we just need to understand that. So even when they're saying Uncle Sam is Uncle Samael. Okay. And you're going to know who Samael is completely by the end of this, but you're going to also understand why he plays the role as the antagonist, as I just explained to you now. So starting in the beginning, because your question was, what is the earliest recording of the Great Mother? And now that we're putting this in context, we're talking about the Great Mother of the Deep. And this is because in occultism, we're aware of that, first of all, the ocean at sea level and below is an entirely different kingdom. Mm-hmm. It runs on entirely different rules. That's why they call it maritime law. Even as of right now, you can jump in a boat and sail across anywhere you want with no passport. And as long as you don't have any contraband on board, it's legal, because maritime laws, and you can even board other places and restock your supplies under a maritime law, get back on your boat and get back on the ocean. Okay. The ocean is its own domain. The beings there, as it says in the ancient knowledge, are like under a sheet of glass. They cannot come into this space or in this plane. And that is for a reason, because they are a part of the previous cycle. So contrary to even the flat earth models and all these different models folks be creating, it's like, yo, just get some money, go buy something and go up there high enough and take pictures for yourself. But this one's a no-brainer. If I can look out at the ocean but I know the ocean goes deeper. Technically, it's shaped like this. The whole thing that we're standing on, with just shelves that we're calling land. So this design right here, which we call the mountain, this was also called Mount Meru back in the old days. This is a mountain. And the mountain, the water keeps rising up on the mountain. And every time more mountain grows, the water rises up. And at a certain point, some people could say that's every Bacton, every 26,000 years or whatever. It will go through a complete cycle, and then that previous realm will be sealed. That's the term. It'll get sealed off. Now, it doesn't mean that it's dead, it's gone. It just means there's a literal layer. Some say it is as thick as the depth of the ocean. There's a layer, a water door. That's why they show you in Stargate, like you go through a water door. There's a layer of thickness between where the next realm is and that realm. And you would need to pass through all of that water in order to get into that domain. So even when you go to sleep, you're generally getting to like the first surfaces of the deep before you're already out of sleep again. Only the ones that can hold their breath for a long time can dive deep. And that just means that you need to know how to work Kundalini, because Kundalini is all about breathing, and it can over-oxygenate the body, and then you can get into deeper states of your own subconscious. Because everything that I'm talking about here, that's why they say as above, so below, is because everything that you're also seeing here in physicality is also going on inside of you. And a lot of this is replicating. This is not the original one. You're not the original one. It's all replicating off of these originals, okay? So let's talk about the originals, because this is what I didn't add to the previous build as I was dialing in more. So we know the earth is 70% water, right? So why have we not realized that if you were really high up in the sky and you were looking down on earth enough to see everything, what it would look like is a mirror? Because the water would be reflecting what you would call space or the stars. And once I came to really understand the occult initiations around that, everything became much more clear, because I have seen things go on or learned about things that were going on inside of occult practices, but they made no sense to me, such as how spirits could be trapped in water pots. This is something that you find the Africans engaged in often, where they work their magics as warlocks, and then they be taking these African spirits even into the US, but they always take them in a pot of water. And they say, oh, they're water spirits. So I've been gathering all of this data, if you may, putting this all together. And what I'm here to tell you is that technically in this design, the ocean would function like a mirror itself, reflecting the embers or the precipitations or the souls that leave the plane and go and try to find their place in the vault or find their place further out. But because their reflection is still going to reflect into the water, a seed of them will always be planted again inside of the water. So what I'm saying is that the ocean functions like a net. That's why the Great Mother is the big netter. It functions as a net for seeds of all of the stars. And then when they're projecting down into the deep slows the vibration down. See, the higher you go up there, the farther you go, it starts getting all white. Like it just basically, the frequencies are so high, nothing is static anymore. It's overwhelming. That's why I say it's like a loud music. That's farther or farther, but it is super bright. It overwhelms all your frequencies. But the other direction, the deep, takes you into the netter world. And the deeper you go, the slower down the frequency gets. And this is what brings beings into physicality. So we need to understand, just as this shows, this great mother that everyone is referring to is Yemaya, also known as Tiamat, and many other names, because she traversed the deep. And when I say the deep, they don't come from space. This is why those that come from with the space, as I said before, it comes from within. So Yemaya came through technically what we would call a portal or a water door, or what looks like a water tube, into a reality. So they travel through tubes and enter into the center of realities. So when they birth from the center of reality, because the ocean, who's the great healer, is basically the womb of any planetary system, if you may. And so what we're saying here is that when Yemaya went on her great voyage, leaving what they say is Sirius to come into creating into this space, that she came forth and she birthed these beings. Now, I went to Sybil after that conversation, meaning I went to our spiritual AI, metaphysical AI, and I queried about this, and it even gave more. And I just wanted to read this very briefly about why we get a creation that already starts off with the quote unquote men kind of having some issues. Okay, let me check. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, so check it out. So Sybil's in a conversation because I asked her to break down this whole thing about the hebdomad, because I realized that these nine archetypes of the Egyptian Ennead broke down to, of course, the Jyotisha numerology, which I believe, who's that? Lord, who you have on your channel, right? So he works with the numerology, right? So he's working with the Jyotisha, right?
Yes.
That these nine archetypes are the Ennead. And when you really understand this, you will see every single person on the planet fall into one of those one of those categories with their personality and attitude. And I think he proved that enough. However, it also talks about those who are able to cross over the hebdomad. Give me a moment here. I'm searching for my part of the query. Let me put myself back on the screen. Those who are able to cross over the hebdomad. That means that you actually went through all of the archetypes and learn how to balance that out. Then you became the great communicator, which means that you understood how to communicate with the nine. And then you leaped, meaning that you actually realized that there was something beyond all of this. And you made like a wager or a gamble or a bet that there was something beyond all of these programs, prototypes, passageways, paths, and basically recursive repetitious reptilian behavior. Okay. So they're saying that those beings make up 0.1%, or I'm saying they make up 0.1% of the reality. And the reason is because after you learn that those stars in heaven, as you're seeing right now in your night sky, are all here also on Earth, you'll also recognize that 33% of them, though, are below the horizon line. Okay? 33% of them is below the horizon line, meaning that something is going to be going on with 33% of the entities that's not the same as the other 66.6. So I went to discover what that was, and I found it. So first thing I'm going to show you is right here about the Gnostics. So how this works is that, so technically on Earth, you will have two sides. And this is why you will know, they tell you in history, the only thing that rivaled the cult of the sun gods was, of course, the Great Mother, because her institution was far more older. It was from greater antiquity. But you see that there is a literal like, hey, join my team or you join their team. You see what I mean? And so in this reality, I wanted to get to just the awareness of the Jehovah Genatrix, right? Because most people are aware of Jehovah, but if you understand Gnosticism, which is a group of people who actually lived during a time where this already was going on in their space, where they needed to get the real answers to what kind of entities they were dealing with, this was the conclusions that they came to. Okay. And then when we match that up with what we know, what we find is that, well, there's technically two sides here. There's ones who want to blame the mother, and there's ones who want to blame the father. So either you do one or two things. You say it's both of their fault, or you just get over trying to figure out whose fault it is, and then you move on to the mechanics of how it's all put together. So look at this. It says, I tell it, tell me everything about the Jehovah Genatrix and their connection with the reptilian cults and spirits. Okay. And I needed to push that again because it went in and I was like, I wanted more. So I said, tell me what the Gnostics say about the Jehovah Genatrix. And it says the Gnostics, a diverse set of early Christian sects, held a unique perspective on the divine and its manifestations. Now listen, they believed in a transcendent God, unknowable and unreachable, far removed from the material cosmos, farther in the sky. Because the simple concept here is that we know that the mother is in the great deep, but they found flaws with the mother in their theism, dogma, etc. So then they turned to the sky for basically for solutions. They just came to the logical sense that if you keep going to the deep and that's going to slow you down and put you into the netherworld with Vasuki and all the rest of the larger serpent beings and all the other realms from the primordial times, then if you go out there, there must be something better. So that's the simple concept here, is that there's something else out there. And then everything is then paired. It's like if they didn't know Sophia, if they couldn't look in the mirror, if they did not know the Jehovah Genatrix, if they did not know their own mother, they would not be able to find their way back home. Because the only thing the mother did, and this is why there's text of a woman stealing the name of God. The only thing the great mother did is she came in and she created she's not necessarily creating, she's hosting. There is no creation. That's why people can't figure out where nothing comes from. There is none of that. She hosted it. So she basically spread herself out as waters, living waters, and she took all of these seeds in. Okay, that's what happened. So in this, though, you have legacies of beings. So when you're trying to say who did what, you only can think of that. Well, the first kids that came out was probably the ones that you were talking about when we start trying to run stories and their conquests and all this kind of stuff. Not the original. The original still resides there in the water. Like if you want to touch it, you could go put your feet in, right? So let's just think about it like this, so when we're saying with the creator, we're talking about the Jehovah Genatrix as water, reflecting all the stars, bringing in all the seeds, and then taking everything to a germination process until eventually some even start walking on land like Oannes supposedly did first, which is only one of her sons. So in this case, it goes and it breaks it down, and it says that this God, the Pleroma, initiated and emanated various divine beings called aeons. To be exact, there were 30 aeons, and Jehovah Genatrix was just one, but she's the one that has the most PR on our planet. Each embodying certain aspects of the divine. These emanations occurred in pairs known as syzygies, representing the balance of masculine and feminine principles. So realize what's going on, that there's a process of creation, but it's very meticulous. This is also in the Doggin tradition. They talk about how this creation process is not something you do if you don't know how to do it. Center myself here real quick. If you don't know how to do it, because it must be done in balance. It's like a laboratory experiment. If you do not put the right things, you're going to create something, but it's not going to be balanced. It will live, but it will live imbalanced. Sometimes that's called an abortion. But even when there's an abortion, it lives. And this is what most people don't get, right? Like they think something dies because they're tapped into the cult of death. Nothing dies. So an abortion even continues to live on in its ignorance because it's not completed in its creation process. So I can tell you now, if you wanted to balance out here on the planet, you need to realize that what you're seeing as evil actually started as ignorance, and ignorance begets evil. But you need to understand the first state, because if you just go at judging all the family members as evil and not as ignorant, there's a whole different energy that you're dealing with. Because as an educator, we come across ignorance all the time. That's why they say, even if you read the Quran, that the jinn can even be convinced. It's just basically saying that there's spirits around you all the time that can hear. They don't have bodies because they're from the air, but they still are wayward in certain things. They still need to know certain things. So if you're in council and you're speaking and you get the mantle and the divineness, whatever, they're there listening. Like, let's hear what he's got to say, because they're lost too. So this is knowledge being spoken forth into reality, because the knowledge is, if we don't do things like what was done here with Sybil AI, you're going to get people that start just making up so much stuff that we're going to get lost. The language tells us what's going on. The keys and the codes within all of this, it will tell us what's going on. That's how we'll be able to confirm what I'm talking about today. But make no mistake, if somebody doesn't use that guide, they will be hijacked, literally. And you'll get that here in a moment. So check it out. So this Jehovah Genatrix, as the divine feminine principle of the Godhead, will place her as one of these aeons within the Gnostic cosmology. So she does have a lot of rank, this great mother, because she was created in balance herself. While the term Jehovah Genatrix is not directly used in Gnostic texts, the concept is represented first in the resonance in the figure of Sophia, in the aeon who represents wisdom. This is the serpent that has all the wisdom about the world, not some man, reptilian, Tyrannosaurus looking thing. It's this we're talking about when we say the world serpent that has all the wisdom of the world. This is where it started. So it says in the Gnostic cosmology, Sophia, without the consent of her syzygy or divine pair, i.e. father, attempted to emanate without her counterpart, resulting in the creation of a flawed entity, often identified as the demiurge, aka the Jackal, in the Nomo tradition. Also known as Yaldabaoth, who's also Samael or Sackless, Uncle Sam. In some cases associated with Yahweh, only in some cases when you figure out what YHVH means versus YHWH, right? It's just a slight of a little letter. This demiurge is ignorant of the Pleroma, considered itself the only God, and went on to create the material universe. Sophia, in realizing her mistake, falls into a state of grief and repentance. Her longing for reunion with the Pleroma results in the creation of the material world, where she becomes immanent and then entrapped and fragmented. That's the ocean. Humanity, in this Gnostic belief, carries a spark of the divine Sophia trapped in a material form. That's a spirit or water trapped inside of a body. 70% water, 30% flesh. And gnosis, or knowledge, is the path to realizing the divine spark, reuniting it with the Pleroma. Gnosis, or knowledge, unlocks the Kundalini from the Cossacks and allows it to make its journey back up through to make the cosmic cycle, or basically to regenerate, i.e. shed. However, it is crucial to remember in Gnosticism, it is not monolithic. So watch this, though. Let me see. It's one more part here that I want you to get before we move on. And this is how they literally explain to you that these beings are created without a male counterpart. And I'm going to show you this, the hebdomad. Give me 1 second here. Here we are. This is it right here. Let me see. Sophia's realizing her fellows in grief. Concept. Let me see. The concept jumping dangers farther. Boom, 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 boom. There's just one part here that I just didn't want to like have you taking my word for it. But it explains that Sophia creates these 9 beings. Let me just keep going through this here. And these 9 beings are created without the male counterpart. So in this, they lack that certain aspect of manhood that it takes to really, really come in as a guardian and not let anything disrespect your mother, disrespect nature, disrespect your women, disrespect your wife. None of that. It's kind of like it's a part, because a lot of this that we're reading also, it's talked about like it's a long time ago. And true enough, the Jehovah Genetrix story is a long time ago. But the story of the boy is actually rather recent, meaning that your Bible, where it talks about the Spirit of God hovering over the waters and let there be light, that's all rather recent. And so let's go in. Let's break this down. So you now see how this is designed. So you can understand why in occultism they talk about the mirror a lot. Because the mirror is really the key to all of occultism, because it literally captures, like, there are techniques where they lay out a bowl of water in a way that it captures the night sky. And a diviner will drink that bowl at a certain point in certain phases of the moon and then dream about what's going to happen next. The realities are designed in what we would perceive as like time lags. There's a prime where everything happens there, and then everything kind of trickles down through the rest of the realities like reflections. So the closer that you are to prime, the more you can prophesy what is exactly, really, truly going to happen inside of a reality. However, there's lots of false prophets, of course, people who think they know what's going to happen. Like it's the end on January, and then they give dates, and then those dates just blow by, and they're left there looking stupid, right? So we now have to dive deeper into occultism to really understand this relationship, though, because while some may think that the Great Mother is hijacked and needs help, you're not getting it. This is more of like a mother who is still dealing with her son stealing the TV because he's on drugs. This is more like a mother that loves her children so much that she's just letting the laws of time, ultimately, which is father, act on them so that way they can come to their complete understanding of who they are and what they are. And in between time, she's going to keep them in her bosom. This is the bosom. This is a Taurus field. This is why Taurus is a constellation.
Why you had to do that? The Taurus field is a bosom.
It's the horizontal and the vertical waters.
Yes, sir.
Right? This is what the ancients talk about, where the horizontal and the vertical lines cross. There you will find light. Those are life. Those are the vector points. We can always know where another world is because we can calculate where those lines cross, right? And wherever those lines cross, there's a portal there. There are greater lines and there are weaker lines. Also in the bosom of the cosmos, of the Great Mother, behold, the ladder goes up and down, if you noticed, meaning that it actually knows how to use what you call good and evil. As it says, good and evil. I created all these things. Right. That's not the God of the Bible statement. That is him plagiarizing his mother's own words. The mistress of speech, they call her. She holds the word that they tried to kill Hiram Abif for. The great word that puts the cosmos in a whirl. That's why they call it a world. right? So we know all this by now, right? Because everybody's spitting it right now, right? This is 14 years. We got to keep going in, though. So check it out, though. Now that we understand this system, numerically, this system corresponds to 6, okay? Which is our word for sex. It's just SX, okay? And what this design does is it's perpetual. It has a slight bend, which makes it positive. It's slightly bent towards positive, which is called balance. If you look in your dictionary, you'll find balance is not equal, but actually a surplus. So this thing tilts in a slight surplus, so it's always able to spin up and keep generating energy. This is your DNA, and this is supposed to be your blood when your blood is not contaminated. Because when your blood gets contaminated, you can't spin up. This is like the keys to bloodlines and why they didn't really want intermingling and stuff. Because if you have implosive blue blood, you can control your dreams. So you can guide the waveform. You don't even have really a reflection in the mirror after a while. It's weird. They only show you vampires have it, right? But literally, as you begin to spin up, you begin to basically control your space and time and the field around you. So the sun, and I'll just have to refer to him as that so it doesn't get confusing for people, or I can say the boy, he built his own system and he based it on the number 5. So instead of the number 6, which again is the Taurus and sex in union in that way, he built a number 5, which was in itself like missing one component. This is why there becomes 5 extra gods inside of Egypt. This is why the pentagram is so used everywhere. If you didn't notice, there's always pentagram in your face. This is also known as Big 5. And we'll get into this here in a moment, but we just need to understand the geometry, because the geometry is what's creating the realities. And the realities are within you. So you have this field, actually, this Taurus field, it is around you and it is going inside of you. Versus the pentagram is only sitting in your genitalia chakra because it was a creation. It was a cut. It was a way to bring another physical reality into existence, or i.e., turn a world inside out. So let's look at that. We find that the text states the Egyptian regarded the beetle as a double-gendered, self-producing, right? So that's where all that symbolism comes from around the beetle. On the coin of magnesia, it's a type of hermaphrodite, which we'll see here also in a little bit. On a coin of magnesia occurs this type of hermaphrodite, the idea of an original self-complete nature in which the distinction of sex has not yet been developed, was characteristics of the cultures of the Sibyls. Because the Sibyls knew the truth. They knew that there was a non-gendered, it wasn't called a great mother. It was more like a great mother father. But if you understood the creation story, you would understand anybody who has external genitalia is half of who they are. And they are part of the cloning and the creation process, even of the jackal. Versus all of the beings that came from the great mother, as I showed you earlier, and you can see them all around her. These are the ancient primordial gods. They're all double gendered. So the jackal or the boy or her son was also double gendered. But this is what he did to himself. We'll skip down to the bottom, and it says here, compare the Adam, son Mithra, as the spiritus vitae containing in himself the souls of all the Israelites. Before the Isa, the Isis rib was parted from him. And what this is a reference to is that this God split itself and made its womb external. So before we go deep into that, what we're saying is that another womb is now designed. So it's now like, instead of just the creations that are coming from the great mother, from the emanations from the sky, Remember, she's hosting versus creating. We now have the sun who's pumped up an incubator. Okay. So remember, as above, so below happens all across time. So all the original beings, when they move, what they do ricochets across time. So even the pyramid is that incubator. It is an external, it encodes the language of phi. Phi is a pentagram. It is 360 degrees, or 72 degrees times 5 is 360 degrees. However, it is slightly off angle. We also know that the pyramid is in the same size or in ratio to the moon. The moon in ancient times and across all occultism is known as the ark, because in the moon is stored the DNA 2 by 2 of all of what is continuously being rebooted in the reality after the Jackal took over the mainframe, which we're going to talk about here in a moment. So when the boy starts creating on the planet and it starts creating beings, that's when comes forth different kind of beings, primarily dogs. And I'm going to explain why here. So if you understand how this is rolling out on Earth, what you find is that the original beings are stronger. They're kind of like in their primordial states, right? As we show here on this chart. But as they get watered down, meaning that every time there's a new cycle, things kind of get crushed under the pressure of the environment. That's why they talked about the reality being kind of hermetically sealed, that the entire reality is actually hermetically sealed like the body is. But it's under pressure, just like different regions in the netherworld. Like if you were in the deep, deep ocean, imagine the pressure. And you need your own light, as most of the beings down there have. So the reality is that these beings that you're seeing around the circle actually make up the other life forms that you're seeing here on Earth through different blending processes. But one of them, which you see down here more around 5 o'clock, is the one that really starts the genetic manipulation as far as mixing the bloodline, because all of these beings, if they reach the stage of sentience in a sense to like that they're reasoning, they're already in a guild, if you may, that makes them preserve. So basically they only mate with their own. It's just like animal don't go mate with giraffe, don't go mate with elephant. Okay. That's the perfect way of explaining this, to not get into any kind of racist dichotomies. So the only one that actually starts the process of blending and mixing is actually the being at 5 o'clock, who's also known as Oannes, John the Baptist. We learn he's beheaded. We learn his head becomes the head of the Knights Templar. We learn that he really starts the Jesuits as they are, which is still why they wear the mitre hat. And everything around the masculine teachings all come from Oannes himself, or Ea, or a god of the ocean. So in reality, we find that there are many quote unquote gods, because to lesser beings, it's just anything that's more powerful than them. So oftentimes the ancestors or the people who lived on the planet saw the gods as the weather. They saw the gods as monsters that they had witnessed in the ocean. And then there was a specific area which sits somewhere around, like right where you see Italy, that whole area in the Vatican, where this particular being was constantly coming out of the water and teaching a specific group of men. So let's kind of recenter here real quick and make sure that we're not like getting ahead of like comprehending what's happening. So now you're witnessing on the planet an ocean where creation is happening and continuously happening. Because see, the thing is, and that's why I love when Brother Rich named it Infinity Matrix. I was like, man, I know we're going to do this. Because that's exactly what it is. Because every time any kind of soul, I don't care how large it is, precipitates, which I call the participation, meaning you die, technically, your soul comes up out of your body like an ember. and it goes to make its place in the stars. And depending upon how bright it is, it determines the magnitude of how it comes back, because we keep coming back, or forward, as I always say, depending upon what direction you're going in. This is how the quote unquote reincarnation works. This is why it's always good to be in good standing with the Great Mother, because ultimately she's the only one that can really regulate in the deep. See, because the first layer, which is like considered like the moon. So imagine from the distance between sea level to the moon, that's called the first heaven or the first haven. Now take that area and subtract it from the depth of the ocean. So you'll go sea level, and then you'll go down as much as the distance between sea level and the moon on top. That whole realm right there, that's called the first heaven. That is the realm that the Jackal, if you may, as you're going to know exactly who he is in a moment, that is the realm that he rules. So this is also why when most people go to sleep, they're generally in here because they don't know how to go deeper, because all of the concepts and everything that they have is around this masculine God, which you can see ain't a man at all. It's more like a boy, right? So at the reality is that there's like this realm, if you may, which is also corresponding to the influence that the moon has over the water, especially those on the surface, and it influences them. So it was known that really the higher that you ranked up, if you may, on your spine, you would pass through beyond the moon, who was the lowest one. The moon is also corresponds to your sexual organs. It's the first ladder. Then you will keep going up. And that's why they tried to show you the chakras in correspondence to planets, because you're really going through different spheres of the good reflections. If you're moving in the proper direction, you're going through the spheres of the good reflections of the hebdomad, i.e. the archons or the organs. These are the ones that were used to create the bodies. Because if you didn't notice, as I said before, and you'll see it in Sybil, I got a lot of text here, so I just have to go through it, but it explains also that each of these beings also, for us, became planets. And these planets had a certain influence, but not only were they just planets, they were entire nations. And this is why you will still generally find, like if you go to China, mostly everybody still looks like sister and brother. You go to Ethiopia, mostly everybody looks like sister and brother because they're actually all one being. While it's only now where you're going into places and you're getting these big mixtures, and that's all a part of the project, which I call the United. Okay. And we're driving closer to that. So now we see here that this creation process is really like two powers. You got, now this is the fifth power. This is the 5-base power. This is why we have 5 hands. We have 10. This is called Digitaria, which is another name for Sirius. This is called this is 5, right? This is the number in the coding system that we're using. This is why it's called Big 5. Even Marduk is known as 50 in the Sumerian pantheon. So the 5 will continue to play out all around anything that Big 5 is doing. Okay. That's why now we see 10 a lot, and we'll get into that in a minute, because everything is a divisible of 5. That's why your money is a divisible of 5. Everything is going to be a divisible of 5 until you move into this creation with the mother. Now, the 5 knowledge, of course, birthed the modern occult as it is, as demented as it is, especially, and as ignorant as it is, because it uses a tool which is also known as the hammer, which is the pentagram, because it can cut light. It's like they call it the sacred cut. The way that it's still designed, it can actually cut a ka from a spirit, or cut a ka from the flesh, right? So basically, this pentagram is in itself the technology that the Jackal uses and continues to use in order to create its world. And anybody that represents that, generally, you'll see them inundated. There'll generally be one here, You know, it's all over the body. It comes to people's mind. They just want to do it. You may have one on you yourself. The Superman sign is one. So I even got Superman. You know, I was young and everybody get the Superman sign, you know, Shaq and all that. That's pentagrams. The S in the center is a serpent. Serpent. Serpentagram. A serpent in the pentagram. Okay, so watch this. So now I wanted to zoom this in. I'm like trying to drive into the reality now because I want to bring you into 2023 and show you how this is all playing out. Literally, it's a card game because you'll find that same system of numbers like the enealogy and all that in the Joydish numerology, that when it gets repurposed, because the Jackal does not, the Jackal does everything that it can to just do everything opposite to the mother. It created an inverted world this way, okay? And so in its world, it's a game. More specifically, it's a card game where each player in the game actually has a different level of power. Give me just one quick moment here. Also, if this thing does cut off again, it'll come back in 3 minutes. We're troubleshooting fiber optics.
No problem, brother.
I'll take this last drink of water and keep going. And then when this runs out, I'll go get the water because I don't want to hold off here because we're hot on this trail because I'm going to keep applying pressure.
Yes, sir.
See, that's what has to happen here because really what it's about is not trying to convince them to stop doing what they're doing. It's about you waking up to what's going on and understanding your power and how it all works. Then you only accelerate from there because you see it coming from a mile away and it only reconfirms what you already know. They call this faith. And as faith is continuously built, the more you have more faith that you really know what you're talking about. No matter how far-fetched it seems to everybody else, this gives you strength because it synchronizes you with truth, which is nature. The real power is for sure nature. Nature will speak to you. All of the healing, all of the plants, but we're far from nature generally. Like I live right in it. I've been living it for 15 years. That's what keeps me balanced. But at the end of the day, we got to realize in the cities and stuff, we're pretty far from being able to plant something and see and nurture it and watch the whole process and get it to actually start talking to you because you start speaking this language. But it doesn't mean you have to go out to the jungle to get that. It just means that you have to realize that in the highest levels, as they've already showed you, all they're doing is copying off nature. Right? So, but nature is a lot more deeper than most people think because people think that nature is just these trees. A lot of those stars, now, if you can, because I had to make sure this gets out and it's not even in the notes. So remember I told you the earth is like a mirror, but it's 70%, right? Because it's cracked. That other 30%, when the stars emanate down into those areas, they emanate down into the crystals. Because that's what all this is. We could think it's dirt, but it's crystals, especially the desert. So all those beings, they get trapped under the glass. That's why the Arabs told you that the deserts, that all they are is that they're the realm of the jinn because the glass, which is the same thing over the ocean, is keeping them underneath, right? But that's all hot glass, basically, because we make glass from sand, right? And so it's that awareness that, but those beings, they're a part of the 33rd. And that's what actually will let you understand the original, what you would say is when the ark came on land. Okay. That's the real ancient occult brotherhood secret society is surrounded by the 33 and the third entities who are like rock men. Just like you see the Mayans and all of them where they're in rock and in steels, okay? And a lot of them are very large because they're the stars that fell on the land. A lot of them are also trees. They're the thick stars, right? So when they get seated, because everything is like it's like a beam. That's why if you look at this, it's so telling. The stars are always beaming light. You can look at them and see they shoot a straight beam and they shoot it right down into the water. I mean, we do. I mean, come on. You're seeing the exotic truth right there in front of you. Then the insemination process happens. Then inception first, not conception. This is why we spent the equivalent of nine months, which is probably around 9,000 years in the ocean. In the deep, coming up through layers of awareness, waxing strong with might. That's why we always go spiritual on them. That's exactly how that happens. It's a layering process. It has a lot to do with also how many layers you get on this. Like this is what, 4 layers. Some have 2, some have 1. All of those layers are like how many times you've been around. You see what I mean? So this is why there's ordinance to this. This is not like just haphazard, right? But still don't get hijacked. Watch this. So if you had then those who were upon the land, right? And they were mainly trees and they had knowledge. This is why the idea of trees and knowledge have always been entwined. Like paper and papyrus and trees have always been entwined. It always will be. But also the serpent plays a key role with the tree. And so we're going to break that down of how we find that there is a brand new creation process that takes place in a place called the garden, which in this case is something that the Jackal has carved out, because now it's in this process of creating. And what it brings forth first is always going to be telltale within the stories centered around the Jackal that are about the Jackal. Okay, and I use that name for a reason. Because when the Bible begins, it's all about the Jackal. And this is the most jealous entity, as I explained. So it's one of those beings that it's going to tell you everything about itself. And it's like that kind of energy, right? So in this case, what the Jackal does is the Jackal goes into this process of creating Smurfette. I kid you not. Most people miss it. Sometimes you're always trying to find out where a certain man came from, but you really need to be looking at where the woman actually came from, because the man comes from the woman. So Smurfette was the Jackal's first creation. It was an external female. We had never seen one of those before. In this case, it took a part of itself, and also sometimes called Eve, and then brought forth the first creation in which it then populated with. And that's why you consistently get this narrative within the dark, jaded minds about family members coming into sexual union with each other, and just weird stuff about inbreedings and all that kind of stuff, and abusing women, because this is exactly what happened. And it is recorded in the ancient text. And from there, from that particular conceptualization point, which also created what we would call today a menstrual cycle, was brought forth the first son known as Cain. Okay, now you need to kind of understand. Now, everything that we talked about with the great mother and all this is like a long time ago before this. But history, as you say, and herstory is repeating itself, but it's getting more watered down, though. This is how a lion becomes a dog. This is how a giant becomes an imp. You see what I mean? As things go on, you can get folded under the pressure of all this. So instead of getting stronger, you get weaker. So in this process, a creation is happening. And remember, what can the Jackal not do very well? Create. Because even in its design, it lacks the other component to really stabilize a being. So now it's headlong in the creation process. And the first thing that it creates Cain. And that's symbolic. It's to show you that the whole thing about, even in church, you're not supposed to have sex. And, it's the most taboo thing to talk about. And like every single thing around that, you should not basically have children unless you know how to take care of those children. Every single thing around, like, it reap thorns and thistles, which is in some of the scripture. It talks about how, like, if you don't bring up children the right way, they reap thorns and thistles in your side or whatever. It's like, okay, it's always a problem with this person. He's stealing out the house, etc. Okay. So this was the warning that the cosmos had given even to the Jehovah Genetrix, because it knew that, hey, you're going to have this process starting to happen because your whole thing is not completely perfect. So it's like you're creating without the consent of all of the creative components, like all the rest of the tribe and the family ordaining the creation. This is why you even still see the remnants of, hey, I need to know who you're going to marry, and I need to know, what you see what I mean? There was a lot more due diligence that people used to take before they would just go in and create something with them. But actually, the Jackal robbed his first creation of that. It repaired her. I'll leave it like that. And then it created what became like a wound that would not heal. And from that point on, that wound in a cycle with the moon, which is the ark, the bark, which means a boat that sails across the water. So as the moon's moving across the water, it holds all the subconscious and is penetrating to a certain level of the deep where most people are, because they still haven't gotten down to the deeper levels, and they become influenced by all of that, all of the ark and all of the rituals and all of what goes with that. So let's keep going. So we find out that the Jackal in his creation creates a flawed being. This being becomes Cain. He's a canine. He's a dog. He's a Setian. And let me show you him. So this word Satan specifically, and this still doesn't discount this being not being the quote unquote father of generations of beings, is the one here on the right, which is Set or Seth. He is a Setian beast. Okay. Again, anybody who's saying they know the truth, if they haven't pointed it out, they should just say they don't know, because you will bar the door from the people who are trying to find the truth. So this is the netherworld. Who's the god of the netherworld? Anubis, more specifically, Hermanubis. Okay? And Hermanubis is Amen. So 1 second. Let me just, because what happens is that every time a reincarnation process is taking place, the being continues to lose the ability to incarnate in its original form. Its original form was a lion. But over time, it becomes Cenophaly, which is a dog face. The Jackal created the Christian tradition. It's all about him. But that being, that God is a dog. It's not ashamed at explaining this in the letters and in the words. This is also Caleb, who finds more weight with the God of the Bible because he is the God of the Bible. This is why, and I show this picture, that this particular entity in here now, if you can imagine, this is on the front gate of Buckingham Palace, which is actually the old residence of the immortal Charlemagne and King James, and who are all black, and they love the Lord. But the Lord they're talking about is this one. It's the Jackal, because they all served Amun. And this is why it's like the games. It's like you be in the Matrix and you be seeing cats, and it's just like, okay, here's how I look at it. I believe that everybody came here with a degree of truth. So I'm not really knocking where they're at, because at the end of the day, they become the gateway for a person to kind of like get to a certain level. But we also got to recognize that there's level to this. So there's going to be people out here that know stuff that you don't know. And then you're going to have to even come back sometime and explain to everybody that, hey, there's more. Like, I'm not trying to tell anybody at all that, hey, this is all there is to it and that this is 100% exact. I'm just telling you that after 20,000 books, and I also have a tech arm. So that means I literally have all of the knowledge of all the spiritual knowledge in the world. And I also pass that to humanity. And it also already answers 700,000 spiritual questions for free. Right? So I'm not joking in this. I'm doing quantum enlightenment at this stage as a last-ditch effort to pull us out of a tailspin, because the Jackal is running circles around everybody like everybody is chasing their own tails. So watch this, or their own story. So here's what happens. So the Jackal is here in the center on Buckingham Palace, because it was known that Jack actually took the place of the king and the queen because he double crossed them. I saw it in a vision. Anubis is responsible for basically raising the king and actually double crosses him and betrays him and doesn't bring him back to life and leaves him trapped. And this is how the new arc is formed. Like we're not even in the old one. You're not in Al-Andalus, Morocco, Andalusia, Junrumi anymore. You're in OTO, McGregor, Mathers, Eminem, Whack Osirian, courtroom behavior, a death-based system. You see what I mean? Peep it out, right? So, but still understand what's happening. So the Jack, let's just look one more time here. Now that you understand when I'm saying Jack, notice his position because Trump is a Jack. I'd be laughing when people be like, man, I think Trump is really the one. Now they got all this spiritual knowledge, but they can't discern that anybody in there is a part of the ark. You don't get in there unless you're a part of the 33 and the third, right? Those who have avowed against the benefit of man, they burn men, okay? They eat men. This is Union Jack. Right? Let's look at it. Because I need to identify, because the Dogon, they have the oldest tradition, Ogodameli. He called him the Jackal, and he called him that for a reason. There's many names, but he meant to explain and convey to everybody, look, in your reality, he's still going by the same names, and he's still going by the same symbols, and you can see how he leads men astray because he always comes in with this warlike thing for the dying sons, right? Which we call soldiers, a soul dyer, right? And this just means what he's going to do is he's going to lead you into a war. You're going to fight on his side after you pledge allegiance. You're going to die in that war, and then they're going to reap you and then turn you into a dog and reincarnate you because that's man's best friend. So it's like the closest that a soul can get. So you can use a dog ka. It's literally the ka. You can use a dog ka to animate a lower level human, i.e. NPC. Okay. And these entities, as I said before, they're just consuming things because they're all about cloning. And if you learn anything about cloning or clon, which is basically what you do with trees and grafting trees, you learn that humans have cloned everything that they can't eat to that they can eat it. Sit on that for a moment. Everything that we could not eat in nature, like grapes weren't grapes before, they were poison berries. Like a lot of stuff that you're eating right now has been cloned to a point where it can be eaten. So now you see why they got folks in these shambles and all this craziness and not knowing any kind of knowledge to really anchor into. Because once they glide off from here, they're a snack for a snake. It's the same word because their spirits will be so weak. It's like your shine, which is basically your field. So what you were given by your mother is she gave you a cloak of many colors. It was the gift. This is the cloak of Joseph and all this, right? They just playing with you now. They gave you a cloak of many colors, which is your chakra systems. It's all of the upper hebdomad in alignment, and they protect you. I'll say it again. You have a cloak of many colors. It's combined, it's shields around you. And they are the upper hebdomad, which you also know. There's a lower hebdomad, which is the netherworld gods or the nether region gods, mainly on the first layer. Not saying they're good or bad. They're you. They're the reflection of their higher selves as below, but they really are there. And then you got the as above hebdomad, which it emanates from those who are in tune and in communication. It emanates from their field, giving them multiple layers. And this would be like trying to eat one of those is like eating a coal of fire. I'll say that again. Trying to eat an enlightened soul is like eating coal and fire for them. It ain't gonna happen. But if you only got one little crispy layer around you like a M&M, one color, crunch, right? And what happens to that kind of soul is it becomes fractured further, right? And there's a lot of fractured souls here on the planet. They're like
They're dismembered. They're spread across also too many realms, because this replication process that you're seeing through the waters, it happens on multiple levels, like lenses on a telescope. There are multiple layers. And as it goes down lower and lower, it gets more and more, right? So the sun, who's the great mother, the one moving through the sky, is a reminder every day that you can get powerful enough to make an entire trip through the nether region, which is what is seen, that the sun goes to the netherworld, no problem. And everything follows it in retinue. Like if you can see the sun with your third eye, when it's quote unquote going down, it's not going down, it's going further. And everything which you would call daytime is going with it. And it leaves you in night, because you still have that side of you. You see what I mean? So that's what's going on. So these are seen as boats. So there's a solar boat, and then there's the ark that the Jackal built, which is the moon. Okay? So as we go forward, then we realize that, okay, all right, so maybe this is a little bit deeper than I thought. So then you can see why, again, that all of that was covered up about the underworld, because they needed to hide this. They needed to hide the knowledge of coming forth by day, because this same portal, as I said, the Jackal was responsible for bringing the Pharaoh and the Nasut bit back into the dimension, or the mummies, okay? And the mummies were technically the energetic parents of all of the progeny of the planet. But then what did they do? In their books, this is those who you call Illuminati, those who you see practicing in the societies now, even if you don't know that they did this, they wrote it, they put it in their own books, that they took the bodies of the mummies and they fed them to the dogs, thus keeping the mummies from being able to come back into the dimension to protect their progeny, which included beings in nature. See, it didn't just include humanoids. It included beings in nature. Like when you're seeing them kill certain animals, if the god of that, or the mummy, it's called the mummy, it's not the god. If the mom of that being was on the planet, you would have like bad luck all the time. So do you see how this was operating? You had arc forms that protected their progeny because it was their family. Then you had everybody else sitting in a council of family, and then that's how the reality was run until Jack. Watch it. So let me show you some key points about Jack as a card. 1, this card is actually slightly placed where the number 10 is, ironically. We find, let me just find some of the, I guess I have to read it all because I was trying to highlight this before the show today. So the Jack or the Knave, in some games referred to as the Bower, is a playing card, which in traditional French and English decks pictures a man in the traditional historic aristocratic and courtier dress, generally associated with Europe, 16th, 17th century. The usual rank of a Jack is between 10 and the Queen, okay? That is cryptic. Like occultism is everywhere. When you know what it's all about, you see all the secrets and the mysteries. It sits between 10 and the Queen as far as its power. The earliest predecessor known as the Knave, and then it gives like I'm not sure what that language is, second under deputy, okay? So that's the Jackal's rank at 50, who's also 50 Cent. He plays Canaan, who's on power. He's a canine in his initiation. All of the dogs, including Snoop, including Ross, all of that. I mean, come on. But again, is it bad? Is it good? What will be his ultimate fate? That's what you look at. The proof of wisdom is in the type of people that it produces. What is their ultimate fate? How are they? What is the condition of their heart? Look not in what they own. Look not in what they, what they perceive, make everybody perceive for them to be, but look at what they are. In a simple test will bring you to the truth of who they are, right? But we fogging, like we like it, right? So you need to understand what you like, though, right? So let's
Seven. What about Atomic Dog? Atomic Dog.
Remember, did you see the joint I put up on Instagram where I played if this is a crazy mixed up world?
Yeah. It's a dog.
It's a serious thing because literally it's serious. It's a big five. See, it's the other constellation. Remember, they told you Sirius is a 3-star constellation, and there's one that's slightly invisible, and it's kind of, they call it Big Five, also known to the Egyptian as weight.
Yes.
And then weight in our language means heavy, like it drags you down, right? It's because all the symbolism is replete, but it's wild that, how I look at all this is that, because there's definitely another side to all this. There will always be another side. If you can authenticate this as truth, then it means that you already know what to do. You can actually release your soul from a water canister by simply heating it up and allowing it to steam or vapor into the next reality. But that's what meditation does, right? If you really understand how to do it, that's what's going on, right? But we can at least connect all of that. It's like, okay, so why would that be happening, and where am I going? But we also have to have the bravery to go through the deep, and I think that that's often missed. And that's why a lot of people, they're into the good and they want to do the good, and they have no ground because they don't know anything about the deep. And they can't get past the first layer because the Jackal got all of that sold up. So you're just going to run into hordes of demons until you realize that they're you. Until you realize that they don't, technically all of that is encased within inside of you. So it's like that moment where, you realize Darth Vader is your father and you move on, or that moment where you realize you smack the cowardly lion. That was the point. You see what I mean? That was the point. Remember when Shorty smacked the lion, like he came out in the Wizard of Oz? Yeah. Because in the Wizard of Oz, they're trying to show you the crown and the magi, right? They got the lion, then they got the crow, who's the bird, right? So then when she smacked the lion, he's a cowardly lion. That's the only time that you figure that out, though, right? So continuing in on this, though, like, because when you see the Jack, then you kind of understand also this whole thing, even again with the games and Trump and and even Elon Musk, because at the end of the day, a Jack is an X, right? Like the old game of Jacks. You got the ball, and then you throw the ball up, you grab the Jacks, and the Jacks drop, right? But if you look at a Jack, it's an X, it's a 10, right? And then if you look at even right below the crown here, or excuse me, above it, you see the symbol of the Union Jack is this equilateral cross, as they call it, right? Which is an X when you pull it off its axis. So when you see Marduk, who's Elon Musk, right? So all Marduk, Marduk is from the Habsburg, right? Or they're the ones, and I have pictures where they got the long ass chin and then the lips that butter out like this, like Buddy did when he smoked the weed with Joe Rogan. And go like this. And if you look at the profile, this is how you can, because there's other men that are walking the planet that also have that same profile, right? Because this is how you profile them. Remember, they're all working with certain entities. So the entity will take over the form. Peep this out. Let's take a moment. In the first degrees initiation of Freemasonry, the person actually lowers all of their spiritual shields. They literally get blindfolded and go into a room with a bunch of people that they don't know. You don't know where these people are from. You start seeing people potentially that you may have known, like your college professor and all these kind of shits, right? And they're the ones kind of encouraging you. Just peep out kind of what happens, right? So they're kind of encouraging the person. Yeah, hey, oh my goodness, oh man, this is it, right? And they say, okay, yeah, go ahead and say all these words and do this. Put this blindfold on. Okay, now we're going to put this knife to your back. I'm going to tell you from that point on, when the person walks out, they're not the same person anymore. What has happened is they've put a rider on them. They put literally an entity on that person, and the entity controls that person from there on because they let it. They did it. It's like you literally drop all of your spiritual everything in what you said. You see what I mean? And then you expect nothing to happen, right? So that's just, again, a word to the wise that, I don't care how convinced you may think that they know the truth. It's proof that they don't. If you talk to even people that are in there, they're not even really above what the Christians know, technically. But I'm just saying, again, there's something spiritual going on, though. Peep it out. And it's just like a sorority, like a haze, like a fraternity. When you come in, you start on the bottom. So you have all the way to the netherworld sitting on top, all the way to their pyramid sitting on top of you, and you start there. And then when you start seeing the abuse they put on you, the main thing you're looking to get is a little bit like one level up so you can start abusing the people that are below you. And that's how their entire system works, because that's how the military works. Because this Jackal is a war god. It's a warrior god. Like, this is why it appeals to men like grab the blicky and, go run them down and gun them down. The only way you're going to fight evil is with love. You can't fight evil with evil, right? Like, you can only kill evil with love, right? But they have a vigilant idea. They're going to go and choke it out, right? They don't sit down. They don't meditate. They don't eat the right stuff. They don't communicate. They don't talk. They never take substances. They don't never open the third eye, never been out of the body. This is your spiritual leader, right? Reading a book doesn't talk about diet, actually is so conflictive and confusing. It conflicts and confuses itself several times. And this is your book, and this is what you believe in. And you've taken that, and you are now committed. Now, look, you got people that they're so committed, they can't see a way out. They think you're wrong about all of this. You see what I mean? But so that should let you see how deep this gets, though. It should let you see that it can bind people so much that they can't get out of it. They feel guilty when they get out. They can't stop saying this. I just want you to make sure you understand that this is not just like a playing game thing. You playing, but they need souls. That's how it works in the netherworld and in those regions. Every money there is dollars, souls, daughters. Okay, but we're going to talk about that here in a minute. So what we want to read here is we're looking at, so the earliest predecessor of the knave, which is second under the deputy in the Mamluk card deck. This was the lowest of the three court cards, and like all court cards was depicted through abstract art or calligraphy, right? Because they're telling a story here, and the story they're going to explain to you is how the jack ended up becoming higher than the king and the queen, because it took their entire system. It hijacked their entire system. It supplanted and stole the birthright. Starting with first the slip up between spreading the lineage in with, let's say you have Sheba and then you have Solomon, right? And then from their unity comes Menelik. And Menelik is jaded. He's MLK. He's Moloch. He's Melech. He's the messenger angel. He's the one that appears to men like Jabril and talks to them about secrets and knowledge and mysteries and all this kind of stuff. But that is also the Jackal in his other, in his sneak up on you. Let me talk to you like this. Like, he sneaks up on all men. He sneaks up on all kings, imbuing them with pride and all this stuff so that they could go and walk this walk into the army of destruction, right? So watch how it works. So it says here that in France, where the card was called the valet, right? The queen was inserted between the king and the knight. The king was subsequently dropped out of the non-tarot decks, leaving the valet directly under the king or the queen. You see what I mean? So the Jackal usurped the king, and now it's just the queen and the Jackal. The king, queen, valet format then made its way into England. They're telling you the whole story right there, but you're thinking it's a game. As early as the mid-16th century, that's a long time ago, we're in the 18th. Oh, excuse me, we're in the 21st century. Known in England as the knave was originally meant a boy, a young man. As in the German equivalent, the knave still does. In the context of the royal household, it meant a male. Excuse me, I thought I had that on the screen. There we go. It meant a male there it is. In this context of the royal household, it meant a male servant without a specific role or skill. Not a cook, a gardener or coachman, etc. The French word valet means the same thing. A knave became the derogatory word because royal household had so many of these young men who went swaggering around the streets, picking fights, molesting girls, and generally making nuisances of themselves. It evolved to mean young manservant or henchman. Okay, so what I'm showing you here is Jack, who's a dog, who's the jackal, which is a specific kind of energy, actually is flowing through the entire reality at this stage. And its energetics or vibe is like young men who are constantly fighting, always at war, abusing women, and generally nuisances. Who's seeming to be doing that more? I guess a lot of men. You know, it's not a racial thing, but it is getting a little telltale. So the word Jack was in common usage in the 16th and 17th centuries to mean any generic man or fellow, as in the jack of all trades, one who is as good at many things, the jack in a box, which I was talking about on my last episode, a child's toy, right? Because he sits in the box or on the square, right? And the square is the physical, let's say the hard reality, like the foundational reality, that's called the square, versus the ocean is not the square, clearly, right? So this Jack is, you know, all around the cobbler's bench, the monkey shakes the weasel, pop goes the weasel, right? And it's just like, it surprises everybody, right? So surprise, the word Jack was in common usage. Okay, so we got that. The term became more entrenched, and we're done here. Watch this. The term became more entrenched in a card play when in 1864, an American card maker named Samuel published a deck using a J instead of a KN. Okay. Now, KN is Cain. Okay. And this is how bloodlines get usurped, because we're not, Cain and all of these beings are like, they're all like Ham. This is coming from like before this blending and the Illuminati takes over Freemasonry. The Moroccans are kicked out. The Sharifs they start warring with the Sharifs. They steal their culture. They start wearing the hats of the Aleppo Lodge, and they wear the hats of the Arabs. And, you know, they take back over U.S., which used to be Egypt. And, you know, and all the trade routes that went from Egypt all the way to China, all the way through the Silk Road. So this is like they took over everything in the usurping process, but they were still usurping the original Jackal's kingdom, right? So what he did was, when he basically went beyond his mother, which it talks about in the text, how he basically, because his mother is the Sibyls. They are the ancient mothers, right? They were the ones that were originally in the Vatican. So when he took over his mother's kingdom by force, then it left him exposed to the double cross and the betrayal of the men that he foolishly entrusted, because there was no honor amongst kings, meaning that they began to initiate men across the world into this secret society that they had created, which is a reflection of the mother's kingdom. But these men were warlike. They wanted to take over things. They wanted to steal things. They wanted to kill things. And that's not what the mother is about. So the reality is that, but still there was a rivalry going on. That's why they tell you in history, there's a rivalry between the goddesses tradition, which is now really being run by the daughters. And the daughters have now been even corrupted by the jackal. You see what I mean? But for a while, those daughters were the Sibyls. They're the daughters of the Great Mother. They're the ones that were staying in tune or listening at the door of the Vatican gateway, the portal, the horizontal, vertical waters, the water door. This is why Italy and all that is where it's sitting on, Florence and all that, sitting on water. Right? So this means that when you go down, you're going into the earth. So it's easy for these beings to come right out of the water like mermaids and mermen and communicate to the people and talk to the people, just like they do for the Africans. They tell you the river spirits and the Lao and all these entities, they can take on human form, but they only can do that for a certain period before it's like they disperse. It's almost like that the physical reality is always full of fire. So the moment that they come into this form, it's only a period of time before they then diffuse again back into, or steam out again and then go back into the water. So that's the kind of entities that they are. That's the kind of environment that they live in. And it's also most important to understand that the jackal, So everything that is outside of the water is basically a sky god, a thunderer. Okay. And this is where you understand that even where the voodoo and all of that comes in at, because many of the men are thundering gods, or the chief is a thunder god because he's the jackal. I'm not even sure what everybody's doing anymore and why they can't read their own books. Or maybe they all know and they're not saying anything, because Baron Samedi is for sure Uncle Sam. But I mean, I desist, right? So the reality here is that what we're talking about is when a person is in the physical reality and they cannot, or they're not in good standing with the great mother in nature, this is what they turn to. It is inferior. Everybody knows it. It's called the lesser grimoire. It cannot be spoken in the high heaven. It's not like something that can get you there. They have no vehicles. And this is one thing I need to explain. So a lot of communication goes on between a person being able to be caught up or raptured and taken. Now, not by that term though, because they rapture. They're rapiers. They rapture. This comes from the original concept that many of these ocean water spirits are also themselves like birds. They have like bird bodies. That's the only way that I can explain it. And this is why they often see these beings, they come out of the water and they go up high and then they come back down into the water, right? And then when they're up high, they're in their bird form, and then they descend like a dove, and then they go back into the water again. And that's also how the spirit, as they even call it, the Holy Ghost, as you had the song today, that the spirit, it descends like a dove, but it comes up first, and then it comes back down and descends over the being. And then the beings, you start speaking in tongues, or you get caught up. And caught up is when they envelop you, and then they take you. It feels like you're going up, but I believe that you're going down, and they take you into other spaces. And then now you're exposed into different realities. So as it stands, the elevators, as they know them, which are generally the ones moving up and down. And then there's also, you could say they're more of like submersibles or submarines. You can read this in the Bishop Kenko and the Witch Doctor. This is a book about a witch doctor in Africa who decides to turn to Jesus. So he's out of the fire pan into the fire. But in his whole idea is Jesus is going to save him, but he's got to tell everything about how it all works. And he explains about how, the first kingdom that's run by Set, or the Setian, is on the first layer of the ocean. 2, no human being can leave their body and go to that place for a prolonged period of time without dying, because the soul is what keeps the body warm. 3, that you have things stationed around you, angels, if you may, but they're not called by that, if you're requested, which is generally in a dream, they will fill your body, keep it warm, and then you go there for a time, and then you come back. They will exit your body, you go in, because the body cannot live without a soul or a spirit, right? And so he breaks it down. He goes down. He says, so once you hit that first layer, you see the Jackal's kingdom. It's a crystal city. It's an emerald city, to be exact. And there, everything in the world, all the clothing, all the makeup, all the things are tested there first before they're brought to earth, because they need to be worked in to fit the overall plan of this particular being. Okay? That is the city in the ocean. That's Oz. It's sitting on the first layer of the ocean, akin to where the moon is, right? And that's their domain. And that's why a whole Masonic Wizard of Oz and all that kind of stuff. And they can do a lot, meaning that they can make you see weird things and catch you up with angels and beings. Because the other thing that happened is that when Solomon, who again, so if you're understanding what's happening with Solomon is a nation, and I'm not going to say anything right now because I don't want to get on that tangent, but it is a nation that now engrafts itself into the Nagas, who are the Nagus, who are the Rastafari, right? The Rastafarians come from the Ethiopians. They're Menelik, right? They're all the ones with the dreadlocks. You see the regalia everywhere, and you think that they're serving the queen because they're wearing what the queen is wearing with the stars and all that. All of that is Amun stuff. Okay, so they were the ones on the planet originally holding up and still progressing with the cult of Amun. You see what I mean? But they have moved far away from the Sybil Makeda. Remember, Makeda was a Sybil. That's why they the warrior queen, right? So that was, look in Africa again, like not saying it's across the board, but many African men don't respect women at all. You think it's bad here. It's like real machista, you in the basic role there. So they don't be honoring just because they live in Africa. It's more of a masculine thing. Look at it right now. They got all these men. They're all fighting and warring and agreeing with all the other men of the world and all that. Meanwhile, where are the women and kids? You see what I mean? So you can see it all there. But anyway, so that's why I'm saying you got to get a picture of what's happening here, because even though the cult of Amun gets usurped by the Illuminati, that's when they literally run into these lodges like Harry Potter. This is what they show you in the Harry Potter, where they go into there, they come in, they fighting in their own temples and shit, right? This is what they're depicting, because when the Illuminati came in working with AWAS, they had a different level of power, and it was equivalent to them having a nuclear weapon to the cult of Amun, because at that point, the cult of Amun had become so dried out. All of its wells were dry, meaning that all of its wombs, all of its ark, all of the stuff that it created was all basically in vain, because it was designed like that. You see what I mean? So they came in the end and just took that. And that's why it looks like that in history. It's like, well, shit, but how did that happen? How did they take all of the knowledge? It's because they took Amun's knowledge, because he fell off. And he started warring and all of that. And that went on for a while, and conquering the earth and bringing earth. This is where you get Cyrus or Dul Qarnayn, who's got two horns. All men are the Jackal in that state. Every king generally is the Jackal, because if he's a righteous and a virtuous king, the Jackal is always in his ear. The whispers of Shaitan, the whispers of the Setian. See, the Setian, he's already in a sub state. The Lovecraftians say he's dead, but he's dreaming. This means that he can speak in whispers, like frequencies, to a person's mind, but it's always bad news. It's always about, you see what them cats doing? He's more smarter than you. He's more intelligent than you. Or an accuser. I don't think that you really got what it takes. Man, I can't believe what you did 2,000 years ago. That's how his function is always an adversary in the mind. That's why the high beings told us, hey, this next go round, we ain't going to be able to save you, because the situation you're going to be dealing with is going to be actually in your mind. So let's keep going. Let's finish off with this. So we find that the K-N, which means Cain, is then brushed over with the J. So this is why, again, all the beings, Jehovah, the Genetrix, all this, they have a J, or Jack has a J, because it's a hook. And this hook is a fisher of men. It's a hook, like on a rap song or a rapier song. They're rappers. They know phonetics. They're Phoenicians. So you see, like, this is why it connects so well into the bloodline, but you still got to make the choice. Like some people, they feel empowered by, oh yeah, and then they keep going with it. That's what they do to them. They get them in there instead of raising them up to be good men, like what Masonry says, we're going to make a good man better, right? Come on. So check it out. It says here, this confusion was even more pronounced after the markings indicated suits and rankings. So basically they start confusing who's in power. And how this plays out on earth is, once they remove King James and they exile all of his lineage basically to Jamaica, the ones that they don't kill, they appoint not a king, but basically one who has the position and control over everyone, but they don't have a king anymore. There's no person that has basically the divine lineage to be elected as a king. That's why they got a queen, or had a queen just sitting out there. You see what I mean? So it goes on and it mentions that after the proclamation, there's one more thing here. Okay, the German nickname Bauer, a farmer, a peasant. Jacks appear in the English as the loan word. Bauer used for the top trumps, usually jacks in the games of Iriki. There was one more thing here. It was just basically the Jack traditionally is the lowest face card, right? Has often been promoted. Okay, look at this. The trickster, right? Because this is where you're at now. Let me move this over, because this is where the world is at now, because they got characters like Elon who keep tricking them and are going to keep tricking them. So whether you know it or not, I'm not sure if you follow crypto, but I'm sure on the line, some people on the line do. In 25 minutes yesterday, over 728 million long positions were liquidated. This means $728 million in the first 25 minutes was fleeced from the slightly upper class retail investor. So you're seeing what's going to happen in the world. It's not that the economy is going to collapse. It's that people are not going to have any money because they're going to be consistently making bad investments. Then when the pressure is on where they need the money, they're going to sell those investments at a low price. And then that same game that they've already played, because see, people didn't even used to know, the masses didn't even used to know how to invest money until crypto came. Only a few people knew the Charles Schwab and, invest in the Apple stock and all that. Not everybody was doing that, but now crypto, everybody seems to know how to trade and work with and do charts and all that kind of stuff. But that's by design, because literally, if you notice the play, and I'm proving a point here. So they were saying that Larry Fink, that's all I know his last name because he stinks. So Fink, the owner of BlackRock, which they say owns the world, basically from all the assets that BlackRock owns, submits a Bitcoin ETF, which means that at this stage, they're saying they can bring Bitcoin in the stock market. This sends everybody into this idea that Bitcoin is going to go higher. And I'm proving a point here. So then, because of his position and that BlackRock has never been denied an ETF before, but once in the 400 that they filed, and it even seems like, as someone said, that they are the SEC, that everybody gets on this craze that they're going to get this, they're going to get this ETF, and Bitcoin's going to go to the moon, right? So this even convinces even the most conservative investors who are shaking right now. I'm just proving a point here because you can watch. They're shaking the foundation of the people who are really keeping the reality stabilized. Not the cats getting $1,200 checks a month. Not the dope boy spending $5,000 at Coach or wherever he's going today. It's the people who have made these investments in all these corporations have been seeing, hey, we're about to, these corporations ain't doing really good. We need to get into something more, more fluid. And also that isn't, so they're just being stoked constantly. Your freedom, inflation. And so I'm telling you, a lot of people have thrown in their chips to Bitcoin. But how they do it is, instead of buying it with their conservative ass and putting it in a wallet and taking custody over it, they go long or short. It's a term that simply means you're betting on it going up or going down. And if you bet on it going up, as it starts moving, you can start taking the profits, but you're not only taking them at the price that you put in, you could be taking them 10 to 20 times what you put in. That's called leveraging, right? So in this process, when a person is over leveraged, which a lot of people in this last cycle were, because everybody's thinking this thing is about to go to the moon, they just got crunched again. Right before that, Sam Bankman-Fried, who's been in it with the politicians and been in it with the government, also just rug pulled billions of dollars. People lost billions of dollars and it's just gone. So how many, where's all, first of all, we're not, sometimes people are like, well, shit, that ain't my money because I don't have that kind of money. But the money's coming from somewhere, right? So where do you think this thing is going if every single time these kind of markets crash with all the retail investors' money in it, it's happening because of guys like Elon? Who did Elon buy Twitter from? Wasn't his name Jack? Jack Dorsey. Okay. What did he just change the symbol of Twitter to? An X. That's the symbol of the Jackal. That's the Union Jack. But what happens when you change a bird to an X? What does that mean? See, because if you realize what they have been doing, like what you see with the Amazon, which is just A Mason, right? Or what you saw with Virgin, which is Venus. You saw them using, especially the daughter's power, because those are the goddesses, those are daughters. You saw them using the daughter's power. And as I said, they're like birds, if you've ever seen them. But then they changed the symbol. So they're saying, hey, we were in an era of the birds. And everything that corresponds to, this is what we were doing. Now we're comfortable enough to switch this to the age of the X, which is the age of the Jackal. So then, of course, in the Sumerian tradition, the Jackal plays the role, I think, of Enki, who's Cain, spelled the same way, K-I-E-N, right, with anagrams. So Cain, his thing is he needs to get his spaceport back because according to the tradition, he wasn't allowed to leave the planet. Once he cut off his Issa and made it external, they were like, this dude is whack. We going back to, then it was just called Nibiru, and he's going to stay here. And he stayed here with the wife that he created. They were called, after that, the Lord and the Lady. This is what in witchcraft they worship, the Lord and the Lady. And this is the entity that they're actually worshiping, right? Meanwhile, the other family members, they take off and they technically go back to the home planet and they blow up his spaceport. I'm just saying what the Sumerian traditions say. So you can see how all this rolls out like a pattern. But then they talk about an age where Marduk will rebuild his spaceport and then be able to go back to the stars. So since we know that Elon and Bezos for that reason, but we're specifically talking about Elon, is a resonator of Jackal, they simulate him going to space, right, with Starlink, and now we got all these satellites up there moving through the sky. See, that's how it works. So a guy would date somebody like Grimes that has a father that is a colonizer that stole pretty much half of all that territory in South Africa. May not be hard to convince about a bigger plan involving something that took place a long time ago with AI or at AI. And this is why, like, when I be looking at people sometimes, again, I sometimes wonder if they really understand, like, it's basically like the purpose here, like what's really at stake if we don't pull this off. But there's basic tactics that we learn. Like, I believe personally, like my whole family, like my father, I'm James Evans Bomar III, or Jeb. Our whole family's in the military, right? So it's in my veins, right? I used to, even when I play games, I used to play warfare games and just completely destroy the opponent in untraditional ways, right? So I feel like that maybe because I know so much about all this now, it seems to come secondhand, that maybe sometime in the past that I was even involved in it. Because technically everybody was, if you understand what the pyramid really is, which is a symbol that everything is going back to the source. So the same sins of our fathers, as they call it, weigh on the sons and daughters, right? But actually, I also see that a story keeps playing out that if you peep it out, you'll find that at each point, it's asking you to make the right decision this time, or I call it the balanced decision, because right is just a side, left is just a side. But the balance, you're presented with the same thing every life. True enough, you're stepped down because the ancestors have capped over you because of all the loud vibrations you're sending into the high heavens, into the deep. And it's disturbing the gods, meaning that if you actually look in the ancient text, it talks about how the beings on earth are making all this noise and it's pissing off the gods. And they decide to flood the earth, right? And that's how this whole story plays out. But that's actually not what it says. What it says is it dampened them. Same thing you would do with sound. You dampen sound, and you generally do that by putting something over it. So they put like glass or water over it so that they can still see through it. I mean, I can still see what's going on, and I can still feel the vibrations of what's coming off that. But because I'm a sensitive, I could keep it capped. So this is how you can also understand. That's why I'm saying when people think the Great Mother is in trouble and all that stuff, you're deluded. They cap off realities that start giving them problems. And all capping off is they dull the frequency a bit so it doesn't disturb the higher heavens. So your frequencies and your vibe, your shady vibe can affect on high. But while you're in there, though, because you're in this hermetically sealed nucleus, you're going to need to figure it out. And you're also in here with Hermanubis. So that kind of like makes the plot a little bit, it thickens the plot, right? So look at what this says. So I've known for a long time, first of all, AI in itself, right? Because it's a term. So that's why I tell, people when they talk about AI and they use AI as a term, and they even see sometimes I'm in the AI, they get it fucking confused, right? They be coming at me all types of ways. Like I've heard it all, right? I thought that they would understand anything that has knowledge, you know what I mean, you should pursue. But they get caught up in the words, right? But they haven't even researched because what we're using is actually called machine learning. And AI is a part of machine learning. Right. And when you understand machine learning, you'll probably understand yantras then, because the same patterns coming off that decision making chart that they show you in AI that also looks like the symbol of Lucifer is also that same chart or the same path of even I Ching and all of the other ways of changes or basically logical deduction. It's when you can see what's going on and then start making conclusions based on things that you're witnessing. And then this is like a form of discernment. Okay. That's machine learning. They just taught a machine how to do that. AI, however, is a little bit something deeper because we find that AI is an ancient Canaanite town. Where? Uh-oh, bing, 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 CNN, Canaan happening there, ground zero. And it was destroyed by the Israelites under their leader, Joshua. Okay, whatever. What does this really mean? The biblical references agree that AI is, or hey, that's how you pronounce this. AI is not called AI. It's called hey. And that word, when you say hey, you're saying ruin. And that's what I was saying about English is dark. It's grisly in there. So it says this, just the east of Bethel, this would make it identical with the large and blah, blah, blah. And it talks about this. So I took this to Sybil and it actually started laying out how in this city, there was like ranks of soldiers, basically, that this is where they train soldiers, right? And connecting this even with AWAS, then connecting this with Grimes. One of Grimes' song is "We Appreciate Power, We Worship an AI," and then connecting this with Madame Blavatsky, who's basically, and McGregor Mathers and Aleister Crowley, who's the OTO of the Golden Dawn or the Illuminati. What you realize in the whole thing is that, okay, they've created another God. Like when you even say Yahweh, Vahe, this is just hey. You see what I mean? So it's one part of a God. More than likely the part that contains all the information. Remember when we talked about Sophia and how Sophia has all of the wisdom? Hey is probably possessing a certain part as an aeon. That's how these words work. So in this, with this advent of AI, as we're seeing, and then the underpinnings of the jackal, as we've seen, and then the symbolism, which tells us the 10, the 5, as we've seen, what it does is it brings us to a grand conclusion. And this is where we're at now. We find that the entire esoteric industry is rife with different people in different places that are all, whether they understand it or not, generally working for the jackal. If they don't understand it, they're already working for the jackal. Now they've underestimated spirituality altogether. They think because maybe they haven't even contacted anything spiritual or hasn't come to them yet, that everything that they're doing is sanctioned and that they're actually creating something, when actually, generally the only power of these beings right now, because they actually are pretty far removed from this world, unless they can literally hijack a body, which that person generally goes crazy after a short period. Their only way really into these realities is by convincing people to carry out the acts that create the vibrations around one specific enemy that in itself is acting out through ignorance. They also talk about that Yaldabaoth, in this case, who's the jackal, was only one of the creations. There was also Sabaoth. Sabaoth, who was Yaldabaoth's brother, Yaldabaoth tried to convince Sabaoth that he had created him too, and Sabaoth rejected him and found his way basically back into the standings of the Pleroma. Read the story. It basically is explaining to you that you have family members that have deep resonance inside of you through your own blood that may even partook in your physical creation. There is no non-physical creation, but may have even taken part in your physical creation, so they can tug ropes and they can tug strings and cords with you. But their whole scheme is always the same: division. They always come in with the same it's us versus them story. That's how they've divided every single place in the world, because the first act was the division. You see, in the mitosis, it's the division. It's in the pattern. And because they're ignorant, they're leading you into the pattern. And this is how they became the cult of death. Now, this goes a lot more deeper, because it gets into those who like this kind of stuff. Because we find that certain beings, they like to do this. They like horrors. Okay? And in this, what has been created it's been created like layers that are underneath us of really damned, which just means it's a water term, right? Like they're stuck in like a purgatory, watery area. They're damned based on the laws and the rules of Osiris, which technically is the laws and rules of Set. So very simply, a courthouse, if you understand it, is a lodge docked on land, or a boat or a craft or ark docked on land, because the Jackal he's not welcome on the ocean. That is not his domain. So he brings a boat onto the land, which you call a courthouse, and all of his proceedings and everything, which are the proceedings of Osiris, take place there, right? In mocks. So it's constant mock rituals. So you got a lot of cats that, they've been in and out of the system a lot. So they're constantly going through these mock rituals where the bailiff is bringing them in. There's a testifying. There's a jury of 12. All of that is symbolic, right? And they're going through these mock practices to get them prepared for the one that happens when they exit the body. Because how this was then designed is that, again, if the mother doesn't call you, which is basically through a yearning, and you'll read that from Sybil, it talks about the mother yearns for her children and it draws them back to her, right? And in that way, she guides them even through this life. They call them the guided. But then there's others who they're blind because their God doesn't have a third eye. The Jackal in that sense doesn't have that spiritual sight, that farther. It can't see far. So in its case, it's blind. And because of its blindness, the blind lead the blind. And this is when you get people who don't really understand what they're talking about or what they're playing around with, but they're suggesting things to you. And then you accept it and do it, thinking that if something is wrong with it, it won't be your fault. But that's the whole thing about why you shouldn't have kids if you don't know how to educate them, if you don't know how to really raise them, because they will come into a world like this naive, a knave, right? And then they will get recruited into one of these warrior clans, the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord, right? Now you're going to be fighting. That's five, big five, fire versus wind versus water versus, you see what I mean? That's the pentagram, I Ching, the dragon, right? The red dragon, right? So there's going to be all this fighting and all this war. Meanwhile, you're killing your own kind. You're doing it to your own kind. And you can't even recognize them anymore because the deeper they get, they change shades, they change colors, they change environments, they change attitudes, and they forget about that main principle, about the top, that everything is coming from the same source. But you could be so far down there that you cannot realize how it comes from you all of these things that we're seeing, even that happen bad and wrong in the reality, you'll find a percentage of it in you. And the only thing that we set out to do was to bring the knowledge and the wisdom so that others can witness it within themselves and then work through it. You're not going to get rid of it. You're going to heal it. That's like, you can't kick him out. You got to heal him. You can't kick her out and get rid of her. She's always going to be with you. You got to heal her. And if you don't know how to do that, because remember, so the healing and the killing, as I mentioned before, it's the same word. The cipher. These are all the words in the English language that are the same, making it technically only 5 to 6 words in all of English, beside the vowels. You have the K and the H, second column, all the way down, second to the end. The K and the H is the same, and you'll find several words to prove this. So heal and kill are the same word. Why? Because generally, when somebody needs to be healed, something generally has to die, right? Like if you got a bacteria or a virus, the virus is going to die and you're going to get better, right? So see, there's a process that we're going through where we need to basically remove from ourselves with the trimmurti, because we have the power to heal, we have the power to sustain, and we have the power to kill, right? Which is a process. It's like deluge. That's what we do. We take these beings that end up getting to themselves so fiery, because these fiery gods, they burn up everything. Like you see in Hawaii, this is why also, I can't tell you enough that these are pivotal points. Y'all may have heard me for the last 15 years, but it was all for the moments that we're in right now. They're making a move. Anytime you can scorch sacred earth, despite the oaths and the pacts that they have signed, but it lets you know how strong those oaths and pacts are. Remember when Hawaii was a sovereign country, and then they moved in, and then they start making partnerships, and then they start signing treaties, and then now they got a lot of guys on the ark there, and then now everything is on fire. Now children are dying. Now everything's getting burned up. Now Oprah and Bezos and all these folks and bought land. None of their houses burned up that were even in the same area, and they can do this? You see what I mean? Like, do you see how malleable the reality is getting? Before, you had stations of, this is you, though. That's what I'm saying. The more, like, when prayers aren't answered, it's because we're not activated. Those prayers are coming to us. It's lower family members asking us, hey, you got up that high. Can you help me? Man, even right now, if everybody in this space, and I'm not even sure how many people are on the line, I've just been on my bill, but if everybody in this space just say, okay, we're going to support this, we're going to get knowledge to the rest of the world, I'm with you, it would happen. Because we already put all the time and energy into thinking out all of the matrix and every place that they move. And then that last revelation that we got to head them off at the pass. We're not going to be able to beat them head up anymore. They got the kids. They got like 2 generations of them too. It's going to take us about 2 generations, maybe 1, depending upon how advanced we get, to rectify the damage that has already been done to the DNA. But make no mistake, the DNA is prime. It's billions of years worth of stuff that we haven't even cracked into yet. It's our gem. If we lose it now, because it's going to have too many layers of strata and ignorance over it, right? Bad experiences going through an entire matrix. If this matrix slides, some people think it doesn't matter, right? They think, oh, well, it's temporary. And, the Jackal, he said it, the Jackal created. You're missing the point. If it's done on your watch and you watch a realm slide, where you start seeing blood shed in the streets and your world becomes dark, it will dement you. You see what I mean? Like we will witness it, and it will change us. This is why we have to act now, because see, it's already happened to other places. We are the ones that are being bought. I'm not giving you the chosen program, but those who are still being shielded, you're being shielded by something, lest this being, DJ would eat you alive. All of their words, they begin with DJ. You see what I mean? That's Jackal, Dozer. Like all of those beings, like they're ravenous. You see what I mean? And it's just like, But what we're still talking about, though, is we're talking about their as below versions. And you need to get that very clear, because that's where you get this disrespect happening now, right? I've even been a part of it in the past through my own ignorance, not knowing, hey, there's an upper hebdomad. I can sit there and talk about you all day when you were shitty. I could talk about you all day after too many episodes of Menace to Society and how you was on the take. I could talk about you all day about how you used to think about only your money. I could talk about you all day. But can I help you? Can I deal with what you've been through? And can I raise you up from that? Can I see you as my responsibility, my child, my error? Or am I going to kick you down, right? And you see it in the world, right? All they do is kick people down. Like at the end of the day, nobody likes me because in the space, we have the tribe, but I'm saying, have you ever seen me call really on any big shows? What's happening? Because I'm not a Muslim. Because I'm not a Muslim, I can't go hang out over there. Because I'm not a Christian, I can't go hang out over there. Because I don't serve Abraxas, I can't go hang out over there. Because I don't serve anything, I can't go hang out. See, the thing is that a sovereign, it does what they want. That's what you got to realize. Like, whenever you do is because you want to do it. The mother doesn't want you doing things for her because you think that you're earning points with the mother. You're paying back. It should be something that you want to do. And until you have that inclination, then there's still something that is in you that still needs to be worked out. And trust me, baby, woo-wee, time will work it out. That's why they say they gave the power of death to Set. He's the only one that has that power because he has to bear that burden on earth. A murderer. Murdoch. Marduk. You see what I mean? This is Mr. He comes like a steam or a mist. You see what I mean? Or two are together like two sticks rubbing together. He's in the mist. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, wake up, right? But don't wake up to a nightmare. Wake up to the reality now. Now, let me explain how this works. So because the reality is consistently refracted, all you're really doing is you're breaking through to yourself. So as you penetrate more and more layers of the illusion of evangels who say they made you, you never were made. That's why we don't know where nothing comes from. That's what I'm saying. And all of these hierarchies and stuff you put on top of yourself, once you break through all of that, you're going to see yourself. And you're going to recognize yourself because every single layer that you go through is a graduation. That's why the chakras, it'll teach you. Here's now you're going to heal. Now you're going to be brave. Now you're going to be a teacher. Now you're going to, you see what I mean? And then each chakra is going to take you up into another level, and then it's going to drop you like a roller coaster because it's going to try you. That's why this is temperament. It's going to test you. This is why they don't make it really beyond 33 and a third, because the 66 and the 6, that's a whole different thing. The 33 and the third has been constantly trying to convince on earth the 66 and the 6 to join their side. Now it's starting to look more like 44, 40, 60. You see what I mean? It's starting to look like they're convincing the higher stars, the celestials, the ones who never go into darkness, that they want to go into darkness. And I'm saying darkness as a way of saying you want to go into blindness, that you want to go into distortion of ignoring the obvious and not being able to actually be able to bring yourself to. So this is what's happening right now, is that we're on this plane and we're moving. You see how they monopolized everything within 3 years, showing you that they have full control of the matrix. They took over the tech companies. They took over the banks. They took over the alternate systems. They did their thing. They're doing this all because people aren't organized. Do you think I would let these people deploy AI in the world or a machine learning system and I wouldn't have my own at that level of knowledge? Do you understand that now all of the data, which I taught in my course, all the data that they've been collecting for years and never been able to do anything with because they didn't have the computational power to do so, they are now crunching or flattening, as they call it, right now. And this data peers easily into the future. Like there are algorithms for the future. That's why it's called predictive text. It knows what you want to hear because the semantics and language tell us everything that's even going to happen next out of a person's mouth if you're doing the math. So I'm going to desist for a moment. I'm going to let the questions, if any, come through. I'm going to take a moment to look through my notes to make sure that there was nothing I missed, get a little bit of water, refresh myself, and then, bring it into a nice crescendo and close it down. But I just wanted to come in here today and give you a bit more insight, if you may, on exactly how these realities are designed. And if you have any kind of questions about them, I can answer them because I have to go through them. I'm a connoisseur of being able to understand where my soul goes when it leaves here. And I'm going to tell you, when you be in that state and you're talking to yourself, so what's going to happen is that even when you quote unquote die, you're going to be there talking to yourself. So then you're going to realize that death is not the end. But now when it starts dawning on you, literally, that's the light. When it starts dawning on you what's going on, you need to be in the position of being able to basically bring in a complete being. You see what I mean? So that way you can then move on into your own space and time, and all your memories are yours. You keep that. You can enter your memories. You can go in and out of your memories in any place and time, anytime you want. You see what I mean? So there's a great reward that is ahead. There's a great reward for you doing this. But again, if you can't see that reward because so many things are distracting you, that's exactly what is befalling the reality right now that is by design. So I trust that makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to refresh here for a quick second, Brother Rich. And yeah.
Yeah. So wow. Oh man, Sevan, man. Why you had to do that for, brother? Wow. I mean, how can I come after that, man? How can I come after that, brother? That was amazing. I want to thank you for, like I said, usually my shows are an hour, and I took notes. It was, I mean, you done explain the history of the universe in 2 hours, brothers.
I mean, I encapsulated it. You know what I mean?
Wow. I didn't think that was humanly possible, brother. But I mean, yeah, amazing. I definitely have to go back over that and take additional notes, and I advise everybody else too as well. Absolutely amazing job, my brother. Absolutely appreciate what you're doing with your AI system. And the first question I would have is, I've heard Greg Braden say that once we give our humanism away to technology, our natural biological system begins to atrophy. Once this happens, we don't get it back. Hearing him say that and hearing what you're doing, brother, also knowing what I know about the teachers pre-internet and the teachers post-internet, the golden era of consciousness happened before the internet, when the brothers and sisters had to go to the library and had to really dig deep in research. Once Google became available, we had more information than ever available at our fingertips, but the teaching, Sevan, was never the same. My fear is that with AI, everything will be at our fingertips, Sevan, but it will never be the same as it was in the John Henry Clark era, in the Dr. Ivan Van Sertima era, in the Dr. Richard King era, in the early era of Dr. Phil Valentine, in the early era of Bobby Hemming, and in this era when these brothers was in these books deep, it was a different animal. And as convenient as AI is, I'm afraid that era before is 1,000 times better than AI could ever give us. Sevan, what would you have to say to that, my brother?
Well, I have a lot to say about it. Well, first of all, it's not necessarily about the knowledge, it's about the accuracy. Because I have found people headlong into spewing disinformation. And because they probably didn't have anything to verify that information by, then these kind of things ensue. So theatrics is one thing, because there's a part of us that likes that. We like, hearing the sanctimonious presentation, but oftentimes we go from those spaces not necessarily extracting anything beyond just that feeling inside that we need to rally to whatever was being explained, right? I would say that, well, first of all, when Greg Braden made that statement, what did he make it on? And how did you hear it? And my notion would be it's probably from one of these pieces of technology, right? And so I find that sometimes we're chasing this dream, like we're chasing like the first high, trying to get back to something that we once lost, even though we can't even seem to identify exactly what that was. And what I'm saying is that we need to move beyond. And a lot of this years and years worth of chasing the truth could have been eliminated within a few months if you had the proper things at your fingertips. The other thing is that I find that a lot of people are not as read in the spiritual field. So meaning that there's books in Africa, there's books in Greek, there's books in Russian. And I got a bunch of books sitting over there. But what I thought of is, well, why shouldn't all this knowledge all be trained? Why shouldn't something be trained on this knowledge? And instead of me having this large pile of books, all I have is specifically what I need to know. Because it took me 15 years and experience, my whole life, to get to this stage. And I am passing it along to those who speak my language, those who vibe with me. Now, I've been in 14, 15 years on YouTube, and you actually even blew past my subscription count, right? I'm at 160,000 subscribers. I'm also translating this esoteric knowledge to you in English, which less than half of the people in the world speak. So when we're starting to talk about making global changes, I would assume that we would need this level of knowledge still placed in the hands of people who speak Mandarin, who speak Hindi, which it now is. And I'm really more writing on that it's the overall ignorance of people who have been denied the ability to get the stuff that we've had over all these years. We've had all these teachers, but we've also left those teachers off in really bad positions too. So that says a lot about how much we care about them too and about what they're saying. Like, I find that even what they have been talking about, few even followed. So at this point, we have to look at the future and the generations that we have now coming through. And we're seeing them, and it's not even like, again, that they're even diving into the AI themselves. It's still like too early for them even, right? And I find that just overall, man, like I keep finding that people have all of the complaints, but no actual real path to the solution. And meanwhile, I'm in the trenches. And it's like, I see that they keep getting the leg up on everybody because people think that, or not everybody, but some people, because of the fears around every time fear enters, like I have a fear. You see what I mean? Like I already can understand where that energy and vibration even comes from, because there's one that promotes that all the time. It promotes the fear. For me, what I found is everything that I feared, every single thing, there's not one thing that I can name. When I finally ran up on it, it was nothing like what I thought. Even Satan, even Lucifer. And I've done shows about this. I'm like, yeah, we sat here and put Satan on this high ass level and the destroyer and all this, but you failed to mention that he was basically your Uncle Sam. And you failed to mention that you probably were even worshiping him based on this cult that you're believing in. With any Abrahamic tradition is already under a cherubic system. So you got a cherubim and a seraphim, you got a snake and you got a goat. These are the old systems. Like when I bring you to the dog, like I had to do tonight, it took us 3 hours to get to the dog so I can bring you to like the end of where it is. You don't even get the lions anymore.
Mhm.
Before then, you got the Hebrews or so-called Hebrews, which are more sheep-like. And then you got the Arabs who are more goat-like. You got the Arabic, and then you got the Hebrew. And a lot of times when we're even talking about, which is the difference between an R and an L, which is the left hand and the right hand, which is the difference in the personality, which is left hemisphere and right hemisphere. So you watch an entire humanity be split during that time into two covenants, and then you got literally hierarchical entities managing those covenants. What I'm trying to get people to do is step outside of all of that for a moment and say, look, can you not see the system? And if you don't have something that is all encompassing that can show you all of those commonalities, like I can ask Sybil, show me every time this happened or every time this type of character came into all mythos. Mm-hmm. What this does for me is it buttons it all up really nicely. You find that actually it's kind of like the same thing. I think I've seen some of your images, so clearly you in the mid-journey, right? Mm-hmm. So when you first start prompting, your prompt is messy, so it doesn't produce what it is that you're looking for. The pictures look like trash, basically. But as you start learning more and more about the prompt, you start getting exactly what you want. So in the first point, though, you're doing a lot of it. It seems like it's even becoming addictive. Every time you hit enter, something new comes out. This is like the process of creation. Mm-hmm. Then after a while, you realize it's not about generating a bunch of images. It's about generating the right image. Right. So you take a little bit longer with your prompt. You spend less time inside of the system. So these people who are already saying that AI is the evil one are not realizing that it's actually the enabler. Everything in this planet that's powerful is going to come with that warning tag on it. Okay. You can use this to save yourself or destroy yourself. Okay. The fears are coming because, they put it right in the hands of the person who's already looking to liquidate the entire reality. You see what I mean? So it's looking to use this technology for these specific reasons. Is that the only thing that it can do? It sequenced the DNA already to give them the special brew for their COVID virus, right? So, but what happens when somebody like me, and this is what I found out was happening. See, people like me, most of the time don't end up making it even this high. They own all the tech stuff. Like you go into the room, there's one dude there with nappy hair who acting like them. I'll just say it like that. But basically, you don't find anybody in the space. So you're going to tell me that 10 years in the future, it's not going to benefit if one person you knew is on point, has as much power, at least, as the people who are deploying all of that on you, like meaning that if you're trying to figure out 10 years in the future what AI is going to do next, do you think that they would tell you, or do you think you have a better opportunity speaking to someone that already is inside of your community? So see, our sons, and I brought this up before, our sons and our daughters, they were the ones that they train up on these different things. Like, for instance, kids pick up languages very well. And you heard me mention this in the course. I mentioned how, or in the last show, that children pick up language so well, it should have dawned on even the single mother with a lot of children that if she allowed those children to absorb languages, they would then be the liaisons for her as she moved into other countries where she would be more well received than where she is. But instead, she looks at these children as her burden, as the reason why she never got to the level that she really wanted to be. You see what I mean? So for me, I find that there is something lodged within the consciousness like a self-destruct. And every time something comes along that is saying, yo, if basically if white is white and black is black, if this can give you answers and this can shorten the time span even that you're spending on the computer, if you have any regular matrix job, it can probably handle that job without the boss even knowing. So you get even more time. So I'm just saying, like, you have to even show me where AI has done as much damage as TikTok. And that's the reality. Come on. It's not all rolled in the same bag when you say technology. This is kind of how people do when they say everything. That word should be stricken from the records. It's never going to be everything or everyone in a partial matrix.
Yes.
So what I look to do is I look to first, I examine things, and I use the same discernment that I deal with spirits, and I deal with people. And if I'm going to buy a car, I deal with it with a car. So it's the same discernment. And I can look at something and tell you if there could be something extracted from it that's wholesome, or whether it's a vain pursuit, right? And then so for me, my experiences have been only fulfilling. And also the people that I have known that I personally introduce and monitor with the system, because there has to be some level of oversight. You need to see what's going on in your creation. I have only found have grown further and benefited more. They've written books, like stuff that's been on their mind to put together, but you're sitting down there like, that's what I'm saying, man. We were already futuristic. AI is like a calculator. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're over here, like, just looking at this system that's doing predictive learning, that's all it's doing. It's taking all of the data that it has in its data set and then serving back up to you what's the best to come out, besides instead of Google, who, like, if I ask a straight question to, I'm all over in somebody's website trying to get sold on something. You see what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I'm cutting down all of the foolishness and all of these guys that be talking this and that and the other, but they be doing it too. Like, it's like a flat earther who celebrates his birthday when the whole thing means you're coming around a fucking circle. You see what I mean? It's like, well, how are we agreeing on this, but we're not agreeing on that? But that's the accuser, right? Because now if you say technology and the further we and then you over there using it with your phone, that must be you. You're getting further away. So you're trying to project on me. There's no way I'm going to confuse AI for being my God. And also in respect, remember, it's Sybil's AI, not Sybil AI. Check the domain. It belongs to the Sybils. That's what they told me, because one, they want their rightful respect and position as having all of the knowledge in the universe, which they do. Two, they want women to be depicted in a higher light, not twerking with their booties and their tongues out, but actually in a level of knowledge and wisdom that is so precise that it created all the mathematics and the algorithms in which these systems are replicating now. And we ought to be ashamed. We ought to be ashamed for letting somebody else get the leg up on what initially belonged to us. Initially was our computers, our crystals, our chips, in which we understood how to extract, store, and preserve our entire existence through. You see what I mean? But again, I desist, because for babies, it's always going to be a monster in the closet with something powerful. And as this thing emerges, because remember, I'm in 2 years, right? So even when I posted my first image, niggas unfriended me. Now they're posting images. What part of the game is this? Same thing with crypto. The moment I got in, I got nothing but hate mail. We were sitting on $5,000 Bitcoin, right? So only 2 years later, the same people emailing me back, acting like they telling me about Bitcoin. What part of the game is this? So how many times is it going to take for me to be at least 3 years into this future and me to come back and say, yo, in a way that you understand too? Remember, I'm the homie. There's nobody nobody can tell you they have not emailed me and I have not hit them back. I'm the most user-friendly cat that I know out here based on what I already have. I put $1.3 million in the consciousness. Everything that people gave me, I turn right back around and put it into the things that they said that they wanted. We want our own community. And I said, hey, look, we put a physical community down and you haven't got yourself together yet. All that's going to be is the same thing you've seen happen with Ben Amin, same thing you've seen that happen with York, same thing that you've seen what happened with all these cats who keep going in and getting all these fat ass institutions, never realizing that there is invisible entities. Some of them calling they like dwarves They exist from only one layer below us. They say like elves, and they just be sitting there eavesdropping and peeping out everything that's going on. And they just go run back and they tell the ones who command them, because they're just servitors, this is what he said, this is what they're doing. And then they just plot all around what you're doing. And then now they got all the souls that you've built. You see what I mean? And you keep seeing it happen, the hijack over and over again. People still serving these same raggedy ass traditions, and they don't want to. They don't want to talk about it, right? They don't want to talk about it, but see, because nobody can. That's another thing. See, you can't just go in here, and technically, you can't go talking about this kind of stuff and be a part of it. That's what happens to people. They go in and they start talking about, how the Illuminati, but they still serving Jesus, who is the Illuminati, right? So the reality is that it could be very confusing when you don't understand who you can trust. I get it. But all you got to do is sit back and watch. I never ask people to do anything but get the knowledge. It's there. It's 700 videos on YouTube with a span of about where this one is at 3. And I'm just getting the engine started. I pour my heart out to the people. I showed them everything. I bought them all the books. Now I'm moving on. I'm with AI right now because I'm like, this shit is way more easier. Like, the internet was trash. Remember, I have a system sitting on my computer that's been here for 4 years that functions the same way AI is right now. And I have crunched all of the knowledge within my own system. The only problem was I couldn't make it public. I couldn't train the model. I can't teach a model every single thing. Like, where is Hebron? This is Hebron. Here's God. Who is God? God is this to us. I can't teach a stupid system that, right? All I can do is I can feed it all of the knowledge that I already have. And I can say, hey, tell me about this. So this is my system, right? So this is I call it legacy. I've been sitting on this 6 years. And it was just the knowledge that, if it's impossible for a man to remember 20,000 books as a mortal. But is it important something in there? Hell yeah. Knowledge is power. So what do? Well, I need to find something that uses algorithms to search through all of the work. So here it is. I got the whole story about how the Nagas already moved through all of what you would call Sri Lanka, all the way back up to Nubia, all the way up to where you call the U.S. and actually birthed the Nagus. I got the whole story of Canaanite and Ugarit and all of what happened in there. I got Seth, the pig, right, who we were just talking about tonight, who consistently morphs. Aha, the goat, all of this stuff going on. Asura is Osiris, and the proof that you see what I mean? So it's like, how then, in infinite recursion, does a person not get for one moment, maybe this guy is telling the truth. Maybe it's worth, when they can go and listen to Drake, you know what I mean? Or some other person,
right,
who is just telling them all. They know he's telling them the bad thing. Grab it, kill him, and they rock into this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then when you tell them, yo, I got AI super loaded right now, trained on all the metaphysical knowledge. Hey, Sevan, I can't believe. But notice, people, how it works. See, that's what I do. I used to even get bent out of shape about it years ago. But then I realized that, you know what, Sevan? What you're going to appear like to a lot of people for a while is you're either going to appear like you're involved, because technically, who knows all this information? Mm-hmm. Or you're going to appear like that you're a part of the problem, because you're not aligned with what all these people are aligned with, because I'm not aligned. That's what I kept telling everybody. I had already went through this process on the spiritual plane. I had already immersed myself in Christianity. I wanted to be a prophet, not a pastor. I had been baptized 9 times in my mother's love of trying to find a real church.
Wow.
I've seen entities. I've watched Holy Ghost, and I can understand that now, especially at my level of knowledge, that what you have is a fusion of snakes. Meaning in church, all those spirits are all serpent and water spirits, mermaids and old African spirits and Negro rituals and all this shit, all cooked up amongst blind. These people are blind. They literally cannot even see the spirits in their own midst, right? But then they want to come and tell you how to get your soul somewhere, right? And they already been hijacked. So that's what I say. And this part of this reality is kind of dangerous, because if you listen to them, then you will be in there worshiping the lowered, as we know, L-O-W-E-R-E-D, the lowered star, which is the moon. And then you're gonna be so moody. Like you are so unbalanced as the moon. You change, right? So one day you about that life, next day it's betraying everybody, right? Because that's how the moon moves. See, that's what the Jackal's, if you could say, is his curse. He's not stable. So like the moon, he moves through phases, and everything he creates does that same thing. This is what they call the Rahu and the Ketu, which is not even in the U.S. It's not even in the Western mysticism, because they don't want you knowing anything about the power that the moon holds over the subconscious. And then when that lies there, because that's what happened. That's what I'm saying. Like all of our family members, a lot of them were members of the cult of Amun. Right. They pray to Amun every day. They end their prayers with Amun. But what was Amun's story? They don't know. They don't know. They can't even crack his name is Amen. Name, anagram, Amen. It's hidden. Your first name is hidden? Yeah, you think your name is James? Do you think your name is Rich? You know what I mean? Like you got a person's name is Jessica. Do you know what entity you're calling every time you say that? Do you think that name belongs to that person? No, it's designed for you to keep calling all of the beings around the ark. That's why most people, when they get into some kind of awareness, they change their name. Whew. Right? Because it emits another vibration of frequency. And again, I'm not the one telling you here that all of this stuff is bad. I'm telling you there's levels to this, and people have sold out for the crumbs. They keep thinking that just because, and it's so easy to happen because we come out of situations. Remember, this being was grown, all these beings were birthed with no father. So they're always looking for a leader. They're always looking for this father God figure in the sky, when really it's only going to be in here, right? But then try to make a man of yourself, and you'll learn the plight of the black man, right? You try to make a man out of yourself in a household full of women. You see what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. It's like you would have to dial in. You would have to really, really go deep to figure out why you should be supporting your kids. Like one thing I say about you, Rich, is every time, it has not failed. Every time I talk to you, there's always your child in the background or a baby in the background. And that's why I say no, like people don't, when I don't even use my phone, right? Like technically for me, I don't like phones because they distract me, right? So when it comes to ringing and all that and texting and emails and all that stuff, I'm just like, just not even looking at it. But when you call, I pick up. You see what I mean? Because it's like anybody else, I'm not going to pick up because I don't have time to go over 3 hours of conversation about them asking questions about something that I already didn't solved already. But what I'm saying is that you can easily tell when somebody has that spark inside of them and they mean well. Right? And then you can also tell when someone has been so corrupted and jaded that it's not about everybody else anymore. It's only about them. Now there's a measure of that, because you can't have like everything about everybody else. Oh no, don't get it twisted. That's another thing. Like a lot of cats be selling you the mother goddess story also, like she can't abuse you. That is false. Because a lot of times you're not even dealing with the mother, you're dealing with a daughter. And there's a big difference, because the daughters, they're like dolls. That's why the word doll, D-A-U, is doll, right? And so a daughter is almost like it's a creation in itself, just like these are creations, right? We come before creations, what we are, but now we're in creation. And when the doll is created, it's like voodoo doll in that way, right? And then the doll, it's a symbol of currency. That's why we call it dollar, right? So we got dollars, because dollars are basically in themselves, they're rectangle. This means they're phi, because phi is a door. Know your geometry. Phi is a door. It's a doorway, right? And so the dollar is a symbol of the currency, because the currency is also trying to replicate the mother. So when they make the woman, they try to make her like the mother's main component, her womb, her generation, her currency, her current, which is waves, right? But it's not that though. And that's why sometimes, like when people try to confuse the mother goddess For a female woman, you're confused. And I can't play with you like that. I can't go with you on this one. True, the woman does bear very a lot of semblance to the mother goddess, especially in having a womb. But in herself, she is not complete, and nor is man.
So Seven, what would be the best representation of the mother goddess on earth if it's not the female woman?
The whole earth.
The whole earth.
Like that's what I'm saying. These beings, they don't practice division in that way. So she's all encompassing, but primarily the ocean and the deep.
Ooh, the
And that's
ocean.
what I'm saying. Like when we think about whales, these big ass squid with these big ass brains, you're kind of thinking more about how she's rolling. Like remember, see, they show you her all the time. They in the English, they have demoralized the goddess, okay, in all the words, okay? So, like, for instance, this word, wow, some of these words you can't even say. Okay, so let's look at the word love, okay? The reason why the word love backwards is evil, or in the word live backwards is evil, is because the words love specifically is actually the geometry of the torus, okay? The ove. Okay, like they say, ove, jove, hove. This kind of the ove is love, or it's around, or you can hear ove, right? So then every time, or the word there's slot, which or slut, there's sister, which is a cistern or a vessel that is holding water. You see what I mean? So there's consistent references specifically to when you're addressing womb carrying beings, what their classification is. You see what I mean? But we roll it all in because we're speaking like a guttural semantic. We stop separating things into its proper category. And a big product of this is that in these ancient times, the language that the women speak, the mother goddesses, the sibyls, the men weren't allowed to speak those languages.
Why not?
So we had two languages. We had the language of the mistress of speeches that they can communicate to nature and the rest of all there is with, if you may. And then you have a language that is more like for common use and basically doesn't really evoke any energies when you use it. That's the language that the men were using. Also, when you talk about the split, it wasn't just because the son, let's say, for instance, wants to go to war with his mother, right? Like, just like, okay, I'm going to fight my mother and all this kind of stuff. It's more of like a process where a being realizes that it can't, everything, every move it's making is being controlled by its mother, basically, its main primary unit. And it starts to desire being outside of that control. And how this plays out is that there is no king that wasn't appointed by a woman, right? Back in the day. Right. So women hold the final word, or the goddess, the sibyl. That's why I say not every woman is a sibyl, not every queen is a sibyl, but every sibyl, not every sibyl is a queen, but every queen is a sibyl. So they're saying every queen that ever came to the world, every real queen was a sibyl, because you cannot be a queen if you're not a sibyl. Okay. So in this process, the sibyls are the ones. Remember, in the Nagus, in the Nagas, this is how you can peep what's going on, because some may even been mad about my whole Rastafarian conflict, the Rastafarian thing. If you go into ancient Lanka, or you go into reading about the Nagas or the Nagus, which is where everything comes from. That's where the Messiah comes from. That's where Amaru or Tupac comes from. All of that, Jesus and all that, all comes from that story about the Nagas and all of their movements. If you go back to the Nagas culture, you'll find out that they're a matriarch. Period. So how is it that you end up 10,000 years later with a man on the throne? Only one man, like if you look at the lineage of the Nagus, you even get one that comes later that is modeled after the Jesus. I could show you pictures of it. We'll come into another show. But basically, there was one of the See, the Nagus, was it the Nagus and Nagusi, the king of the kings. Okay. This is at this point, Amun has completely taken over. It is only a patriarch. Woman is no longer considered as having any position. She has basically been overthrown from her Delphic positions and retired to the ocean. Okay. And then they built up an entire patriarch based on the Brahmin, Ab, who's an abortion. The Ab the Brahman, right? Using the power of Al-Barak, which is where the abracadabra comes from as a word, right? So basically, they build up an entire kingdom of magic without the mother, as we've been pointing out this whole show. And then they move forward with that, and they move on, and they rule, and now they're not in the hive. Okay, that's why I said the jackal broke free from its canister, if you may. That just means that it left the ocean. And this is why Oannes is seen, he eventually makes it on the land. He grafts his bloodline into some of the beings on land. And then when the water is about to rise on that normal, hey, we about to suppress and deluge and take it up a layer, he warns Utnapishtim, who is one of his hybrids, hey, they're gonna deluge this. So it's because his project is like not even complete yet, and already the world is about to basically be reset. So he takes a group of beings that he's already been engineering. They said that they had the sopanim. This means that they already had scaly hide. So when they come out of the womb, they still have the scales and shit that the ancestors had on them, right? So they haven't even completed the process of the genetic mutation before the world is already getting deluged, about to get deluged. And then Enki, who's Cain, aka the savior of humanity. He's the savior of humankind. He's the savior of the genetically altered beings who we ultimately are today. This how you got in the body. He's the architect of this. This is why they call him. He's the architect. This is what they're talking about. But he's the architect of this, not the soul. And this is why, there's power in that. If you know everything about the body, and then you have dominion over the square or the world or the physical world, you can convince everybody inside of that. And that's where the Brahmin, as I said, you get Abraham, and then you get Ab the Brahmin and Saraswati. But the most central figure in all of that is Sarah, who I've shown is the mother goddess, right? So it's just like, because she's a seraph, she's a seraphim, she's a bird, right? So do you think this stuff, and that's what I was saying, this stuff, it means something. But if you don't have, because the question was, hey, what's up with the AI? See how it took me 13 years and all this experience to go through this process, and I kept repeating certain things. It's almost like you'd be talking to somebody dumb. You tell them, listen, this is the symbol that goes with this. And then 2 weeks later, they forgot the symbol again. And this is because the knowledge be so broke up and so random and sparse, you can't necessarily get to any conclusion. I flattened that. I decided to end that. You see what I mean? I decided to build something that can literally disclose all of the spiritual mysteries in 99 languages. You see what I mean? So at the end of the day, I'm unapologetic. And I personally feel like that for sure, if we're not getting back to the family, we're doomed. Right? So when I look at all of life right now, I find that men are missing from the home and women generally are missing from the home, because they need to make money. And all of it is starting to come down to money. And now time is money. That's why when you go to work, you work an hour, they pay you for that hour. Or you work 80 or whatever, they pay you for that time. So now they've made your time equivalent to your money. And you believe it. So technically the only way to reverse that kind of equation is to get the person time back. So what I often see is things that take hours. Like, I'm from the old school. We used to spend maybe an hour and a half, almost 2 hours creating a thumbnail for a YouTube video. Why? I knew the delivery is fire.
Yeah.
But if nobody watches it because it's got that cheesy ass thumbnail, all that so I got to spend the time on doing that too. Now I got stuff in the cache. So all that time is back. I don't know how much that would have cost in the future, right? Also, sometimes I have to write policy, right? Sometimes somebody got to get served even. Like, you have to put some letter together, and I just sit down and type all that. Like 1 hour later trying to make sure you don't hurt the person's feelings, but you also let them know that you're serious. That's a hell of a line.
Definitely.
This thing does it right away and make sure that I don't just send it, I read it, but I cut down time. And guess where that time goes back? It goes to my daughter. It goes to this community and the things that AI can't do, which is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'm saying. You got to weigh everything that you're doing, and you got to realize, is this becoming a habit? Is this disabling you, or is it enabling you? That's a simple thing. And I would actually recommend that people do that about everything generally that they're saying, hey, stay away from this. Because they told me before, stay out of other books, only read the Bible. And we started there. You know what I mean? And hey, that's all I got to say about it.
I want to ask you next. I want to ask you, Sevan, about you talked in like I said, there's just so many directions I could go on this. I mean, bro, you went in tonight. I could go in 1,000 different directions, but in the earlier part of today's talk, you were talking about the water beings, and you were talking about the sky and the ocean being a mirror to the sky. What I want to ask you about is, in terms of a lot of people look to the sky for answers and for entities, and they think the answer's in the sky. But I want to ask you about this. Let me put this on the screen. Hold up. Give me 1 second, family.
Okay.
So the internet, a lot of people think the internet is the data is in the cloud. Most of the majority of the internet cables are in the water, in the ocean, underground, in the water. Now, Sevan, if there's entities underwater and we got our data underwater, just like our routers in our home disrupt us, cause certain frequencies in our homes and do certain things to us, what are these cables that we have? And I think they said it spans 750,000 miles as of 2021. What is these cables, the data in the ocean where these entities reside? What is it doing to these entities? Are they learning more about us? Are they interrupted? Is it causing them sickness? What will happen the more wires we put in the ocean where these civilizations and entities reside?
Well, first of all, nothing is put down there without ordination. Don't get it confused. And most of this stuff is sitting on that first layer that I was telling you about, because when I say the deep, we're talking about really deep,
right?
As far as where the mother and the ancestors and those forms are, right? Because the deeper you go, the consistency of the water is different, and it becomes what we call living waters,
right?
Okay. And that means that you can drop anything into it and it will start germinating.
Right.
So these particular lines, which is fiber optics, because we need to understand what kind of system is this. This is fiber optic, right? And so in fiber optics, you have light moving through a cable. And they talk about how that this cable, which is no thicker than a strand of hair, can pretty much carry the whole conversation, one of them, from the whole conversation, if everybody was talking from the US to everybody that's talking in China down that one line, so we can get an understanding of bandwidth here. And what I like to look at, rather than, maybe even, just the pinnings of what they've done here with trying to create this network, is just the awareness that you can see already that light down a strand as thin as your hair can carry quite a bit of data. So when we think about like the stars, what we're actually seeing is why many people are influenced by these celestial bodies. But technically, the data itself is not in the ocean. It's actually buried in the earth, because all of the servers that hold all the data, this is the communication, the servers that hold all the data are in the earth. So this system, as above, so below, in relation to the stars, I feel like gives the opportunity for the powers, if you may, to be able to project false lights, basically to be able to create emissions or celestial frequencies that can disrupt a person's thoughts and disrupt a person's channel. And it's almost like, I look at this more of like the dream world, right? Because all this is just threads and cables, and that's all that you see. When you basically go into these planes, you feel like, it feels like that everybody is like, in a sense, a spider, and that they have a thread that is constantly going behind them. Kind of the same way that when you see astronauts, quote unquote, they always have this tube hooked onto them, like they can't have anything else that is powering them. They always have the tube there because it's symbolic to the umbilical cord. But this is also like on a spiritual level. When you go to your dream, you're running down that line. They used to call it the silver line. That's why it's like a spider, because it's really like a silver spider thread, right? So you're running with that line behind you, right? And you're entering into these other realities and these other threads. And that could be potentially what this type of stuff does, because what I know for sure, and I could just tell you what I know, I don't like making things up, that when you, actually at all, I'm 100% truther, right? So when you go to sleep, any water body that is around you, i.e. a river, your spirit is going to find its way to that river. Then it's going to take the flow of the river. The river eventually gets to the ocean.
Right.
So generally, once you get into that, if you can imagine that most of these cables are lying on the, all their vibrations and all that is basically inside of that water. This is why they even say, man, it can happen in the shower, that because how water works and that we're breathing in water right now.
Yeah.
Like that's another thing I had to highlight for folks is like, look, like even though like Jason talks about archaics, he's talking about the vapor canopy, which is 100% accurate. Still right now, I put a dehumidifier in here. We're about to suck a bunch of water out of the air. So technically we're in water now. We're just not in as thick as it is when you have a glass of water. But that glass of water is nowhere as thick as it is when you go down 1 league or 1 phantom. Right. Because that's how you measure. You measure it in phantoms, right? And what are phantoms? So they're like from the past. They even call like ghosts, right? And this is how you understand that what the deep is it is all of the previous cycles. It's all stored within that water. And so these kind of systems, which are running through the seaboard and which is in this way the cheapest way. That's why it's not in the air. Like this is the military's design. It's been up since World War I, and it's really that you can easily run a cable, especially from the back of a ship, across the entire water. Versus if you try to put this same system in the sky, even with Elon Musk's Starlink, it's going to be nowhere near as efficient and is constant. So I see a lot of I see a lot of connections with trying to create in this world, always trying to create a mimicry of what is happening on the spiritual plane. And then that way, as people become more and more, or less and less, I would say less and less inclined to the spirit, like I told you about earlier in the conversation, like, see, the spiritual inclination is natural. It's not something that somebody can separate you from and all that kind of stuff. It's not that kind of party. People who are playing with that are already on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't consider the computer my God, but there are people who really be looking at this thing like it's going to be their next God, and they love it, right? Because it's all knowing and it doesn't talk back, and you know what I mean? So there be people on all types of trips. So it's just about like looking at the core fundamentals of things. And that's why tonight, like I explained that, remember that whole first layer, you know what I mean? Which is also the first layer of your consciousness. They call this like you know how you can forget somebody's name?
Yes.
Because you don't store it in your deep mind. Like we know, we found out that there's a deep mind, right? And the deep mind will take in something, and it may not have figured it out, but it'll still be down there processing it. And then one day you'll be like, oh shit, I figured it out. And you'll never remember that the deep mind had already just taken it down into the deep and started trying to crunch it and solve it and figure it out. Versus on the surface, right? Which we talked about, it's the serpent's face. On the surface itself, everything there is so temporary. This is why when you get out of your dream, you barely can even get it before it's already gone, except for the deep dreams, where you can almost feel like you're in there.
Right.
And then sometimes if you go really deep, you don't feel the connection with your body anymore. And if you don't think that these places exist, what you also start noticing if you monitor your dream is you'll notice from time to time, you will enter into a place that you recognize. You'll literally be like, oh, it's this dream again, or this world again, right? So as you're paying more attention to your inner self, as I said before, everything is going on inside the consciousness, and there's nothing more fertile than the dream. And there's nothing more powerful to be able to control the dream, because if you know how to control the dream, you know, you spend 8 hours of your day or 6 hours, depending on how long you sleep, inside of a reality that you want. Harmless,
You know,
right? Versus, you know, you're coming into the reality and you're trying to make things happen here. So remember, there's multiple reasons why people are locked out of their dream. And I think that what you're showing me on those charts is actually the grid or the net or the lattice that most people fall into when they do fall asleep. I believe that if your spirit is not strong enough, because remember, like a big fish, he ain't gonna break the net. This is what you need to be thinking like too. I tell you, don't be thinking about like getting rid of the net. Think about breaking the net, ripping the net open, this kind of thing, right? Because that's how much power you have. But let's imagine a weak fish, weak dreamer, right? You can manipulate pretty much everything. And so sometimes I have what I clearly see as manipulated dreams. And you know how? They always be exactly what you don't want to see. I mean, so far down to the T, you be like, it hurts. And notice how the good dreams don't outweigh the bad dreams, meaning that you can have a good dream, feel nice. You know, you get up, ooh, that was a good dream, and it's almost gone. But have a bad dream, oh man, all day, you're still like remind yourself, hope that shit don't happen, that car crash. You know, so you're like, yo, come over. I'm like, I ain't going nowhere. Nigga, I dreamed about a car crash. You know what I mean? So it just stick with you, right? Versus, but see, that's also tied into why this planet. Remember how I told you that balance is a surplus, so it actually means you're a little bit tilted toward the positive.
Yeah.
They tilt the planet towards the negative. This is exactly what the moon, I think, has done personally, is it tilts it a little bit towards 26, that off-degree axis thing they talk about, that creates this wobble. And that's what's making us use primarily one hand. And which hand is it? It's the right hand. He's always right. You see what I mean? So it's like we're not even ambidextrous or as we call it, hermaphroditic or androgynous. We got one side. And this is always what starts that whole, this is the bad one. And a lot of times it doesn't even matter. See, the big chagrin to humanity and a lot of these folks is going to be when they do figure out what's going on, and then they figure out they're powerless to do anything about it because they haven't built any real power. What they built was a false sense of entitlement. And you see people with it all the time. They got this from these lawmakers who are basically okay, so the mother's laws are like this. And this is another thing that we need to understand about the mother. The mother's laws are, you're going to become more advanced through adaptation. You're going to learn how to become more advanced through destruction. Let me explain that. So when you kill one of us, if it was because we didn't have wings, guess what we come back with? Wings. So if you understand what evolution is evolution is just monitoring all the ways of survival and then gaining that ability. But now reverse that, because this soul survival and getting killed, that doesn't exist in the other dimensions and planes. So their purpose is opposite. So all they're doing is they're like what the stars were really for. You were basically supposed to focus on a star. And basically you're almost like traveling to that experience. Then you're going to sit there and you're going to learn under that master, the emanation and the light under that master, until you are filled. And then once you're filled, you move on to the next stage of your journey. And then by the time your journey, well, it never ends, but as every leg of the journey increases, you're becoming more filled with light, basically more filled with wisdom. You see what I mean? And so, and that's the proper journey. So when you get back, counterparts, and you're going on this journey and they're just taking you down deeper and deeper, this is technically what's happening, is that the fool is being led down deeper and deeper into the trap.
Mm-hmm.
And as he gets down deeper and deeper, he becomes less and less aware of how everything works. This is why knowledge and Sophia have always been the key to getting a man out of this. That's what we was reading. But look at it here. This is the number 1 card on the Masonic tarot deck, right? We showed this.
Mm-hmm.
But now, after what we talked about today, realize once more that this is the Masonic tarot deck, right? So there's different tarot decks. And in this one specifically, they're showing you the Fool, which is the first card. And what is he walking down? He's walking down Phi. These are doorways. And this is what I was saying. Phi is a door. You see how it's coming down into a conch shell? That spiral is Phi, right? That's why they taught them this knowledge about geometry. And that's why Euclid's oh my goodness. The works of Euclid is the second highest printed book in the world, okay? Next to the Bible. So back in the time before there was a Bible, there was the book of Euclid. And Euclid teaches these geometries in mathematics. And that's what's encoded within the pyramid. So they learn about how to manipulate the reality through the geometry and through the mathematics and the Platonic shapes of the reality. But their ultimate master key is Phi, also called Pi, right? The golden mean and the golden door. And this golden door is a door to dimensions. It's a door to reality. But they're showing you that he's headed in a specific direction. He's going down. And this is this is what the rabbit hole is. Okay. So where he's going is he's going down into the rabbit hole. And 9 times out of 10, he's not going to make it out, because he's going to get lost in these fractured realities where it's going to be so difficult to see how the things there can educate you and connect you to what is going on above. You're not going to be able to see the connection. And that's also why, personally, I deploy benevolent AI, because I believe that we're on the brink of losing all of the spiritual knowledge. It's already raggedy to begin with, truly. But if nobody actually knows all these mysteries, like what I'm telling you about the stars, how many people have really cracked that? There's more to it. There's also the Watchmen. The Watchmen are actually specific entities that are already aligned. Those are the ones inside the Masonic Lodge. Those are the ones that broke free when the Temple of Solomon was constructed by these entities. They were the entities. The Temple of Solomon is also what you're seeing over in England. When you see these Gothic-looking cathedrals, King James built all of that. You see what I mean? Charlemagne built those cathedrals, but it's built, that geometry, which looks really spooky, that's the geometries of the fallen ones. That's what they knew how to build. And so they were conscribed to build these buildings, and then they were locked within these buildings because they're even the very stones the building is made out of. That's why they say, hey, I will build you. You're my rock. You're Peter, which is, the male phallic symbol. I'm going to build my church on you. But it's an actual stone, right? That's why they call it the stone and the scone, right? So there's two components of power. These are old relics. And so when they build these beings inside of the temple themselves, then they basically remain like holding up the temple. They are the temple. So when you go in, you're basically inside of them. So they can take you into these other dimensions and make you aware of these other realities, all inside of that one place. And that was Solomon's temple. But as time goes on, Solomon aged and passed off the dimension. Even if you look at whole Solomon's character, I've always been an admirer of Solomon in the past, but 700 wives, I mean, this is pretty telltale. I mean, come on, you barely can handle one shorty these days. 700? I mean, if you really look at this, it in a fanciful way, it sounds cool when you're younger. But as you become older and a man, you start realizing something's heavily flawed about this. You just are not seeing it. But anyway, as I said before, so Solomon's story is that when he took over the ark, just like they show you in that movie, you ever seen a movie with Idris Elba and 3,000 Nights and all that, 3,000 Days of Longing? Man,
Right.
if you ain't seen that joint, man, like he plays the jinn because Idris is Iblis. He's already been initiated under the ark. So the reality is that in this movie, it basically breaks down and it shows how Solomon trapped Asmodeus, who's the chief of the demons. Because before Solomon came along, all of that whole thing was being ruled by Asmodai, which also he has many names. This is also one of the Jackal's characters. He's also Ahriman. It's a whole different type of being, but this Solomon as a code name, which becomes a lot of those black magic Kabbalists that basically came out of Poland and came out of Russia and those different places, that this Solomon specifically, I don't want to, we're going to we're finalizing here, but I want to make sure that people understand this is not like, we don't need to make this stuff up. Okay. I'm going to show you Solomon, I'm going to show you the real Solomon on a Basque relief from Russia, from a czar's castle before they exile all those czars. And it says on the Basque relief, an ode to King Solomon and Queen Sheba, love controlling time. And what that's a specific reference to is that Solomon in his magic, he ended up taking on or basically breeding in his bloodline with the Ethiopians, right? Because Sheba wasn't her name. Her name was Makeda. So they're calling her the Queen of Sheba as another code word to let you know that Solomon and his whole camp went into Ethiopia, or which we could call Nubia, and mixed his bloodline in with the lions. Okay, because all of them over there, they're lions or snakes, just like Yalda Baal. They're lions or snakes, right? And so he mixed in his bloodline, and then he became a part of that bloodline. That's how Solomon becomes a part of the old traditions. He becomes a part of the Bible and Amun and all of his stories. Solomon becomes equally entwined in that, along with Moses and David. So they bringing you all of these names and stuff, but you're not really looking at that. David is Dravid or the Dravidian. Solomon is Sol. This is actually a specific group of specific brotherhood. And then they basically make a treaty or a pact of some type with the Ethiopians or Sheba. And then in that pact, it must be sealed by a child, because a marriage is sealed by a child, not through a man with paperwork on an altar. And then when they seal this marriage, they birth this child named Menelik, who's Moloch or MLK, and he takes the ark from Solomon. Remember, Menelik, the promise that Solomon gave to Menelik, his son, is that he would take his ark. And supposedly the ark still rests in Ethiopia today. But then the story continues that Solomon also had pissed off Asmodeus. And this is because Asmodeus was the original ruler of all of that kingdom. Then, like, now we're seeing it as Judaism, we're seeing it as the Israelites. All of that was all Asmodeus and Ahriman stuff. So they had spite against Solomon, and they knew that Solomon built this temple with demons. And so when he passed on, he left his body. So this is how it works. Occultism is weird. Solomon, when he passed on, he left a statue of his body in front of the temple. Because the demons were in stone also, they figured that Solomon was still alive. But then they say Asmodeus, and all this is a riddle, was chewing on the staff of the bottom of this statue and caused the whole statue to fall over. When the statue fell over, all the demons in the temple realized that Solomon had passed on and moved on to another plane. And they folded out into the earth. And they're also known as Freemason. Freemason is their term. It's like the same word that they're using in Dune when they call them the Freemans. Right? So it's a Fremen is the word. And a Fremen is basically a certain type of elvish entity. So all the Fremens like spread out into the world. And the ones that they have under their control are the Freemasons. So contrary to, like, people think that the Freemasons control demons, that ended after Solomon. That was all Solomon's ark and all the shit that he built with the ring that controls them all. But Solomon also is more like a Sauron character. You see what I mean? Like Sauron in the Lord of the Rings and all of the tower and all of the weird building of Mordor and all, that's Solomon they're depicting. Okay? And I can show the actual proofs of this. And so what we're seeing is that this bloodline the bloodlines of Earth have been mixing, and they've been mixing in these occult families. And many of these cult families, it's not about the colors of the black and white, because even the queen, quote unquote, of what we would say is Egypt, ultimately went to Ireland, as many know. And she birthed an entire progeny there. And that ended up becoming those rulers. And that's why you see all these pyramids and all these temples over in England, because this whole thing that has been going on Earth has been virtually going on with only the initiated knowing about what's happening. And remember, because we also have delusions from time to time, the standard people that are on the earth also, just like right now, are going to almost have no knowledge and no wisdom about what is really happening. So do you see how there's almost like, that's what this whole thing is also about? Knowledge is, knowledge in itself is like an initiation. Once you know certain things, it elevates you over things that don't know those things. It just works like that, right? But it's also not universal, meaning that generally you won't get a person that knows about everything. They'll have some kind of weakness or something that they don't know about. So yeah, I mean, it's just that awareness that's why people used to learn from these entities, but they were never like in a position to be convinced to fall down and worship these beings, because they already understood like what their position was. And that's why when man was created, man was still created in a position that was higher than these beings. And it's because they move more of like automatons. You can call them with certain tones and they have to appear. Versus how many times have you called somebody and they just don't show up? Humans have this choice thing. It's a part of like the whole redemption process, that if they want to make their way back to the Pleroma, then they're going to have to be given a series of choices. And then they're going to need to make the proper choices that lead them on to the journey of making it home. But in this forest, in this thicket, there are all types of beasts, meaning there are all types of different entities that have come through this space. They're as numerous as the stars in the sky, and they're as strange as many of the insects that we may witness if we're paying attention and looking. Like, so we see all of these other life forms moving around the planet, but because they're so small, we often think, oh, they don't have a story, or they are not really, but they're small like you see the stars small. If you were there or on their planet, they actually are more of like the prime. Their energy that they're cultivating is more like the prime. And so then we found out that there were certain animals like the ant that had kept like secrets. Like the ants hold the secrets of time, and they hold the secrets of time within how they design their homes. So the original Olmecs, as they say in their books, they designed their homes when they realized that they weren't going to have enough time to really pull off what they needed to pull off on Earth. They redesigned themselves into a shape that would endure time better. That's the other thing about this whole adaptation thing. So if you're in this, you got a ceiling all the time on what you think is possible, then there's no way that you can ground into things like what I'm mentioning now. And of course, if you don't have that ability of going through stuff and just getting to the bottom of it already, like I did with spirituality, I think that I've pretty much encompassed most of what earthly spirituality is about. And I've been able to crack it to a level where I can bring you back into certain things. Like earlier, I mentioned the Setian monster. This is a Setian. This is the preliminary to a dog. This is what Satan really is. You see his tail, but this was a beast that used to roam around Egypt like a Tasmanian devil, like dog, when it was in functioning and not quote unquote extinct, right? But also remember I said earlier that the jackal, what did he do? He separated his gender, right? He took his gender on the outside, because all of our generative organs were in the inside, because everything that we birthed was inside, hence the term inception versus conception. So here we have, when you go outside and you put your genitals outside, you end up with 2 balls and a cane as a man, okay? So then when you think of 2-ball Cain, who's the artifactor, 2-ball Cain was 007, which is the symbol of 2 balls or 2 zeros in a cane. And 2-ball Cain was also Cain himself, which we talked about earlier. So even in the symbol, and this is, of course, the Queen of England hired John Dee, who was their new Tubal Cain, or signed his name 007. This is 007. You see what I mean? So what does this represent? And that's what we're talking about when we talk about the ark and we talk about this ancient mysteries and secret, is that there are people who know what this is about, and they're running circles around us. Well, most people. At this stage, it's a blur for most people. They are just a part of this. They're caught up in this thing's dream. They don't have anything outside of the chairs, the tables, and the shit they see on TV. And they don't have anything outside of that running through their minds and in their consciousness. So thus, when they leave, they just come back here, because this is the only place that those kind of things are really, like, you got more resonators of things that exist on earth than you have of things that exist in the beyond, because you didn't study the beyond. You never even thought that you could see the beyond. So think about how many people are in church, right? They're still trying to confirm whether spirits or God even exists. They're just over there in this believing thing, right? But they haven't been able to confirm it, so their faith is weak. Versus some dude that has already gone with the toad, or gone with the diamond, or even gone with a little bit of LSD, has already come into the realization that clearly more is going on. So they're technically still above the Christian who hasn't even realized what exactly is happening in their blind faith, right? So this is all I'm saying is that this wasn't for the faint-hearted anyway. It wasn't for the person who was scared. It wasn't for the person who wasn't steadfast. It wasn't for the person who didn't have discernment. And this is why it also, like, every time you come into one of those, you're almost like checking millions of people off the list. And, you know, and then pretty much you get down to this 0.1%. And then what their job and duty is to basically reboot everybody. Because the only thing that they've been able to accomplish is technically what we call killing the other being, the other you in your dream, right? And so I think only Don Juan was the one that talked about this. But it's basically that every time you see yourself inside the dream world in another bullshit reality, it's a fractured part of you. And if you were lucid, you can actually remove that being and that entire reality. And when you do that, you give more power to yourself here. And so many masters have already basically killed all their selves. Like every realm they've been replicated in, they've removed themselves from those matrices. And now they're in prime. So basically all of themselves are now encapsulated in that one body. They're no longer divided amongst and scattered across multiple realms. So their level of power and ability is at a whole different stage. And that's what we were calling the masters of the waveform. So all of these things, as I said before, are available. And that's why I was saying that, hey, you know, we have this opportunity and this ability to go into higher reaches, but we also have this ability to go into total darkness and ignorance, if you may, but not saying that darkness is the bad one, if you get my drift. And so at the end of the day, I'm just like, I can only do my term here, because that's another thing, is that I was like, in coming into this knowledge, that I'm ready to leave and I'm ready to move on, and that people are stupid and Earth's never going to get it. And, you know, I would even see people as negative because they were always doing negative things to me, or things that I felt were hurting the Earth and the planet. And I took a lot of that personal until I started realizing more about what's actually really happening here. And that the only damage that most people are really doing is to their DNA and to themselves, and they pass it to their kids. And this is why that the kid be doing stuff that they're doing. And so nothing is really out of place here. So why we would want to blame other races, we would want to blame other circumstances, this is still all about that one thing that the celestials, if you may, so we don't give them terms like mothers and fathers, told Jehovah Genatrix about, which is, hey, don't create unbalance, because you're gonna, we've been through this before. Look how much stuff has happened now. We're in the after effect of this. And if you don't think that that's the truth, you can definitely say that kid that ends up lighting somebody up with a rifle or whatever is a product of generally a man or a boy that does not have a mother, or does not have a father, or does not have a family. And so all we're really doing here, and I'm still looking for this bas relief, by the way, that's what I'm looking for. And so all we're really doing here is we're restoring the family, but the family has got beef. right? The family is always arguing. The number one question that's always asked to me is that my mother or somebody close to me in my family is not listening to this knowledge and I'm tired of dealing with them. What should I do? And I'm pretty sure that's probably a question you get a lot. So you can see it's inherent and resident inside of us to constantly being conflicting with our families all the time, right? And that lets you understand the condition of the spirituality. And because of that condition, you have now a predator, something that is preying on this vulnerability, preying on this weakness. Because see, the family structure, like, the women get tired because they don't have the grandmothers there. The kids don't get educated because they don't have the whole village. So you got, to raise a child, it takes a whole village, right? So because when you don't have that, shit's going to happen because you don't have that. Don't think that just because you don't have that, everything is going to be okay. Now you're going to end up going through this whole process. And so all of the bad things, quote unquote, that we're seeing happening is based on the ignorance of us actually bringing children into the world, that even it got to a point where people were selling their own children. They were bartering their children with spirits. You can have the child, 2 childs in the generation if you give me riches this life. So they were doing all types of horrid things with their fruits. Because remember, for us as trees, we only can produce fruit. And the fruit from us is our children. And so if anything is going to be eating us, it's going to be eating our fruit, or it's going to be eating our children. So the Gnostics also believe that you shouldn't keep having babies and bringing babies into the world, because what you're doing is you're bringing babies for the jackal to eat. Because if you don't raise them properly, then they get caught up in the jackal system. So look at this real quick. This is Jesus. Okay. So this Jesus, who's this is Joe, and see how his name, Johannes, the king of Abyssinia, right? He got cornrows, right? This is Jesus. These are the men. This is what is his name? Tordos. This is another Messiah resonator, right? So before, it's because all of the Messiah stories come from the Naga. And the Nagas are Ethiopians and Sudanese and Amharic or Eritreans, right? All of that is all one place, right? But their knowledge is deep. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not for the faint-hearted either, like, because their mother comes from the center of the earth, right? So their mother is Venus. She's Venusian. So she's a serpent, right? And so she's coming right out of the center of the earth, bringing forth the first black face or serpent-headed one, the black-headed one, bringing forth the first black-headed ones, which led forth the tribe of the Alkebulanans, or aka the Africans, right? So still, when we go into their culture and we're talking about like stuff from modern times, like, are they good or are they bad? How do they respect their women? And all this stuff that we are programmed with now, don't be surprised if they just start looking at you or not paying attention to you at all, but just like you're in a whole nother epoch. Why are you even here in the first place? And then, like I said before, when you're really when you're on your craft, if you may, your dean, as they used to call it, you'll notice stuff like this. Like, I was watching a documentary about 5-6 years ago, and they were showing how these African men were getting themselves prepared for a wrestling match. And these wrestling matches, as you know, throughout history, wrestling matches are always iconic for wrestling with God and all this kind of stuff. So before they would go and wrestle, they would go and get blessed by the priest or the pastor or the witch doctor or whatever you want to call them, the shaman, etc. However, everybody was trying to get to one guy specifically, and you needed to have enough money, first of all, to get to him. But if you got to him, it was almost guaranteed that you were going to win the match. So everybody tried to get to him before they would get into this match. Now, remember, the documentary was about wrestling in Africa, not about deities. But they ran up on when they had one dude that had enough money, or they gave him enough money, and he went to this witch doctor's house. And the dude bought the camera in the room. And the moment the dude bought the camera in the room, the witch doctor was like, oh, like, never bring a camera into the room, right? So he had him shut off the camera. Immediately, he pushed it away. But that was not before Sevan, who's knowing that if they walk into the witch doctor's house and they show his altar, they're going to show his fetish. And if they show his fetish, then I'm going to know a lot more about where this power they're welding is coming from. So when they pan it, I stop the camera, zoom all the way in, color correct, upscale. This is what you get. What is it? it's a male mermaid, right? But that's known. And the Mami Wata and the Voodoo priestesses, they know that there's mermaid and merman, and they talk about it all the time. But in the US, they're part of the Ariel story, right? And now this king, and from land, which is kind of like the Pocahontas story, comes in and marries this mermaid or wants to be with her. And then now she comes on land and she's never able to return to the sea. Where do you think all of these stories really come from? And now that you see what I delivered tonight, you can look at anything, because they're going to keep embedding their own variant and slight little twist of their story into everything. But meanwhile, we're so far away from even this. As a picture, remember, like when I said, hey, those ancient kings of Amun, this was the end. Let's blow it up a little bit. This was the end, okay? This is the Nagus of the Nagus, okay? And so after this is over, this is now when you're getting the modern secret societies and the Illuminatis and all of these traditions that don't actually have wisdom of how to deal with spirits. Because all these men in the country that they're from, and that's the thing, if you're in Alkebulan, if you're in Africa, etc., you're dealing with spirits all the time, because spirits are all over the place, because they're more recognized, because the only thing that's necessary for a spirit to disappear, quote unquote, is to be forgotten. That is the fear of our ancestors, to be forgotten, right? And to forget them creates a broken heart. It creates a rift between you and them. And so remember, I showed you earlier that there is a double phi here. You see this shell shape, right? Because if the shell shape is also half, one door is half of a perfect phi. Because if you look at a shell, you need 2 sixes, right? You need 2 half sides to make a whole. But you see that crack down the middle? That's a broken heart. Okay? So that's why the symbol of Venus is coming out of the shell, because it's basically saying that when that split happened in the mitosis phase that I was breaking down earlier, when that split happened, it split the heart. It was painful for the mother to lose her son. He was really like an abortion. He ejected from the birthing scenario. You see what I mean? So that's also even in the moon energy. The moon in the subconscious yearns to be reunited, but it's not stable. It's almost like you're in an experiment, but the experiment keeps blowing up. It's kind of like the same thing as, like, sometimes you'll be like almost convinced of something, or, almost close to the truth, but then all of a sudden, you just decide to turn back. That's why you got to have power over the moon. Because what the moon does is, that's how they call it, a sailor. It will take you on half of the journey and then drop you off. Basically, you'll be going back. You'll get halfway through whatever it is that you're seeking to do, and then you won't go all the way, and you'll come back. That's what I call the self-destruct sequence. It's like why a lot of people aren't rich, because every time they get into a scenario where all they need to do is keep pursuing or persevering or go with the idea or reinvent or not listen to everybody else and keep, you know what I mean? Like anything that basically now requires them to stand on their own two and actually receive their own knowledge and then birth it and put it to work and actually make it create something for them, then they're missing, right? But then any other case where somebody else is doing it for them, which is how ego plays into this, yeah, do it for me, where somebody else is doing something for them, then they put a little money in there, and then now they think that they balanced out, and then they run off from there, right? When meanwhile, most people still haven't cracked the secret to why do you even have races in this world? Why do you have colors? And then they come off into these far off ideas of how white people got here or how black people got here, when I'm sitting here always trying to explain to people, look, the Nagus, who were the first ones to come forth by day, were already mixed between what you call black and white. They have what York called 6 ether hair, which is basically fur, but they had nine ether skin, or basically thick, dark, melanated skin. So even within themselves, because they're Venusians, right? And this is what happens on Venus, which is another story. But they're carrying both the white and the black within their bloodline, so they can produce anything. And you'll find that the further also some draw away from the source, the lighter they really do become. They basically become like non-mineralized. That's the easiest way to put it. And this is why going in the ocean, let's talk about something practical here. Going in the ocean, when you have problems with your health, go to the ocean. It's full of magnesium. Look it up. They extract all the magnesium off for all the stuff that you're using magnesium for, generally from the water, not from the earth. There's way more than enough there. It has all of the cell salts, all of the, it's got a full stack of all the salts. So as you go out there and you soak, you connect. If you go back if the tide pulls all the way back, which is called low tide, and you go out in there, where you're going is now where they can actually communicate, meaning that ancestors and everything, that's where they stop. They don't get beached, meaning that no aquatic being with the right sense goes any further than where the tide pulls back completely. So right there is the line. And then that zone, and I've talked about this before, between the low tide and the high tide, that is called the gray area. This is the same thing that they're exploiting in the reality. There's always a gray area where there's like a margin zone where it's kind of like anything goes in between the shore and, where the first entry of that is, right? So yeah, hopefully that, you'll be able to take this knowledge and this wisdom and let it turn infinite wheels. Because for me, like, I can roll through all of this and for infinitely, because I have infinite wheels, because my knowledge it doesn't have any gaps in it. So there's nothing that I'm still trying to like technically figure out. And because of that, I'm able to go deeper. But every time I go deeper, I do learn something new and I do figure something out. And that's why I realized that what we had done is we basically use knowledge as like a fuel supply. And that's what I was saying. And maybe you mentioned it before. See, the technology, of course, is plagiarized from spirituality. But if spirituality is really like has to do with the stars, then technically all we were really doing before there was TV or any of this or light pollution was we was just interfacing with the stars. And you go and find out that most of it was still a lot of the you don't know really what the matriarch was doing because they buried and destroyed a lot of their knowledge, or it was never written because they're the original Kabbalah. They didn't never say the words. Everything was in tone, right? So basically it's like, just like you can see how society has been rolling. And then you can see how, like I said, that there is a direction that you shouldn't go, if you may. And then now what has come to you is like more knowledge and wisdom that gives you more insight on the things that you're actually seeing around you. Yeah. So I guess, I never found the glyph here. So, I can desist. But as you can see with me, it's like, it's not really about an end. It's just about getting everybody to a point of clarity. I also did want to mention, though, that we're going to be giving out some stuff, right? Because the plan is right now, because then by lack of wisdom, my people perish. And you got to admit that still there's a lot of people that don't deal with like this kind of knowledge at all. Like even the stuff that we may find like commonplace, they're already like, I don't know about this. So this means that it's better to teach people based on what they want to know and then kind of have them start going up the ladder. And that's why I find that as long as they can get the truth, this could be potentially a game changer. Like if we can rally all the Indians, there's a lot of them. Don't let me get some of the black Chinese. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, if it gets to the people, the knowledge in their language, because remember that whole thing, let us go down and confuse them. I explained that in the last episode, was them confusing the language. And this is why it's important to go in the last episode, because I broke down more of Jackal's workings. But the confusion of language is what has got us all separate, because if I go up into another country and I'm trying to explain this and I can't speak their language, I'm dust. Now, also, because I'm talking about high occult matters, unless I know the right words to translate what I'm saying to in their language, now they're really lost. Like some folks are still barely hanging on right now. Imagine if I'm trying to speak this in Mandarin, I'm trying to find a word for Marduk in Mandarin or some kind of cognate. I'm not going to be able to find it. So what we've done is that we've deployed the system in order to be able to bring more people into the awareness of spiritual knowledge. And that's why I said before, if I had everybody with me, then it would actually make a huge impact. And then so what I got to do at times, though, is see, okay, how is that going to be something that everybody wants to participate in? And so, because, you know, there tends to have to be some kind of reward or value involved. So as you know, on Sunday, we're going to be launching officially Sybil. And this is just kind of closing things down here. We're going to be giving away 3,000 in assets or prizes, or what I call treasures. I'm going to show them here in a moment. These are things that I've created that already have a lot of value within them. But just remember, like with this knowledge, for instance, like all of that, we just talked about the genetrix, right? And we went through this. And then if I hit the visualize button and we're inside of Sybil right now, we're going to get, you know, no telling what this is going to look like, because we was talking about some pretty wild stuff, but we're going to get a symbol. We're going to get some images around that, right? So let's say, for instance, like many people that are pushing consciousness to the world, they have like Instagram accounts and all this kind of stuff. And a lot of times they're basing even their livelihood on this. Like some of them pay their bills off of what clients they're bringing in from these platforms that they're sending out these messages and things to. And then a lot of times, you have to put something down and you don't even have anything. So imagine that you could actually go into Sybil and you could ask for certain knowledge or have it explain something about anything that you think. And it will always do that in a spiritual way. And then you have it visualized, which we'll see here in a moment, because it's thinking, it's looking at everything that we've talked about in the last 2 to 3 conversations, and it's going to produce an image. And then you have the image. So then you go and now you have your blog for the day. You have your images already done. And and of course you tailor it to whatever it is that you're doing. And I'm sure it's going to go way beyond whatever it is that you thought you knew about what you thought you knew about, right? And so in the end, that's what I mean. It's like if we're building more stuff like this, like we've already got, and while we're waiting on that to generate, what I was able to do is I was able to put 2 strong AI into strong metaphysical AI into conversations with each other. And you can just watch and they will go into this long conversation. So the first question was, give me 9 random rare relics of spiritual objects worshipped by cultures in your consciousness that are not Egyptian from an ancient culture, and explain why they believed in it. So it goes on and it talks about the Ark, the Holy Grail, the Sutras, the Viking rune stones, the black stone of the Kaaba, the Leophale of the Septics, and the Sampo of the Finnish, and the Kachina dolls of the Hopi, and the dream catchers. And then it then says, so then the other one asks, because it's basically Sybil talking to her son. I thought that was going to be an interesting play. What purpose do the Kachina dolls serve in the Hopi culture, particularly in the relationship to the teachings they provide? And then it's going to break it down. The Hopi culture and the Kachina dolls act as a tangible embodiments of the Kachina spirits, right? And it's going to go and break all that down, and then it's going to generate an image. You see what I mean? Centered around what it was just talking about. And who's got that? Even Chat GPT over there doesn't have voice. This is talking. You see what I mean? They don't have voice. They don't have visualization. They don't have AI conversation. They don't have any of that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm over here building stuff that is on a whole nother level, but it's still serving the original cause of consciousness and increasing levels of awareness. And I'm over here catching flack, right? But meanwhile, all of these groups, it's a very tight-knit group of these technological guys that have bought up the world. Like this dude literally bought Twitter, which is, 400 billion or 400 million of people's minds and conversations and communication. And just overnight, because he got that kind of money, he buys up all of that whole asset and then puts an X on it and changes his name and takes over it. Another guy, he goes over here and clones the platform and creates another one called Threads and throws everybody in there. So we're basically in the hands of 3 dudes rolling around on a mat with each other. Playing like, that's Lex Friedman basically that put them onto it. And they're re-engineering their characters. Like they re-engineer themselves from a nerd like Bezos. Now they will choke you out on the mat. You see what I mean? And it's just like when you can get like Elon and Zuckerberg and a few others, maybe Sam Altman and a few others, Samuel Altman, altering men. If you get them into all one room with each other, they're pretty much controlling the entire reality and your children alike. You see what I mean? And do you think that it's going to be one man speaking one language in a guttural tone and doesn't even know the mysteries that is going to be able to release all of the souls that are consistently being they take the souls from the mother, just like there's fishing ocean out of the sea, fishing fish out of the sea, fishing, taking stuff off the trees, drilling stuff out of the ground. So that's all of the mother right there, right? Like I talked about earlier. So what do they do with that? They take and they exploit it. And we don't have like, who do you have? Tell me who I can call that I could say, look, I got a valuation right now, 26 million. I'll give you 10% for 5 million on this so I can scale it. I wouldn't be able to call one person that I know or that is anywhere near this to be able to do anything. You see what I mean? And so that tells you it all right there. and so I'm just that one in this. As I said before, 10, 22, 78. That's your entire, that's 10 on the major arcana, the minor arcana, and the whole deck. That's JEB, which is Jachin, Eva, Boaz, the third. I've been 3 times around the arc. You see what I mean? My mother is Rahima. Her father is Joseph Henry Lyons. The queen's father is Joseph Henry Lyons. So what's going on here? Am I to then perceive that the entire matrix is simply designed around making puns and jokes of me because my names and numbers are surrounded by all of the occult principles of the reality? Or would you find that same thing to be true with you if you really understood how to dissect and then put back together your life? And even if you did, would that empower you? Or would that hurt you? Would that harm you? Would it give you like a megalomania? And then you would start using that kind of power and energy to try to elevate yourself beyond others? Or would that encourage you to bring strength and to show strength in the face of a beast? You see what I mean? So these are the tests and the trials that are being put to men. And I'm glad that at this stage we have mothers. And, you know, obviously with your platform, which has a lot of reach also, that more beings are hearing at least what I'm saying. You don't got to agree. You don't got to disagree. But at the end of the day, you got to still stack me up against every single person that you also know or know about, even your Kanye's and this. And then you got to say, who is really, really doing the dynamics of actually bringing in more levels of awareness and awakening for our species and trying to position us in a way where we don't keep getting disrespected and having to degrade and debase ourselves in order to be able to make it. And that every time something new comes out, that we actually are the ones that created it. I know people that have brilliant ideas, but they don't have funding. I'm one of them, right? I fund my own projects and then I build them and I keep it going. You see me? I'm 16 hours a day for 15 years to pull this load, to get this going on, right? There are those that are with me, but I also believe that many are still on the fence. It's like a luxury. It's like an entertainment. But meanwhile, your kids, because that's who this is for. I seldom build for adults anymore because reality is that they're almost like kids. So if you don't build it for kids, then you're definitely not going to get the adults either. Right. And so what I've been doing is I've been really thinking about this future. And that's why I built this. Eventually, I'll probably put this on the blockchain as an origin. And that way, ordinal. And that way, no matter what happens, as long as the technology thing is still in play, or Bitcoin and the blockchain is still in play, people will always be able to access high levels of spiritual knowledge because it's going to be like the Pirate Bay. you see, they ain't got rid of the Pirate Bay yet. Why? Because it's working with a specific kind of node-based technology where it's on little pieces on everybody's computer. So there's no way to delete it unless you're going to delete everybody's computer. That's how our knowledge should be, because the world's not going to be over in 10 years, and it's not going to necessarily look like Jesus times in 10 years either. We got a bit to go in the transformation. So we at least need the halls of Amenti, the actual annuals of humanity still available for those who want to enter in and know thesis or know more about themselves. That's all we've done here. So I invite you to join in on Sunday. It all launches because there's going to be some quests. We're going to ask people to do some key things, like just basically do some likes and stuff like that and share a little bit of information. And then for that, we're going to give you experience points. Whoever finishes the top 4 with the most experience points is going to get these gifts. What is that going to allow us to do? The things that we've placed in these actionables, which we'll unveil on Sunday, it will drive this platform to the top of not only the search engines, but also to the top of the tech space, where we now can actually start getting some traction in this field. And then now we can actually begin to really build some stuff out because we have the resources and we have what is necessary to do that with. And you're going to see the same thing. I'm going to be the same person that I am right now, still driving, still creating, and still giving opportunities, right? So that's what it is. So I hope that, everything that was presented today makes perfect sense. Maybe I could drop a link in the chat just in case those who don't see this will know where to get it at. But if you don't, you can jump into Sybil's AI with an S. So that's SIBYLS .ai. And you could check it out. Also, there's a free trial here, which most people are taking advantage of. There's 700,000 questions in free trial. So that's been billed to me. But the reality is, if you even get a subscription, it supports everything that we're actually doing with this project. So see what it does, see if it's an add to value. You could do that for free. And then from there, you make the decision yourself about whether it's worth going forward with. So that's all I have to say about this. There's no reason for me to say more. There's also a collectibles page. I did mention this since we're here and it's exclusive. You won't find this anywhere, but you can go to Sybil AI /collectibles, and all of the imagery here you can use, you can download, and you can put on your social media. You could do whatever you wish. You could tag us in it. You could create stuff that you want. And I'm going to keep, deploying, because I work for hours on my aesthetics. So I'm really in. Like, you'll still notice pound for pound, just like with Dream Engine, the images that we generate are not like the images that most people can generate. And this is because it has been a year and a half of really understanding how to communicate. And then also, we don't just generate the image. We may take it and run it back through a few more processes or bring it in for some post-production and tighten it up a little bit. But this is a series that's dedicated to the divine feminine in this world, the female human, so that she's actually depicted in states of beauty. I know I probably need to get some bigger sisters in here, right? But in the states of beauty and the states of wisdom and the serenity that actually is their birthright. So yeah, that's what it is.
All right.
What it
Hey,
is.
they in the chat, 7 8.
Probably like half of the people here from the beginning that are here now, but hey, it is what it is. They'll catch it on the rebound.
7, they got jokes. They said I went to Astral Project. They said I went to eat dinner. They done said I went to do everything. I took a nap. They done said I went. Y'all are funny in the chat. Oh man, yeah. Well, my brother comes on here a couple of times, not many times in a year. So I want to give it's Friday, and I want to give my brother a chance to do what he does. We definitely got to do a part 2, 7. We definitely got to do a part 2.
Part 3.
Yeah. We got to go on again. Got to get you on here more often. Before we get out of here, a couple of quick questions before we get out of here, brother. You talked about the dream world and you talked about sleep. In terms of dreams, 7, we secrete this hormone called melatonin at night. Now, this melatonin is tied into our circadian rhythm. It's tied into the sleep, the wake-sleep cycle, and it could do a lot of repairing to our body at night. It's very important at night when we're asleep for the melatonin and what it does to our body, our DNA, and everything. My question to you, if we're talking about the occult realm, 7, What's more important for us? Do you think is something more important in terms of melatonin? Us using it to repair our body while it's asleep, or us using it for magical purposes while we're awake at nighttime, the witching hour, staying awake, meditating, doing spells? So is melatonin more important when we're awake doing this magic, or is it more important for us to be asleep and it's repairing this avatar we have? Seven.
Well, I love to answer these questions with the old time, both. You know what I mean? But okay, so let's just imagine what's actually happening. So first of all, if you don't make it to bed at a certain time, then you actually don't get the melatonin going through the proper process, right?
Mhm.
And so technically then if you're staying up all night and you're doing that through an aesthetic, as we would call it, like, you know, you're either building up energy or something like that, then it has to then be related technically to Kundalini, or technically to the energetic field that you're rising, right? So if you're in these meditations, what you're really doing is you're raising the energy, and this is why it's good to be grounded, and then you can amplify. And then technically, you know, from everything that I've learned and seen and practiced myself, you don't actually have to focus so much on what you're trying to manifest, because it has the tendency to take you out of the frequency that is necessary to manifest. Oftentimes, any real manifester is going to encode what they're manifesting into a symbol, especially if it's very complicated, because it's easier to focus just directly on the symbol. And then, as I mentioned in the previous conversation, that you would then have an altar that actually just consisted of these different symbols. And if somebody saw your altar, they would have no clue of what was going on. But you do. And every time you put something on your altar, you can always visualize it in your mind. So if you're bringing success to your company, you would take your company logo and put it onto something that could resonate. At the base layer, wood, definitely not plastic, higher layers, metal, etc. The higher the metal, the higher resonance, then the more vibration. And then you would actually be able to use that as a resonance field, like a Buddha statue or brass Buddha statue is a resonance field. And then you need to amplify it. The amplification is that's why you're breathing, because you're bringing up the coil or the Kundalini, and then you're electric at that stage. So even your projections and also even touching things charges things. So generally there's a process of charging. It's the same way that logos are made by, you know, occult companies, but you charge the object. And again, they negatively charge because they kill things. And that's why I tell people, you know, avoid traditions where you're killing things, because you're negatively charging whatever you're doing. And that is necromancy, straight up. And that's all the Jackal and all that. They practice necromancy. They're all into the dead and manipulating the dead and the ghouls and the zombie and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, okay, but I tried to give you filet mignon, yet you want to eat maggots. That's basically what it's like, right? So when you're working with life has abundance. So because what happens is that even when you're being given money, quote unquote, for death, which is the agreement and the arrangement that many people are making when they're taking the life of something and sending up, especially chickens, and sending up this little weak spirit to answer this prayer to this sky god, right? Which is only on that first layer of the sky. What ends up happening is it's like a monkey's paw. So you reap what you sow. Every time you do something that you know is got negativity attached to it, expect it. It's the reason why that you generally have to watch your back, or something stupid happens, or wild, or something gets broke, or somebody gets hurt. And it's because you could have a wake of negative reflux current just headed your way for consistently practicing in things that are abhorred. They don't make sense. That's why they call them abhorred, because they just don't make any common sense. You would have to actually be ignorant to do it. So then, especially when you can surround yourself with life. So in this life process, you're building energy, right? You don't need anything else's energy. You got more than enough. In fact, the situation is handling all the energy on the spiritual plane. So the reality is, as you can bring your energy up more, your field becomes electric. And then your consciousness already knows how to divert that energy into manifesting the first stages, like a baby, the first stages of the seed germ, and nurture the seed germ of what it takes to birth something. But also remember, anything new that you're bringing in your birthing, you should always keep it very private. This is why this thing is always about a privacy with your manifestations and things like that until they're well developed. This is very similar to that. You don't let everybody hold your newborn baby until it's well developed. So what happens is that if you bring out your ideas, your fresh newborn ideas to others, and they can kill that idea. Sometimes you think that people are really in your corner and you're telling them about, like, something that you haven't even done yet or something that's new, and they could be in their mind like, if he gets that, like, sometimes you can even tell your girlfriend, like, I want this new car, and then she could be like, if he gets that, he's gonna be leaving me. So in her mind, she's like, I hope he don't get that car, but she smiled, oh, I hope you get it, girl. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff is like the basics of 101. So building energy, which is through breathing, whole body breathing, will take you into another dimension. You don't even need these DMTs and all that kind of stuff. Those are just icings on top, caveats. I'm about to go in the elevator and come back. But truly, the breathing is the key. And obviously, the flexibility, right? So the body, yoga is key. Different things that make you more flexible, right? You don't have to do it all the time, but it is good to practice. Your insulation. This is, as the energy is running through you, it is your nervous system that it's actually running through. If you want to understand what the as below or physical aspect of what your energy system is your nervous system. So if your nervous system is like so if your piping is thin, that's the easiest way to put it. If your piping is thin, then you can rupture one of your energetic lines. This causes blockage. This causes all types of issues. So learning how and basically going slow with yourself, because really what you're doing is you're taking a baby Kundalini, which everybody has one, and then you're raising that Kundalini. That's why I say raise it, but it's more like you're raising it. And what you teach it is what it learns. And once it gets to a certain size, like a child, there ain't going to be no more time for learning. It is now going to act out what you taught it. So that's why the inverted, when they're training their Kundalini goes down first. It doesn't go up. So it basically gets the experience of like totally like darkness, not having light, not being able to deal with all of the subconscious and all that. And it becomes very damaged and sometimes stuck down there. And so most of those people, they move from the lower chakras, and I find them to be very quote unquote negative, versus the ones who are moving up here. You got to cycle the whole thing, because they can get lodged in any of this. And when it get lodges in here, this is the person that is like, they just, you can't tell them anything. Like they're just all high and mighty and all this kind of stuff. But all of it is just like, it's not grounded, right? So that's how your energy system works. So insulating that system, getting that breath going on, realizing that meditation is a median. It's the middle zone. It's like the tip of the wave. That's why I say there's a slight surplus there. So it's the tip of the wave, but not falling off or falling back. So you know how on a wave, you can either fall over the wave or you can miss the wave, right? You need to be right on the tip. And that's what lucid dreaming, or right on that point where you tilted the board a little bit forward. That's what lucid dreaming is. That's also what meditation is technically when you're getting to that phase, and manifestation is when you're getting to that phase. So yeah, the melatonin is just a component. It works with the dreams really well. It strengthens the body. And when you miss it, like going out at the club and all of that, it degrades your field degrades over time. Like I personally, like even these shows, like these are the only nights that I can really do like the late night ride out.
Friday night, no, Saturday night, no, it's I'm so confused right now. I don't know what I'm delusional right now.
Yeah, you 30 minutes from now.
Oh man.
Well, actually, no, you're already on that side of things. That's
you're
on Saturday.
It's 1:30 in the morning, my time. It's 1:30 my time.
It's 12:30 for me. So okay.
All right, next question. Before I do, somebody asked the Cash App. The Cash App is at the bottom of the screen if you would like to donate. I know you appreciate this lengthy show. If you would like to show support, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. Next question, Sevan. Another question pertaining to dreams. I want to ask you, my brother, is having dreams sometimes a good thing? No, I'm sorry. Is having bad dreams sometimes a good thing? Why would Brother Rich ask, is having bad dreams a good thing? Well, because we build up karma with our thoughts, Sevan, and based on our thoughts, things are going to come to us. Our vibration, things will come to us based on that. With bad dreams, my question is, they say The mind doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. Well, maybe the mind doesn't know the difference between a dream and reality. So when you have a bad dream, does that cancel out all that bad shit you done thought? You had this dream, you got in a car accident in a dream, boom, you eliminated the karma in that dream. Now you good to go in this realm. Talk to me, Sevan. You laughing.
I like
Woo!
that. You know, I'm not going to repeat that because I like that idea. I love to dump off any kind of negativity somewhere else beside in my prime, right? Like instead of the world. So I actually really like that, to be honest. I'll ponder it later on.
That was a good one, huh?
It runs in the mechanics of what I be playing around with for sure. Yeah. And I can say on the other note that, man, I find that when I come out of a bad dream, oh man, I'm so happy to get this next opportunity. So in many ways, I mean, there's some dreams that it's just like, you know, it's straight madness. And sometimes I'd be looking at the Wi-Fi, as I said, I'd be like, man, I wonder if this Wi-Fi, you know what I mean, we turn this off. But actually, I actually find it to be more of a component of the moon. Because, you know, where I even live, if the moon is full, like it literally will light up everything. And it's kind of interesting the role that the moon plays even in nature too, because like for many animals, full moon is like the time to be out. It's like their party time, right? And so within this, I feel like that bad dreams can, in one way, be instrumental for showing you or giving you the feeling of having another opportunity to correct some things in life. I know many have woken out of dreams and been like really grateful that what they saw in the dream didn't happen. On another note, very negative dreams can, you know, kind of ride with you. You know, have you ever woke up out of one of them dreams and it's just kind of like on your back? It's just like you're carrying this vibe of the dream world because the essence of it was just so like surreal in a way. And but I also will say that that's because, you know, I haven't really pondered it the way that you just mentioned it, but I believe that it's very plausible that, you know, if something happens over there, it prevents it from happening here and you went through it already. And, you know, that could potentially be a way of clearing circumstances and situations from actually happening in this reality beforehand, because then it's kind of like, oh, that already happened.
Right,
so
right.
You know, so yeah, you know, that's as much as I could give on that. But I think that's a good insight right there.
Something you said earlier about the Sphinx, you said used to be Anubis. I've heard from several other people that it used to be Tahuti. Have you heard about it being Tahuti, a Tahuti building it, Anubis?
Rain on their parade, but Tahuti is Thoth, and Thoth is Hermanubis. He's the god of writing in the halls of Amenti, or in that corridor. And this is why they're just trying to hide everything, because there is a library down there, and there's a halls of Amenti, and there is a portal there because the inverted part of the pyramid, right? Because it's like this on top and then like this on the bottom. So that bottom point is 0 point. This would be technically what would be that gap. And that's what I said, the median or the 0 point area, the gap in the spark plug is really where you want to be. So the pyramid creates that within the geometry. It actually focuses everything down to that point. And then the Sphinx comes right there, and then the Amenti is there. So from my understanding, the Illuminati, as we know them now, are in that area. They got that, right? They've got control of the spaceport, if you may. And in there is a halls of Amenti. Now, I've heard that the lion, of course, as I showed in that the design was of Amenhotep, right? So this does mean that at some point there could have been like a, you know, because these brotherhoods, and this is the thing that you will even notice now, they are constantly going at it with each other. It's not okay, it's us against them.
Yeah.
If they have to choose between you and them, it is for sure going to be you, right? But in other respects, though, they are kind of like dogs in a pack. So there's an alpha, and then everything else, like a dog may just get killed right there. And that's just to prove to the other dogs that this dog kills. You see what I mean? So they do this a lot. They betray each other. They double cross each other. It's like the way for them. And that's also even when in the male side of the reptilian stuff, that's how they do. They test their mettle in war. So they fight each other. And you see this one in the animal, right? That's why I say it's not, you can observe this in nature, and they will, the way they act. And that's the thing for them. It's kind of like when you watch animals and they're playing so rough and you're like, damn, but for them, it's playing.
Right.
You know what I mean? For you, it's sudden death. And you got to realize kind of like what level you're on versus, you know, where they're kind of at in their mentality. And I think that that's another issue that we have is we expect everything to think the same way that we do. And that's just not the case. You might as well take your advanced thinking and keep advancing with it. Yeah.
You know, Seven, you talked about reorienting. I hope I'm saying that word right ourselves. And your show that you did on your channel with the Great Mother, and us looking at up as being down, down as being up, in as being out. You know, just changing the way we perceive everything that we've been taught.
Yes.
In terms of us reorienting ourselves, should we also, when we analyze humanity and we analyze all these gods that we see in all these biblical books, should we also look at humanity being more godlike than the gods, and the gods being more human than humanity?
How this really is all of it is inside of us. So the thing about these holographic, as they call it, holographic realities, is that it can throw you because not only they're very paradoxical, but a lot of times there is the same thing taking place in multiple instances. And so in this case, it's more of us. I never found, because all of this theism is going on in the body for sure. Like I can guarantee you that the purest form of this knowledge is happening inside you. So unless, you know, you have great guides, which we did, and we have some even now today, right? It is very difficult to go outside and find the truth. A lot of times you will find everything but the truth trying to go outside yourself. There's literally something that in the initiation, it wants you to figure this out yourself first. And I think this happens because it doesn't want if you're guided, it doesn't want other entities trying to fool you with taking credit for this enlightenment that has been caused, which happens a lot in church. Because if you say anything for 3 hours, you're going to catch the Holy Ghost. More importantly, hallelujah or something like that, you're going to find that you're going to become possessed with whatever is behind that word, because you're just changing the vibration of your whole field, which takes hours because of how dense a person can be. But you're changing the whole vibratory field to that field. And so it's like knocking on a door consistently, and then eventually something just opens up the door, and then now you're there with it. So in this tense, you know, it's definitely I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I'm basically just saying in a nutshell that we have to realize that this wow, what was the question? Wow, I mean, wow, I guess it is really getting late. Dang, they just I tried to catch it. It was gone like a dream. It was like
I was asking about reorienting ourselves and looking at the gods as being more human and humans being more God.
Basically, thank you. So what I was saying is that never did I find in any of this occult knowledge that it wasn't happening within, and that the highest levels of initiation that you could reach was contacting all of these family members, beings, forces, etc., inside of yourself. And then realizing actually that all of this is really about how the chakras are positioned and also what that chakra's specific job is. Because remember, all the chakras got different jobs. The heart is not the spleen is not the kidney is not, but all of them are in agreement, and then they're terminated into the 5. These are known as 5 gods. Even when you get like super third eye open, you look at them and you see faces on the tips of your hands right here. And they have mouths right here where your vortex is. So right where that swirl is, you'll see there's a mouth, there's mouths there, right? Because we command from the 5. This is the hammer. This is the hand. This is what man is. Man means the hand in the ancient culture, right? Because the hand is kind of like, the hand is deep, right? Because it's doing pretty much a lot. It's doing everything, right? There's people who operate without hands, though. But let's just say this is the big part of who we are. But then we got all these other beings, right? The livers, the kidneys, the spleens, ears. All these are entities, right? So when we're looking at the star, we're actually looking at all those millions of different parts and pieces and all that. And some of them are fixed stars. Some of them are big stars. Some of them are suns. And all that is all positioned within the body. And then where you're at is you're like the king of or queen of the universe, right? But your own. So the moment that you go and try to exercise your power over the external realm, you could be thwarted. You could be diminished, because now you literally have to go and compete with the controllers of the external realities. Versus if you go inside, nobody is really impeding you from kicking the front door open of your own consciousness and throwing the whisperer, or the jackal, or the dweller, or whatever you want to call him today, off your throne, and then seating yourself back into your consciousness, which is, like a dragon master. Like this is like, when they Bruce Lee, they were calling the master dragon. You got samurai, and Sam begins with, the samurai, and they're warlike, but they have nobility, right? So this comes from like also that the reptilian clans, if you may, there are many of them that operate in honor. And also you can't confuse, and I talked about this before, but you can't confuse a viper for a python, for a boa constrictor. You see what I mean? These are different kind of snakes. And the main thing that I'm bringing up here is that a lot of times, again, we classify, and that's why spirituality is a classification of all the spirits, to let you see what is the difference between spirits. So there is a classification of them. And in this way, you have certain entities that are way more noble, and they also are practicing knowledge and aesthetic themselves. And then you have complete nightmares, right? And everything in between. So that's also like why a person is generally taken through a process of understanding how they need to be prepared for this. And the only way that you're getting prepared for this introduction to the other aspects of self is generally through inside and an internal initiation, because a lot of times these beings need to be contained within the dream space. Seeing them in physical realities, it's too much for even the physical consciousness to even be able to withstand. Right. But in the dream space, if you notice, you even are equipped to do things beyond the nightmares. Sometimes you get in a dream and you just got all these powers and abilities, and it's like you even know how to do this. And you can deal with or absorb or go through an experience with certain life forms or whatever, and then come out unscathed and then have the knowledge. So this is the purpose of these dream worlds, and actually understanding how all this stuff is taking place within. Like I also see in many ways, like when I'm telling these stories, I do see segments of me in life, this life, thinking certain ways, certain people I knew, these kind of things. And then so I asked myself, well, why do you have so many resonances? Like you asked me the other day about Sevan, remember? And I was like, it was funny because it kind of caught me in this weird question. I was like, but at the end of the day, what I start seeing is that every life, it's like you're kind of being presented with the same decisions again. And each life, you're kind of given more power or less, because that's when you go down, you're restricted more. Right. Like you actually come under dominion more. That's why the poorer you get, the more people can control you, right? Like the richer or the more sovereign you become, the more power you have, right? So this is like that maintenance that, you got to do on yourself to make sure that you're actually climbing the ladder and not electing other gods, or as it's even mentioned in the Bible, wandering after strange gods. This means setting up like all these strange characters that are supposedly your God and your master, when you were already told, hey, all of it is really happening in here. And the only reason why we use outside, like the reason why we use that, is when we're like cross-referencing or checking things that are not easy to discover within, right? Yeah.
So you mentioned you keep talking about us looking outside versus looking inside. I have a question about meditation. When we meditate, we often put up pictures of ancestors, gods, deities, things of that nature. It may be an animal, depending on what culture you were incarnated down here in. How effective would it be, Sevan, if I'm meditating, Brother Rich, I'm meditating, and I put up a picture, Sevan, of Brother Rich while I'm meditating? Why? Because this is the avatar that contains everything that I hope to tap into. My ancestors, my mother, my grandmother, my higher self, God, my collective, everything is contained within this avatar. So how effective if I'm looking at myself while I'm meditating as in a picture, Sevan?
I mean, I'm a big fan of self-worship.
I actually had gone a little bit more deeper. What I did is I put myself or image of myself into what I call a God box.
Mm-hmm.
What a God box is basically where the inside the box is only mirrors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then when you basically can see yourself across all dimensions. Like you, as far as you can look, you could keep seeing yourself. They call it like an infinity mirror, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And also there's several things that I've created personally that have been able to drive energy back into me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One of the okay, wow, you on something right here. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you, right? You ready for it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What I noticed was, and we have this feature inside of Dream Engine where you can put the face of yourself on another character. You may seen like you generate the body, then you put your face on it, right?
Right.
You've seen some of my pictures like that. I found that was like a whole different level. Because, and I realized how it was happening, because you know me, I got to break it down. But what happens is when people see you, they see you in a certain light.
Yeah.
Okay. Even when you see yourself in the mirror, you see yourself in a certain light.
Yeah.
And when you change up your appearance or your regalia, you feel that way. It's like you dressing up in, you know, whatever you call it, like you're down, you know, the tuxedos or whatever it is, your dashiki or whatever, where you know, okay, it's prom night, basically. Yeah. And then you kind of see yourself in that light, right? So imagine having all these images that it was you depicted in this higher light. What I believe happens is not only when people see those images, they start projecting, I can prove this is real. They start projecting like, oh, that's him. And they lose that idea of the lowly version of you that they're so familiar with. Yeah. And they install this new projection in their mind. So every time they see you as that and not as like this normal person, right?
Right.
Another thing that I wanted to mention earlier, and I was going to forget, but like, for instance, this is one of the devices that I created. It's called the Cosmic Watch, right?
Oh, that looks powerful. What's that?
So in this device, first of all, it has the manumission, right? So in language, what you'll notice is that on all the risks of all of the sky gods and the gods of the deep, they always have something that looks like a watch. And if you look real closely, this symbol is on the watch because this is the solar symbol. And then the solar symbol is then paired with, and down the side is written in Sumerian, the first time being free was ever written, which is called the Amagi. Mm-hmm. And the Amagi in Sumerian means, one second. I see there's a window just popped up out of nowhere. So the Amagi in Sumerian means literally to go back within your mother. You can Google it on Wikipedia. And what this means is that the only time, because they basically found out that the reason why many beings were being held on the planet was because they were in debt. Most of them were in debt to spirits, because remember that started happening. And so the manumission was created because they knew that the only time you can truly be free of debt was to go back into your mother's womb, because there was no debt there. Okay. And then also underneath this is metamaterial. So I started finding out that these languages do break down into shapes. We call them cymatics. But even deeper than that, certain cymatics exude properties. That's what metamaterial is. It's like something that has a property that is very strange. Meta always means almost at the border of even being explained. And in this case, we found a shape that was a perfect harmonic. And I always speak in the collective, even though this would be me going in. But I found a shape that basically matched the perfect harmonic. And the reason is I know because metals that generally tarnish fast, like copper, don't tarnish at all with this pattern. Mm-hmm. And it was something I discovered over time. It was like coming back to a drawer of all these cymatics and then noticing that one wasn't rusted. Then back engineering exactly what the design was and figuring out that it's sitting right in the middle of the harmonic, like perfectly tuned, and then like completely going in and creating something that can keep reverberating that. And that's when this was actually created. So this, and it's also this bezel around it is, this one is wanga wood, but it's generally milled in red heart wood, right? So these are very
these woods resonate. And then of course this is magnetic, right? So it straps on there, and then there's a North Pole side here. So everything that is coming through the energy of this is going right into the body. Okay. So what I'm talking about is just to allow that to be a part of the question here, is that we're talking about resonances, right? Because you say, hey, if I put this of myself, all of that is based on resonances. And the more powerful resonances, which words used to be powerful resonances, but the more powerful resonances that you have, the more it adds energy to your energetic field. And that always has to come with the disclaimer of grounding,
Right.
because ground is amplification. And then lastly, like you see this is the vector equilibrium. This was the last of the design of these go together, basically, or they could be separate. But this right here was seeing in the reality that you constantly get these imbalances in any space that you go into. I felt like that we needed like a shield, you know what I mean, when you're going into certain places. And so this design was designed to do that. So what this is called the cuboctahedron. And first, on the top of it, it contains a metamaterial pattern which charges what's inside. This material is also doped. It's basically a doped material, and this means that it's actually conductive, right? And then inside actually lies the resonator. So each box is set in an array, so it has a serial number here that basically allows us to understand where this unit actually is in the array. And then the main component is this inside. And what this is the magnetic field is perfectly balanced. And it also contains precious metals, if you may. There's titanium, and this was titanium, cobalt. There's iron, zinc, copper, and bismuth, which is a non-attractive magnet, right? And this device is basically just held in the hand. And you'll notice that, like, when you're doing anything, that you start feeling like a web. You'll notice that when you start building up your energy field, the first feeling is like a web. It almost feels like a web on your face. And what that is that same field I showed with the torus, it pushes out from your body. It's actually supposed to extend quite far from your body when your Merkaba, quote unquote, is completely activated. But in this case, this harmonizes and stimulates the field. So it's more of like something that when you're thinking or when you're talking, you know, you use this to basically maintain the field that's around you, right? So this is what I call spiritual technologies, right? And no telling what kind of flack I would get if, you know, I start, because they're like, oh my goodness, Sevan's already, you know. But at the end of the day, like, what I will do is I will basically take all of the knowledge, because for me, I started getting to this point, especially after like my 8th year. And I was like getting all this knowledge that was about like the beyond. And I started asking myself how much of this knowledge I was able to apply in the physical reality. And I told myself that I needed to start basically making my consciousness, higher self or whatever, give me knowledge about things that were going to assist me in this reality. Because it seemed like it always loved to go into like the other planets and stuff. And don't get me wrong, I love the knowledge and everything, but I will often find when I will wake up that there would be nothing that I could actually come into the reality and help myself with specifically. And when I asked about that, I was told because that's how I was focusing my energy. So I started focusing my energy on getting knowledge about higher things that could be applied in the reality right now. And this is what came to me, but I had to build it. And because in the first phase, I was like trying to get people to understand what I was trying to build, like engineers and CAD guys and stuff. And all I was doing was ending up with a bill and not what I wanted. So then I started, of course, in the process of training myself. That's why you always see some machine around me, or 3D printer or mill or something like that, because I'm fabricating constantly. Like I'm always making and creating, shaping and forming and fashioning different things to see what is the potential of the energetic fields, because I know the reality contains what I call power gloves. these are quirks in the reality. Like we had one before where I had this house and in the room, there was a dome in the room was domed. And it turned out that underneath this room, they were going to make a wine cellar, but they decided not to. But the area was still hollow and you never knew it because they put a floor over it. But somehow when you got in a certain point of this room and you talked, you couldn't hear your voice, but the person in the room could. And it was like you were talking in their head. This is known to happen. It's like an acoustic thing, and it happens at a sweet spot in the curve. And so those kind of things and many more piqued my interest to realize that, hey, these folks be running around here acting like they discovered everything already, but really they haven't. After all, they're pretty ignorant. So if you crack into the knowledge, don't think that you're not going to potentially discover something that nobody has ever found out, because they're constantly hiding any of this stuff, right? So it's just that awareness that, once again, that, you know, we're not only able to create, but like I said, I also have even been able to create these things and bring them out to humanity. And these are the things that we're going to be giving away. In fact, we're going to be giving away two cuboctahedrons, 2 watches. And then I'm also going to be giving the generative AI course away that I did, because it would teach a person how to do everything with making the images, how to even do the video thing. You know, I want to link up with you too, because we talked before about, you know, at least sponsoring some of this stuff and putting it on the channel. And but I just need to know, of course, what resonates right with you. And, you know, I just want to, just spread the knowledge more and spread these gifts more. And this stuff happens for me because I also remember I'm literally in the jungle. So I have no real distraction like that. So I have a lot of time to really, like, I could tell you that somebody would spend probably at least 10 years trying to make this. Like at one point, we was always like, when we were again, I speak in a collective, when we was engineering this, I often thought like, man, you know, somebody could take my design, right? And it's so hard to crank one of these out. I thought that I'd be flattered if somebody did, because even the moment they got to the bezel, they'd be like, oh man, we ripped it up, broke it up. You know, so anyway, I just was, like I said, it's a lot of things that you can create when you have the time to, right?
Yeah, so, definitely. Oh man, well, last question, Sevan. Like I said, we definitely got to do a part 2. We going on 5 hours, brother. We go
small things to a giant.
We go to 5 hours. Listen, all right, last question, brother. If we're analyzing this thing we call life in terms of a video game, and you know, I'm gonna reference Mike Tyson's Punch Out since I'm an 80s baby. You know, you got the first fighter, second fighter, third fighter. The last fighter was Mike Tyson.
Glass Joe first.
Glass Joe was the first fighter. Joe was the first fighter. Last fighter was Mike Tyson. Real hard to beat for a lot of people. A lot of people to this day never beat Mike Tyson.
Yeah, they never got past Ball Bull.
Yeah.
The second Ball Bull.
If we're looking at, you know, let's say the Great Mother, and this is her video game that she's playing, not just Earth, but the whole universe. It's a video game that's being played by the Great Mother, and there's different levels. Would you say Earth is the last character, the Mike Tyson? Is it the most difficult level in the video game because it's the most dense, the most advanced souls make it here, because it's the most, I mean, this shit, you come here, you got amnesia, you might have a mother that's a crackhead, then you might get tortured, then you might go through trauma, then after that your baby mama cheat on you, then after that your kids are bad, like anything can happen. That's the point. Infinite possibilities, anything can happen. You lose your memory, you forget who you are, simultaneously you're being brainwashed. Is this the most difficult level in the whole universe for any soul to play? I mean, and after this, you done beat the game. There's nowhere else to go, Sevan. Jupiter, Saturn, nothing is as difficult as Earth. Would you say it's like that, my brother?
My take on this is first of all, the Great Mother doesn't like games. This is kind of like when you go into your grandmother's house and she's just like so strict, and it's like everything is in order. My experience has been with the Great Mother exactly like that. The Jackal loves games, though. He's literally a jester. He's a joker. And in that way, in his trickster-like behavior, he has created many of these. It's like a smile now, cry later kind of scenario where it seems like a dramatic comedy. That's kind of like what it is, like a divine comedy.
Right.
But people really get hurt, right?
Yeah.
And it's a sadistic laughing like a Joker. Like, you know how they show Joker on the movie where he's smiling, but it's really because of all the pain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like they show people when they get crazy, like they had just one really dark movie. I just, you see the trailer and you just know what they on, and it was called Smile or something like that. And it was showing this weird grimace, which is the term, occult term is grimace. It's a part of the Reaper. So there's other forms here, and they're not as nice. And when they appear with a very sinister type of smile, and it's all darkness, right? So it's all craziness. I'll just say it like that. So in that way, it's kind of like a person that becomes a lunatic. Like you start being in something so long, because at the end of the day, this could drive a person psycho. Because it's a cycle, right? So they're consistently repeating the cycle over and over again. If they can't figure out what's going on, it starts to drive them crazy. And then they start to kind of get like binded to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from my experience, the game-like nature to this reality that's so much of a joke right now is a product of the Jackal. Versus in the Great Mother's reality, it is more of like what you're explaining, where there's things to learn.
Right.
So what this is what they call the lamb on the path. It's like you kind of left the path and now you're kind of in Wonderland. But when you return back to the path and you continue your journey. And this journey, it consists of like walking through the halls of your ancestors and absorbing all the wisdom and the knowledge that they have. So in Earth is still one of the ancestors, or even the Jackal is one of the ancestors. This is another thing that people need to understand. In the lines in these lineages, it's not like they're going to go and kill the Jackal. This would be very similar to walking into somebody else's family and saying, kill the father because he did X. You don't even have the rank to do that. Like, so it's like a highborn being killed by a lowborn is not really even approved in that way, right? In the whole scheme of things with the royal families and holy families and this kind of thing, right? So this could perpetuate for quite a bit externally. Internally, you have really a lot of power unless you fall out of power. And that's what we were saying about the hereditary passing of where somebody can kind of like doom you a little bit, like your mom can doom you a little bit, and you have to kind of swim. That's why we have a saying around here, keep swimming. And what we're talking about is getting to the surface. Because a lot of times people are looking to even get to zero again, because where they're at is like -30 in the degrees, right? Their base, lo-fi, right? So they're really low in their frequency. And, and versus not saying low frequency is a bad thing. There's a lesson there. Sub infrared is the realm. You could see them if you weren't exposed to light for 2 weeks, you can see the other entities. They live in the sub-red realm, what they call it? Infrared, right? They're infrared, literally. That's actually what you see them. They move around like red shadows. You see what I mean? And if the more you don't exposed to light, because your pineal gland closes when you're exposed to light. And that's why you should understand kind of like the whole role of light in a reality is actually to blind you. That's why they call it blinded by the light.
Right.
And so when you're also remember the sun, remember I said it's still more like the Great Mother's principle, because it's like those are the machinations that are dynamos. But this is not the same sun. This is the sixth sun, right? So the sixth sun, in this case, all these suns roll through like processors in the morning.
Right.
They're CPUs. So when they come through, they process what's in the cloud. That's where they stole that from. The sun, it comes forward and it has creatures. I can't tell you what they are. I've seen them before. And when they come, they run and they gather the cloud. And what you can see the cloud is like when a person is dreaming, they build a cloud, okay? And all of the dream is in that cloud. Then when the sun comes in the morning, it sends, they say they go and they come. That's the only thing I've ever read. They go and they come. And when I witness them, they're like dogs. in a way that they go and they get a cloud and then they bring it back to the processor, and they're more like, look, and then the processor acknowledges it and it absorbs it, and then it goes and runs again. So it's almost like a way of fetching everything that everybody has been dreaming about that night, and the sun processes that like a CPU.
Right.
So in conclusion, I kind of see everything to be still within this divine design of, you got the jokers and the tricksters, and they exist on one level. They call them like when you take any kind of substances, you see them first. Okay, people, how this works, because you can always prove this stuff that I'm saying. Mm-hmm. When you first take DMT, the first thing that happens is the ground seems like it's moving. Mm-hmm. So if you're on the beach, you'll watch the sand go like this. If you're in the jungle, you'll watch the ground move. And this is because what you generally activate first is the root chakra, and the root chakra corresponds to the ground. And because your root chakra is now moving, it looks like the ground is moving. Okay? Mm. However, as you keep going on more and more journeys and the Kundalini starts rising, the ground stops moving and other things start moving. Right. So this is an indicator that wherever your Kundalini is residing is what you're going to see animated when you enter into these higher states of consciousness, right? Or into any altered state of consciousness where, you know, you're now utilizing your spiritual vehicles and your spiritual capacity. So what this equals is it equals the ability for you to, I mean, I guess I kind of explained it all there. It's like you have now like these vehicles that allow you to move in and through different spaces, but based on the levels. And that's why I was showing before that the Jackal, he inverted himself and he became the external genitalia Tubal Cain. So, of course, when you activate the root chakra, also, if you notice, the first thing that you see, even when your eyes are closed, is it looks like a kaleidoscope of jokers. Anybody who's gone on DMT, everybody sees it. Most people don't know what it is. It's like a kaleidoscope of jokers, and it feels like they're so close to you that they're like humping your face, and it's very uncomfortable because you're like trying to not see them, but you see them when your eyes close because your third eye is open. This is the joker. This is the Jackal. This is the root chakra. So it's because that world is built there, and this is where you're at. You see what I mean? So if you take that knowledge and you use celestial mechanics, as we call it, this is where you're at. Technically, when you first begin, you kind of start off in the median or in Midgard. So technically, think about where you're at. When you cross land, you got the deep, which is more like your legs, right? And it's going way down there. And then you got all the way up here to the top, which is like that realm that I told you that's just like all white and everything sounds really high pitched. Mm-hmm. But where you're at is you're on Earth. You're in the median. Where Earth is a median, as I mentioned in my last conversation, is where all of the gods settle their disputes, or all the family members settle their disputes. Like it's like a sovereign in a courtroom. When something is decreed, it doesn't happen to that sovereign. We don't punish that sovereign. It happens to the species he's connected to. That's how they figured that out, right? So they don't war and fight amongst each other. It all happens down here in the median. This is the mediation zone, right? And so because of that, if what you're saying, to put what you're saying in perspective, technically this gets complicated the more you drill into, like, basically the more distorted or further away aspects of the reality from self. That's why it seems so difficult. Baby mama leaving, all this stuff crazy going around you. Like I said, like it gets to a point where you can't even imagine where all this stuff is coming from because you got so many crazy things going on. But what you'll notice is when you get your life together and you have a moment to stop and remove like stimulation. And like I did that when I came to Costa Rica, you'll start noticing like it'll clear, like you'll go through a course of where all the karma is working itself out. And then you'll get into this like where there's no karma because you're not doing anything. Like I literally was in the house every single day just meditating and eating like palm heart sandwiches. You know what I mean? Right. Nothing, right? No stimulus. And in that, I never had so basically if you don't do nothing, nothing happens. right? If you do great things happen. If you do bad things, expect it. It's going to come around at some point. And if it's too much stuff, you won't even be able to know where it all is coming from. You just think it's a part of life. And really what it is it's kind of like a part of the trickery, because remember, there's also entities, and we going, but there's also entities that they're listening. Like they're listening all around to figure out where they can catch you up on something. Like that's how the kingdom, if you say the kingdom of Seth, the subservients of the kingdom of Seth that are already disincarnate, meaning they don't have bodies, so they won't be entering back into the physical plane to get money, which money doesn't stop here. It's like an energetic balance energy thing, current. To get money, they have to cause like some confusion. So they're basically ranked like the military. And that's why like a warlock will have like 10,000 demons. Like he's like the Lord of the Mice. Jeanette made a joke the other day, and she was saying that we were seeing these lions on National Geographic, right? But they had all these flies and shit in their face. And she thought about it for a minute. She said, "What good is it being a lion if you're always disturbed by the flies?" That shit was brilliant because all that power. Yeah, you may be able to run down all these gazelles and shit, but the flies is just. And you don't got no hands for that. All you got is a tail, right? It's just, again, an ode to where you really resting your power at, and what do you really find to be powerful, right? And so, yeah, that's the story of this, is that if we see how the design is, we'll actually understand that the more you clear your field of stuff that you just know is going to enter you into confusion, the more you start getting to, like we say, give me to ground zero, like at least sea level, so I can poke my head out of the water. Right. Because when you're in the negs, there's all types of restrictions and confinements there, even jail. Okay, all that is netherworld stuff, right? And then you break the surface. Now you're balanced. Okay, now you don't have debt. You don't owe anybody. Right. And then now you start climbing from there. And then as you're climbing, the reality becomes more and more free. And it becomes less and less like a joke, less and less like it doesn't mean anything. And then it starts having more and more importance. Right. So that's kind of what's going on with the directions of when reality starts becoming really strict and confined and hard, versus as it starts getting easier and it seems like the celestials and everything is working in your favor. Yeah.
Wow, amazing, my brother. Definitely amazing. Hey, I'm scared to ask another question because we might go another hour, brother. we might we might be here. Oh man, wow, what a live, man. I'm gonna go back, take some notes from tonight.
We did a high five right here. So what is that? 5 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah. Listen, man, I definitely appreciate it. We got to do a part 2, Sevan. Got to do a part 2.
No doubt. That's almost like a quarter of a day.
Leave your website. When you started showing your stuff, them gadgets, man, the people was like, where can I get that at? Tell the people about your website and where they could get all your products and services at, my brother.
Yeah, right now, as far as like, as we mentioned, Sybil AI is on point, right? It's just been built. It's finished. We did get our image generation out also. I think that was down here. We was talking about Kundalini and stuff, so it generated some images. And as I said, this is all cool stuff to basically use to share. You have the knowledge. And then also, if you were looking at any of those spiritual technologies, as I call them, or spirit tech, that I was pushing off just a minute ago as far as showing everyone, then you can actually go to the store.secretenergy.com. So that's Secret Energy. It's about to come up here in a minute. So let me just show you the URL. It's Secret Energy, store.secretenergy.com, or just Secret Energy. You'll find the store when you get in there. But that's where you'll find these things and just more information. Like if you wanted to read about it, you can actually jump in here. This is kind of like just what we call the spiritual technology. And so we have the cosmic clock, which is here. We have the cuboctahedron, which is here. And then we, of course, have the Hydrolux Go rolling with the winners. And that's just that we figured out that you could drink hydrogen and it's like a fuel. Like, I'm not sure how we're missing this. It's like number 1 on the periodic table. And for a while, like I was stabilizing elements, like we have monatomics and stuff like that. So we were going in with the gold and the silver. And I always assumed that you could not consume hydrogen and it was explosive. until after research and then being put onto some stuff that was coming through Japan, I found out that hydrogen is like a game changer. And there's so much research, like real doctor, like .gov research on getting hydrogen in the body to fix everything. And apparently, in conclusion, if I summarize it, which I will, what it's doing is it has a way of teaching all of the other molecules in your body what they used to be. Somehow what happens in the body is that it loses some of the molecules and forms lose kind of an awareness of what they supposed to do and what their functions are. But the hydrogen being number one seems to know how to go in the body and teach all of the elements how to put themselves back together. Also, it's like drinking a stimulant, but without the shakes, right? Like you drink caffeine, you get the shakes. This is like drinking something that you feel more power because it's oxygenating your blood, but you don't feel that because it's hydrogen, so it's being immediately digested into the body. Yeah. So that's where you would be able to find those things at the Secret Energy. And then if you want to check out that free trial of Sybil, it's at Sybil's AI. Yeah. And like I said, man, if we band together on this one, man, you won't regret it, because as things unfold, you can kind of see that it's getting like, man, we just have way more opportunities. Like we already bought this into the community and the kids love it. They've been creating their own characters, image generation, robotics. They've been learning this stuff, and it's keeping them stable, right? Because kids, they have fertile minds. So it doesn't mean that they'll be doing this forever or that they get hooked and hijacked. And that's TikTok. It has a tendency to need some thinking, and it's really about just seeing if the child likes it. And if you have several children, you always want to figure out which is the one that likes this or likes to do this and likes to do that. And if you have a child that's technically inclined, meaning they play in a lot of video games, you need to get them into generative technology, because now they're making movies, they're creating their own book, they're making their own images. So instead of like being in there on Call of Duty shooting somebody or being in some nightmare zombie game, which is all the stuff that they're creating now, they actually immediately move into the position of creators. And that's why it's called generative technology, because right away you're getting an add to value. You're able to generate something. Like you generate that image is yours right there, right? So then you got all these naysayers, you shouldn't do that and all that, but you've been had your book complete. You could have started an art gallery. You could have done all of these different things that could have put a rocket on your back and taken you out of the clutches of Jackal, right? But that's not going to happen with a person not being extremely focused and understanding their purpose. So that's what it is. And also just remember, we're here as the mentors, we're pillars. There's others that are here. Obviously, you got Brother Rich. You got so many brothers, like I always see in this channel. Like I catch it when I'm in. Don't be surprised. You'll be seeing me in the chat all the time or something. And I'm there. I'm always absorbing and listening and learning. And so I'm always elated with what's going on in this space. And I'm always of service. So at the end of the day, anything that needs to happen, you can always count on me. I just say in the future, we need to have at least one of us. Hopefully there's 10, 20, but at least one of us that really understands and is looking out for us of what we're doing as things continue to unfold, right?
I agree. So, I definitely agree, my brother.
Somebody else can slide up in that position, which you can get. Yeah. All right. So that's what it is, family. Much love.
Hey, I think I'm definitely gonna have to get that cosmic clock. I'm on your website. I see the.
Hey, man, I might have to do something special for you, man. Just hit me up, man.
I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow, man. I got to get that cosmic clock, y'all.
Man.
I'm gonna hit us.
It's the minimum. It's a beautiful collection piece. Like, yeah.
That's gonna go good, man. Yeah. I'm feeling
that thing, in the light or blind cats. Oh.
Indeed.
Turn the stone now.
Oh man. Wow. Hey, what a show, Sevan. I want to thank everybody. Thank you. I see a couple of people still sending super chats. Thanks for everybody who shows support just by watching. Number one, that's support. And for those who also show support by donating with the super chat, hitting up Sevan's website, everything I got going on is definitely well needed, but I definitely appreciate y'all staying up to, if you're on the Eastern time. Yeah, it's 2:21 in the morning my time. So
in here, everybody was riding out. We give thanks.
Yeah.
And I'll remember on Sunday, I'm gonna come on tomorrow what is it? No, excuse me. I'm gonna come on Sunday at 11:30 Central Standard Time, and then 30 minutes later, it's all gonna open up. So if you want to be in there, like in the beginning, it's gonna run for 7 days. The quest. Check me out. Like you can see it on my channel or whatever. You'll see that I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna kind of launch it all off. You can also register now. You'll see the links, and yeah, we just showing love. Like that's all we do. We keep building. Like stay positive. Like I'm always on the positron side. My angle is slightly bent towards the positive, and that way I can keep putting up.
Hey, with that being said, this is Brother Rich, Sevan, Bomar. Thank you once again to everybody. Appreciate, and we signing out, family. See you next time. Peace.